Since I was born, but now I am plenty youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna koga book.
There it is, right there. There it is right there. And there you are right there. And here I am. So here we go. So here we go again. Good to see you. Always a delight. Happy to be here in your company. So happy to be here in your company. Another day, another dollar, another 10.45, another one man went to more session. What is more predictable by that than that, rather? Just as soon as the clock strikes, do you know that your party man, one man went to more? is about to launch into it again. So your party man one man went home about to launch into it again. So let's launch together. So, but before we do anything, you know the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. So, we've been getting so many new voices in recent times, which has really freshened up the conversation. So we're not getting new perspectives now. So you can be the new perspective for the day by clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do that. If you've never been before, here is now your go. This is a special invitation to you. If you've never been before, then this link now is a special invitation to you. So click on that link and come join us on the screen. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join us on the screen. And then, of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always ever ready. So do all those. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, especially if you're a new voice. But even if you're a traditional voice, still come join us so we can wrap a conversation around the session. So do all those. So what are we contending with today? We're still with the vexatious Tinubu narrative, and it's a story that would not go away. So this is now what seems to be agitating the news cycle today. We cannot release Tinubu's criminal cases, immigration records till 2023 due to unusual circumstances. So this story now, ordinarily you would dismiss this, but they are attributing this to the FBI. So we'll see how this goes. But then, of course, we have to put a proviso that this is coming from this portal, People Gazette, which is a notorious purveyor of half fact and half fiction. So is this half fact and half fiction, or is there any veracity to it? Hang around to find out. We can't release Tinubu's criminal cases, immigration records, till 2023 due to unusual circumstances. FBI State Department says. So FBI and the State Department, I wonder what the distinction is between the two. But hang around to find out. So hang around to find this one out as well. So now, the outcry from the Nigerian space is the hardship that the Tinubu administration has been investing on the ordinary man. And you know the reasons already. The removal of arbitrage in the currency exchange and the removal of subsidy in the petrol space. So now that removal of subsidy is now forcing petrol to find its natural price within the Nigerian space, and it's quite eye-watering for the masses. Marketers adjust pump price as fuel price hits 617 naira per liter. So your heart has to go out to anybody living in Nigeria at the moment, because it must be unbearable, just the circumstances of life. Because of course you will hear all these price increases, but we don't hear commensurate increase in salaries and pay. So their salary, their pay stagnates, but everything else skyrockets. Can you imagine that life? Marketers adjust pump price as fuel price hits 617 naira per liter. So the circumstances we'll find out, but we don't have to stretch too far to determine we don't have to stretch too far rather to realize what's in play here. It's free market, isn't it? Market forces now determines price of PMS. So this is the NMPC very quickly leaping to the defense of the sudden sharp rise in price. So market forces now. So the petrol price in Nigeria finding its natural price. So we'll reflect on that, see what we're making of it. So we'll reflect on that, see what we're making of it. Now, this next headline is that harrowing story that I brought you a couple of days ago about a stray bullet that took away a little boy. The NDLEA were responsible, and we all watched just the heart-wrenching car chase as the father of the little boy tried to chase down the NDLEA operatives that did the random shooting. So we all saw that, and so now that clip that of the whipping father as it chases down the NDLEA. So that viral clip has now taken the Nigerian state by storm, let's put it that way. And it has ratcheted up to the level of the presidency. And it looks as though action might be taken. Action might be taken. Tinubu orders investigation into killing of 2-year-old boy by straight bullet during NDLEA operation in Delta. So will this be that one instance where justice will be done? So because, of course, if he's taking personal interest in this, then we have the expectation that it should come to a swift and natural conclusion, because there is not that much that is shrouded in mystery about what happened. The story is already known, and the spokesperson, by the way, of the NDLEA, he has come out to speak on this space. So we already know somewhat the totality of what went down. So there is no need for a deep and involved investigation. Just swift justice is what the Nigerian people are looking to see. Tinubu orders investigation into killing of 2-year-old boy by stray bullet during NDLEA operation in Delta. So we spend a bit of time to reflect on that, see what comes out of it. So now, I'm insisting that Reno Omokri, he is canvassing for a position within the Tinubu administration because he's always gushing and glowing anytime he references Tinubu. So now let's touch base with Reno, see what latest love letter is writing to the man in Aso Rock. President Tinubu must lead the way by facilitating increase in minimum wage, or he will soon lose the huge support base he started off with. So so this ties in rather nicely with the narrative with that that previous headline of the increases in the petrol pump price. So the increase in salary has to match somewhat the inflation that is running out of control. Otherwise, the hardship will be unbearable on the people, and they will very quickly turn against his government. President Tinubu must lead the way in facilitating increase in minimum wage, or he will soon lose the huge support base he started off with. So that's Reno Omokri putting his recommendation to the Tinubu administration. So as I said, a love letter. So a love letter, and then we'll finally land on this then. And it's still within that space then of the pressure on governance to act to ease the pressure of living on the average Nigerian. Tinubu bows to pressure, order review of 8,000 naira palliative. So the 8,000 naira palliative, remember we discussed that at length on this platform. I think Hassan actually turned up on that day, and he was incandescent with rage at the derisory amount that a lot of people were quite mocking, actually. I was somewhat defensive, but a lot of people were quite mocking that what effect or impact would that have on the Nigerian person. So it looks as though now the response has now gotten to Aso Rock, and Tinubu is about to do a change of heart. But Tinubu bows to pressure, order review of 8,000 naira palliative. So we'll spend a little bit of time on that as well, reflect on what is in play there. So a lot to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. And by the way, there's plenty of room on the studio if you want to come join. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on like as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink, as I said, StreamYard, if you want to come and join me on the screen. And your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is pinned on the comment section. So do all those. So as you do all those, let me take a micro musical intermission. And then when we get back, we'll launch into it. But first, you know where we're going, of course, the Kegites.
Water, only water, we Sima.
Water.
Oh yes, you go come here.
Water, 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 water.
Water. Only water where is Sima.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Palliative kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrol sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrol sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There, Akoko Orunmeiko, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku Koniriwagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So I can't think of a prayer more important than that. So I cannot think of a prayer more important than that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So now to it and immediately to and by the way, yeah, you may say I did not give you this headline. It just came through in the news cycle, but let me kick it off with this one. This is Joe Igbokwe, one of the very few Tinubu supporters from the Southeast, who seems to now be turning against who everybody thought was his paymaster. I think he's trying to find his way back to the. I think he's trying to find his way back to the Southeast. You know, he's been declared persona non grata in the Southeast. So I think he's trying to find his way back. Tinubu continuing Buhari's injustice marginalization against Southeast. This is Joe Igbokwe, a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress in Lagos State. Chief Joe Igbokwe has condemned what he called policy of continuing marginalization of the Southeast by the present administration of President Bola Tinubu. Igbokwe said the party should have zoned its now vacant national chairmanship seat to the Southeast to placate the zone over long-term injustice and marginalization. So it looks as though Joe Igbokwe, he has now found his way into that marginalization narrative. Is this thing not scrolling? If it doesn't scroll, then it doesn't scroll. Let's see if it does scroll. Well, there it is right there. So that's Joe Igbokwe. So that's just a tiny little detail just to show you what's going on there. So let's now go to the headline piece. So, you know, I was a bit reticent to bring you this because it seems just somewhat laboring over hashed and rehashed narrative that we have circled round and round endlessly. I'm not sure the level of veracity we're giving to this, but let's present it anyway. We cannot release Tinubu's criminal cases, immigration records till 2026 due to unusual circumstances. FBI, State Department. President Bola Tinubu's criminal and immigration records in possession. That should be in possession. That should be in the possession. President Bola Tinubu's criminal and immigration records in the possession of the United States will not be released until 2026, authorities said in court documents seen by correspondents. The U.S. State Department and Federal Bureau of Investigation cited unusual circumstances for denying to release the record to the public. Following a Freedom of Information request, the United States Authority said even if they were to release the records, it would be at least until January 2026 before they could do so. A civil suit has now been filed over the matter before Judge Barry Howell of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia in Washington, D.C. Aaron Greenspan, an American public disclosure activist, had filed a request to the FBI, State Department, Department of Treasury and Drug Enforcement Administration, among federal and local agencies, seeking an urgent release of Mr. Tinubu's immigration and criminal records. The filing came as Mr. Tinubu maintained in court that he did not commit any crime during his decade-long residency in the United States. Mr. Tinubu also asserted ownership of his identity, despite strong indications he might have changed names and education records in the past. Mr. Tinubu's real identity and education record, should we continue with, okay, I've started this, so I have to read it to the full. So Tinubu's identity and education record, he facilitated an employment with Deloitte and Touche. We all know that he worked, and Deloitte and Touche have also told us that he worked for them. We know that he worked for Mobile, because Mobile have come out to tell us that he worked for them. And we know that he went to that university because I'm not quite sure still what they are wrapping around this. The filing came as Mr. Tinubu maintained in court that he did not commit any crime during his decades-long residency in the United States. Mr. Tinubu also asserted ownership of his identity, despite strong indications he might have changed names and education records in the past. So education records change from, I don't get it, I must be stupid because I do not get it. Mr. Tinubu's real identity and education record contains omissions and contradictions that he has not explained to the public. For instance, the Nigerian president had said under oath to the Electoral Office INEC while seeking to be Lagos State Governor in 1999 that he attended the prestigious University of Chicago. So the university has since disowned Mr. Tinubu. Another American school, Chicago State University, confirmed. So hold on. I just want to, I'm just pausing for a moment to realign my brain. Is it any leap to come to what's happened here? So it's clutching at straws, isn't it? Okay, let me give you it again, and then you see why I've had to pause. It's just so much of a reach, It's a reach into the ludicrousness and the ridiculousness. So listen to this. It says, for instance, the Nigerian president had said under oath to the Electoral Office INEC while seeking to be Lagos governor in 1999 that he attended the prestigious University of Chicago. All right. The university, so that's what they are claiming to be a lie. The university has since disowned Mr. Tinubu. Another American school, Chicago State University, confirmed Bola Tinubu attended the school. So if he said, if he wrote University of Chicago, and of course, by the way, if he wrote to University of Chicago and it's a more prestigious school than Chicago State University, that's an issue, but it's not an issue that a mistype does not explain. So at least he went to school. I think that's been confirmed. The university has since disowned Mr. Tinubu. Another American school, Chicago State University, confirmed Bola Tinubu attended the school, but did not say whether it was the Nigerian president. So the Nigerian president is Bola Tinubu, and the Chicago State University confirmed that Bola Tinubu attended at the university. So Tinubu would have attended that university 40, 45 years ago. So how many possible Bola Tinubus will be in Chicago attending Chicago State University other than the Bola Tinubu that we know to be Bola Tinubu? So just listen to this. It stretches credibility. It stretches credit. It's incredible. The university has since disowned Mr. Tinubu. Another American university, Chicago State University, confirmed Bola Tinubu attended the school, but did not say whether it was the Nigerian president. So, how would they be able to say whether it's the Nigerian president is Bola Tinubu? Bola Tinubu attended their university. Documents from the school showed that a person bearing Bola Tinubu who attended the school in the 1970s was a female. Mr. Tinubu also stated under oath in 1999 that he attended primary and secondary schools in Lagos and Ibadan in the 1950s and 1970s, but he expunged those assertions from his latest. He expunged those assertions from his latest INEC application. And by the way, apologies for people who feel that why are we still going over this sort of thing? This is what is making the headline now. So we have to go with what is making the headline. We have circled around this so many times. Yes, so this is really clutching at straws, though. If this is the substance of it, then I don't think Tinubu has any cause to worry. Mr. Tinubu also stated under oath in 1999 that he attended primary and secondary school in Lagos and Ibadan in the 1950s and 1960s, but he expunged those assertions from his latest INEC application form ahead of this year's general election in February. He did not explain why he removed the claims, although there was no evidence that the primary school he said he attended ever existed in Nigeria. Mr. Tinubu, 71, was named as a launderer of proceeds of drug trafficking in the United States. Court documents in 1993, and then it goes on into all of that. So the record formed a key part of the ongoing challenge to Mr. Tinubu's election as president of Nigeria before a tribunal hearing in Abuja. This prompted Mr. Greenspan, who runs Plain Sight, a website that holds files from American courts and institutions, to file multiple requests to the United States authorities in possession of documents that could help clarify some of the crucial questions upsetting Nigerian minds. I'm not sure that those questions are upsetting Nigerian minds. It may well be upsetting pecuniary political vested interest minds, but not Nigerians. The State Department is believed to have records of whether or not the person who applied for a U.S. visa and traveled as Bola Tinubu in the 1970s is the same person running Nigeria today. The FBI could throw more light on how Mr. Tinubu became involved in drugs in the United States and other criminal charges he might have faced, but which were not in the public records. This office will not be able to respond within the 20-day provided by the statute due to unusual circumstances, the State Department said in a May 15, 2023 letter to Mr. Greenspan. So May 15, so this is June. I wonder why this is now surfacing. Previously, in August the 4th, 2022, the FBI sent a message to Mr. Greenspan saying, please be advised that unusual circumstances apply to the processing of your request. But on March the 22nd, 2023, the FBI said it would try to release all documents relating to Mr. Tinubu in its possession, but not until January 2026 at the earliest. So other agencies, including the Department of Treasury's Internal Revenue Service and the Drug Enforcement Administration, also said they won't release the documents on the same grounds. The FBI also said Mr. Greenspan failed to demonstrate that the requested information is in the public interest because it is likely to contribute significantly to public understanding of the operations and activities of the government. But the activist promptly responded by detailing how Mr. Tinubu's drug forfeiture case in Chicago drew the most eye to his organization's website over the past year. The website has had over 15 million records. All agencies have now been summoned to appear in court to show cause why records relating to a Nigerian president were deemed unusual and inconsequential to be released to the public. On July the 17th, Assistant U.S. Attorney Gerard Littman entered an appearance as the lawyer representing all the agencies and promptly requested a delay until August the 28th, 2023, to file a response to the suit, which was instituted on June the 12th, 2023. So there it is, and there they are, and it looks as though they will never move from that space. I doubt if they ever can move from that space. So there it is. I think that seems to be the substance of I don't know. I don't even know what to say to that. So let me just move swiftly on to matters that I can't say on. So let's move to this one. Marketers adjust pump price as fuel price hits 617 naira per liter. The pump price of premium petrol spirits, popularly called Petrol, was raised from 500. I mean, look at that hike. It's just ungodly, isn't it? If you look at the hike, it started at 100 and something just a few weeks ago. The pump price of premium motor spirits, popularly called Petrol, was raised from 537 naira per liter to 617 naira per liter at some filling stations operated by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited in Abuja on Tuesday. Independent marketers confirmed the increase in the cost of the commodity, as they stated that any shift in price by NNPC stations was an indication of a rise in the pump price of PMS. This is because NNPC is still the major importer of petrol into Nigeria currently, though other marketers are gradually importing the commodity. The price this Tuesday morning at the NNPC stations is 617 liters. Let me just actually let me play you some music. I need to get some water. Let me play you some music, get some water, and then I'll come back and share thought. Let me play you some music, and get some water. Yeah. Okay. Watch this Malam song. So let's get back to it. Yes, the pump price of premium motor spirit, popularly called Petrol, was raised from 537 naira per liter to 617 naira per liter at some filling stations operated by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited in Abuja on Tuesday. Independent marketers confirmed the increase in the cost of the commodity, as they stated that any shift in price by NNPC stations was an indication of a rise in the pump price of PMS. This is because NNPC is still the major importer of petrol into Nigeria currently, though other marketers are gradually importing the commodity. So that's where I wanted to pause. So it's going to get worse, but get quickly better. Seems to be the thing, because of course there is affordability, and then there's going to be price competitions as well. Because petrol station, they've been granting licenses, by the way, for people to import petrol. So NNPC no longer the sole importers of petrol. So there are other privateers that have been granted licenses to import petrol. And those petrol, from all we're hearing, they are already berthing in the Nigerian shores at the Nigerian ports. So what you are going to see now are private marketers competing on price, and that will force the price down. But at the moment, we have a monopolistic situation where NNPC seems to be, not seems to be, but are the sole importers of petrol as it stands, and therefore they can set the price. So whatever price they mark up will be the price that everybody sells at. Independent oil marketers confirmed the increase in the cost of the commodity, as they stated that any shift in price by NNPC stations was an indication of a rise in the pump price of PMS. This is because NNPC is still the major importer of petrol into Nigeria currently, though other marketers are gradually importing the commodity. The price this Tuesday morning at some NNPC station is 617 naira per litre. The Secretary, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Mohammed Shaibu, told correspondents. Recall that President Bola Tinubu, I think that might well be all we need from that. Okay, let's take all of it. Recall that President Bola Tinubu had, during his inaugural address on May the 29th, announced that subsidy on petrol had ended, a development that led to the jump in the price of the commodity from 100. So look at the dates, and then you see this is where your heart goes out to the average Nigerian person. So look at the date and then look at the price. So when Tinubu made the announcement, petrol was selling at 198 naira per litre. So note that when Tinubu made that announcement that petrol subsidy is gone, petrol was selling for 198 naira per litre. And by the way, bear in mind that the minimum wage remains stagnant, and the pay of the average Nigerian, even the ones in private companies, they remain stagnant. So there's been no pay increase for anybody. So now, when Tinubu made the announcement that fuel subsidy is gone, on that day, petrol was selling for 100, or the day before that, it's probably a better place to place it. The day before that, petrol was selling for 198 naira per litre. So Tinubu made that announcement on May the 29th. So bear that in mind. So May the 29th. So today is July the 18th. So from that, so today is July the 18th. So on May the 28th, petrol was selling for 198 naira a litre. So now, May the 29th to July the 18th, roughly give or take change, that's about 6 weeks. So within 6 weeks, the price of petrol has gone from 198 naira per litre to 617 naira per litre. Can you see? That's over a 300% increment within 6 weeks. But then the average salary of the average Nigerian remains stagnant. And you know what that means, of course. The price of everything goes up, food, transportation, etc. But their wage remains stagnant. So whenever you get that call from that person from Nigeria, spare a thought. They're not being lazy, but the country is hard. Right. Since the withdrawal of subsidy on petrol and the floating of the naira against the dollar, marketers had continued to explain that the cost of PMS could rise as high as 700 naira per liter. Similarly, the rise in the cost of crude oil in the international market has also triggered further hike in the price of petrol, as crude is the product from which PMS and other refined petroleum products are produced from. In Abuja on Tuesday morning, motorists besieged the filling stations that were still dispensing at the 540 liter as the new price of the hike in price. If anybody has that clip by Rufai Hussaini, where he was saying that petrol be your mate, or that clip by Rufai Hussaini on the petrol thing, send it to my Instagram so we can share it on the screen. In Abuja on Tuesday morning, motorists besieged the filling stations that were still dispensing at the 540 naira per liter. But as the news of the hike in price by NNPC stations filtered in, many independent outlets had to lock their stations. Others immediately commenced the adjustment of their point price to reflect the new price. The NNPC and the downstream oil sector regulators had yet to make any statement on the development. So they've not made any statement of the development as at the time that this piece was written, but they have since subsequently made a statement on the development, and here is what they have to say. So here is what they have to say. Market forces now determine price of PMS. So this is NNPC. The price of petrol has increased to about 617 naira per liter in the national capital, correspondents confirm. Our reporter visited at least 5 filling stations along Airport Express Road in Abuja. Their prompt price have since been adjusted to reflect the new price of 617. The only time that Nigeria moves quickly is when they want to take money out of your wallet. Everything else, they move slowly. The stations visited were Damana, Optima, NNPC, Corn Oil, Mobile, and Shafa. Meanwhile, up until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, Shafa filling stations was still selling products at 540 per liter, leading to a slight queue. Reacting to the development, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, used to be corporation, now is company, limited, spokesperson Gabardine Mohammed told correspondents that the price was determined by market forces in line with the realities of the regulated market. And by the way, it's an international product, petroleum. And if there is a spike internationally, you will see that reflect at the pump price. The only way you would not see that reflect at the pump price is if the petrol was subsidized and there is no subsidy anymore. According to him, the new price is not unconnected from the recent increase in, there it is. According to him, the new price is not unconnected from the recent increase in crude oil prices at the international market. Also, he said the exchange rate was also a factor that contributed to the increase, noting that the price will not be static, as it may either decrease or increase. On the possible time frame for the Dangote refinery project to commence production, he said this could be answered by the company. He said although it has a 20% stake in the refinery, it will only be supplying 300,000 barrels of Nigerian crude to the refinery. On his part, an energy expert, Professor Adeola, in his contribution, stressed the need for the federal government to provide adequate explanation to Nigerians on the various processes that determine the price. I think the government should come out and explain to Nigerians what is going on. They can't afford to allow other narratives to take. So if we pause there for a moment, this is the one thing. If Tinubu is going to succeed, this is the one space that he has to depart from the Buhari style from. The lack of communication, the arrogance of governance, just doing things without, without carrying the people along. So if Tinubu, if he wants to succeed, then he has to, at least his team, they have to continuously carry the people along. Because if you carry the people along, then they'll be able to wear that suffering even more if they can see a pathway to a brighter place. I think the government should come out and explain to Nigerians what is going on. They cannot afford to allow other narratives to take over. There should be somebody speaking out, explaining to Nigerians what is going on, and begin to get these palliatives out. He said the increase or decrease of prices of crude at the international market is a mixed feeling, stating that when the price is high, it is good news for Nigeria because it is an opportunity to earn more money and we can pay more. However, he said a fall in crude oil prices will amount to Nigerians paying less for petrol. So if Nigeria gains, Nigerians lose. If Nigerians gain, Nigeria loses. So you can see the logic there. A high price of petrol internationally, of course, you don't have to be an economist. That's our mainstay, so we make more money. But then if the price of petrol is high internationally, then you are paying more for fuel at the pump. So that's it. He noted, eventually when we pass this stage and we have domestic refineries, there will be an extent to which these international market prices will affect us. And the reality still remains that we have deregulated, price cannot remain the same again. Meanwhile, since May, is that enough of that? Or okay, let me take it to the end. Meanwhile, since May 2023, Brent crude benchmark price surpassed $80 per barrel, suggesting an increase in demand. Saudi Arabia had, from June 2023, also agreed to cut its output by 1 million barrels per day to firm up oil prices. Efforts to get the Nigerian downstream regulator spokesperson to react proved abortive. But the authority chief executive had recently stressed that under the liberalized market forces are now allowed to dictate prices. So essentially it lands on that, market forces. There it is, market forces. So market forces are So from market forces, we go on to this. Tinubu orders investigation into killing of 2-year-old by stray bullets during NDLEA operation in Delta. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has expressed sadness over the death of 2-year-old Ivan Ivan. Let me just start. I'm not going to attempt his last name. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has expressed sadness over the death of 2-year-old Ivan, killed by a stray bullet during an operation by officers of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. The incident occurred at some place in Delta State. I mourn the death of little Ivan and sympathize with his parents for the painful experience of losing an innocent child in a most tragic manner. Ivan did not deserve to die that way. We must ensure the incident did not end like that, and that what happened to Ivan does not happen to any other person again. I also pray for the quick recovery of the other son, who is reportedly injured in that unfortunate event. The incident is unacceptable. We must unravel those who foisted agony upon this family and ensure they are brought to justice, President Tinubu said. Meanwhile, the president has directed the NDLEA management to speedily and thoroughly investigate the incident with a view to punishing those found culpable, A statement issued by Dele Alake, special advisor to the president on special duties, communications, and strategy, on Tuesday. The president charged security agents to be more professional and careful when conducting operations to avoid risking the lives of innocent Nigerians. So we'll be monitoring that space to see how quickly and how swiftly justice can be done. So justice for little Ivan. We are starting the hashtag here. Justice for little Ivan. That's what I say. So justice for little Ivan. President Tinubu must lead the way in facilitating increase in minimum wage, or he will soon lose the huge support base he started off with. So this is Reno Omokri, another love letter to Tinubu. Reno Omokri said that President Tinubu may lose the huge support base he started off with on May the 29th, 2023, when he assumed office, if he does not lead the way in facilitating an increase in minimum wage. While reacting to the new increase in petrol pump price, Reno said that President Tinubu cannot take the back seat when state governors are increasing minimum wages due to economic hardship their civil servants are facing due to the removal of petrol subsidy. So I'm aware that I hope Uzodinma, he increased minimum wage, I think, to 40,000 naira within his own domain. Posting on his Twitter, President Tinubu has no control over the price of fuel. Those days are gone forever. Market forces now control the price of petrol. So the pressure should not be on the president over the cost of fuel. Let the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria deal with that. What we should pressure the president on is the minimum wage. The current minimum wage of 30,000 naira is grossly inadequate when compared to the current cost of living in Nigeria. So, I mean, I don't think anybody, it's something that has to be done swiftly and quickly, and it has to be doubled as well. Even 60,000 naira is still a pittance. President Tinubu called himself Ashiwaju, meaning the progressive that leads the way. It is not very Ashiwaju-like when governors are unilaterally increasing salaries to help workers cope with the rising cost of living. And Ashiwaju Tinubu has not led the way. Nigeria's minimum wage should increase. Yes, I even said 60,000, but 75,000, I think, is a fairer sort of reflection. Nigeria's minimum wage should be increased to at least 75,000 naira. And President Tinubu must lead the way in facilitating that, or he will soon lose the huge support base he started off with on May the 29th, 2023. If we have 70 billion naira for senators and representatives to buy furniture, if we have 65 billion naira to pay severance to Buhari and Oshibanjo and their aides after their disastrous 8 years in office, surely Nigeria can afford to pay both public and private sector workers a living wage. So yes, public sector workers, but I'm not quite sure how you are able to enforce that on the private sector workers. So this is the last readout now, and then we see what's going on in the room. So this is the last readout. So still within that cost of living space, Tinubu bows to pressure others review of 8,000 naira palliative. President Bola Tinubu has ordered a review of his administration's plan for a monthly 8,000 naira. And by the way, this money is going to be digitally transferred, though, which is a departure from what Sadiya Farouk was doing. President Bola Tinubu has ordered a review of his administration's plan for a monthly 8,000 naira transfer to 12 million of the poorest households in the country for 6 months in a bid to cushion the effect of the removal of the petrol subsidy. The plan was contained in a letter read last Thursday on the floor of the House of Representatives regarding the $800 million loan request of the previous Muhammadu Buhari administration for a social safety net program. The President's Special Advisor on Special Duties, Communications and Strategy, Dele Alake, in a statement on Tuesday, noted that the cash program was not the only item in the relief package initiated by Tinubu. So we want to know the fullness of that relief package, because that relief is needed, is immediate and right now. It's not something that needs any time to be dripping into the news. So it needs to be fleshed out fully and actioned immediately. According to, pardon me, right. The President's Advisor on Special Duties, Communications and Strategy, Dele Alake, in a statement on Tuesday, noted that the cash program was not the only item in the relief package initiated by Tinubu. Alake said the president vowed to always put Nigerians at the heart of his policy and programs. According to him, Tinubu directed that the 8,000 naira conditional cash transfer program envisaged to bring succor to the most vulnerable household be reviewed immediately. He added that this is in deference to the views expressed by Nigerians against it. So a lot of those views were actually expressed on this platform. People were actually angered by the derisory amount. The president also directed that the entirety of the government's palliative program be unveiled to Nigerians, whilst ordering the immediate release of fertilizers and grains to approximately 50 million farmers and households, respectively, in the 36 states and the SAT. So we don't have 50 million farmers, so I don't think so, but 50 million farmers and households. So food and money is what so this is the fullness of his text. So let's take the fullness of his text, then we come into the room. So it says, State House press release, review of 8,000 naira cash transfer. You will agree with me that it has become part of the culture of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration to constantly dialogue with Nigerians who voted him into office. The president's covenanted with Nigerians that their welfare and security will be topmost in the renewed hope agenda of his government. In the last few days, the conventional and new media platforms have become awash with stories of the government intending to embark on a conditional cash transfer to vulnerable households mostly affected by the painful but necessary decision to remove a subsidy from petrol. The story has been widely reported that the federal government is proposing to give 12 million households from the poorest of the poor 8,000 naira monthly for a period of 6 months as government palliative to reduce the discomfort being experienced by Nigerians consequent upon a subsidy removal. A lot of ill-informed imputations have been read into the program by not a few naysayers. The administration believes in the maxim that when there is prohibition, there must be provision. Since subsidy, the hydra-headed monster threatening to kill the economy, has been stopped, government has emplaced a broad spectrum of relief to bring help to Nigerians. Whilst it should be noted that cash program is not the only item in the whole garment of relief package of President Bola Tinubu, as a listening leader who has vowed to always put Nigerians at the heart of his policy and program, the president has directed as follows. So let's now see now what the offer is. Hold on. Number one, that the 8,000 naira conditional cash transfer program envisaged to bring succor to the most vulnerable households be reviewed immediately. So reviewed is to say that to be increased, of course. This is in deference to the views expressed by Nigerians against it. So hopefully not to jettison it, but certainly to double it. Number two, that the whole gamut of palliative package of government be unveiled to Nigerians. Number three, immediate release of fertilizers and grains to approximately 50 million farmers and households, respectively, in all the 36 states and the FCT. The president further assured Nigerians that the 500 billion naira approved by Parliament to cushion the pain occasioned by the end of subsidy regime will be judiciously utilized. The beneficiaries of the release shall be Nigerians, irrespective of their ethnic, religious, or political affiliations. President Bola Tinubu has promised to always prioritize the well-being of Nigerians, and he is irrevocably committed to that vow. A number of decisions taken so far by this administration have buttressed this stance. You will recall that the president took a similar decision after listening to complaints from the business community about the burdensome taxes, particularly multiplicity of taxes they are made to experience. This warranted the signing of 4 executive orders cancelling some classes of taxes while suspending the implementation dates of others. In addition, the president has also set up a tax reform / fiscal policy committee to bring up recommendations that will engender a wholesome. Let me do that again. In addition, the president has also set up a tax reform / fiscal policy committee to bring up recommendations that will engender a wholesome fiscal environment for the country and remove anti-business barriers. I wish to assure Nigerians that President Tinubu will continue to be a listening leader whose ears will not be dull to the views expressed by the citizenry. The president believes government exists to cater for the interest of the people, and he has demonstrated this so clearly. So there it is. So that is how they are balancing it. And to do the balancing with me, I've got a DOG and I've got a Solomon. So, hopefully it's not going to end up a short. Sit off with whichever one of you is ready to go. Who's ready to go? Knock, knock. DOG or Solomon? All right. Is either of you there? If neither of you there, then we might just have to end it there.
Can you hear me, woman? I'm here. Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I can
hear.
No, I can hear you now. I was wondering if you were there.
Yeah. I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Okay, let's kick it off with you then. Then hopefully the place populates. Let me kick you up because you are in Abuja, of course. The price of petrol has now gone to 617 naira per liter. So how is that playing out? What's the tell me the organic response first, and then we take it from there. How are people reacting to this?
Yeah, good day, everybody. Good day, one man. Good. Yeah. So this petrol, this increment in petrol price is something that, you know, the thing just took it as and just happened today. So but with the kind of reports like what I saw today, there was the filling station around us was just passing by. The number of people there was much, and people are really complaining about it. But from tomorrow, that is going to be more effective. Like, it's going to really affect many people when the price has the thing has already set. So it's going to really disturb people in the way they would the price of food stuff is going to hike, like especially those ones that go to rural areas to bring, like tomatoes, pepper, all those other ones, the price is going to go up. Like, do you know they used to sell a basket of tomatoes like 2 months ago or last month? Yeah, I think 3,000. Yes, yes. Do you know for you to buy the full basket as of last week or last 2 weeks was 6,000. The price doubled. The half is that 3,000. You see, and now this one has happened again. Now maybe if you go now, they will tell you a basket of it is 10,000. Something you bought like 3,000 before you they will not tell you. So these are the things. It's really something that is not helping the people for real. It's really it has bad effects as it stands now. But we know I know that
Yeah. But what sorry,
yeah, I
Solomon.
can hear you.
What's the response of the people to it? Yeah. What's the response of the people to it, though? Do they understand why the price of petrol is spiking up so sharply? Do they understand?
It's not everybody that understands this thing. Like to me now, the way I understand this thing, I know that it is as Tinubu has moved the price of this subsidy, he can't determine the price of fuel any longer. Do you understand? You can't. So we know now that is from the body. Like for instance, for this NNPC now, they are the ones that would determine the price of fuel and all that. And but all these things too are still for 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 the good of the
Do, do,
country.
do,
But
do, do, do you understand how NNPC determines the price of petrol? Do you understand?
no, that I don't understand.
You know that crude oil is an international product.
Yes.
Right. So whatever crude oil is trading for because crude oil now is trading for about $80 to the barrel. So at that price plus the cost of refining, that determines then the price at the pump. So it's a free market price, and there will be constant adjustments. By the way, because the anticipation is that it's going to spike up to 700 naira per liter. But then NNPC, they are somewhat the sole importers of petrol into Nigeria at the moment. But licenses have been granted to privateers as well to import petrol. So those ships are coming in. And when privateers come in, then you would have competition on pricing, which might force it down. But for the immediate term, it's going to go up, not down. So this is the sort of explanations that the government needs to be giving to the people, Solomon.
Yeah. With this explanation you just uh, gave now, like um, it shows. I think when those importers start importing, I believe it's going to regulate the price of this petrol. And yeah, I believe am I correct, woman?
Sorry, repeat what you said.
I said, if these importers have been that they just gave license now, if they should start importing, for now you said NNPC is the only people with the rights to the only body with the rights to import petrol. So once the other private individual starts importing, definitely the price of fuel it should start going down.
Imagine if there were about 5 to 7 major importers of petrol. Imagine that. So then what you will have then is a price war, because people will want to sell that petrol, turn around the money and import some more. So unless they form a cartel to agree that they will continue to fleece the people, then you have that competition in that marketplace, which necessarily will force down the price. So that is what will play out in the medium term. But in the immediate term, the prices will just continue to go up.
Yes, and if they want to form cartel, the first people I feel like, because some weeks back I saw a headline where a northern who runs this who is into oil and gas, he reduced his fuel price. I think his fuel price was the lowest in the country. He was selling, I think, for because the normal one they sell, I think, is 500 or something like that. But him was selling 400. So with this thing now, if these people should resume, like they should resume, if they start importing now, they will really take the price down. I believe that.
Oh,
Solomon, one
Yeah.
man, good evening, guys. Yeah. You
good
see,
evening, DOJ. Good to see you.
same here. I just feel, you see, this pump price, even if the private entities start bringing in their own fuel, the fuel, the pump price will vary, but I don't think it will make a lot of difference. I think the main thing is to review that minimum wage. I saw somewhere that they said
We, we can we
200,000.
can't we can't hear you. Your connection is
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
no,
we can
that's
hear
much
you
better.
now.
Yeah, yeah, carry on.
So yeah, I think it's the main thing is just to review that minimum wage and at least make people earn better. Because if you look at the price, because the way people now compare the rate of dollars to pounds and to naira and the rate of naira to pounds now, if I look at how much I buy fuel per liter, it's still like double the price they said in Nigeria right now. You see, so I think if the minimum wage makes sense and people can afford it, and by the time it start coming down, I don't think it will go down drastically, even if it comes down. I just think the pump price will be varies in different gas stations, but I think it's what people earn. If people can afford it, I don't think it will affect people a lot. And I think that is a way they need to look into the market as well. Like now,
Oh,
people
oh,
have purchased most of their
oh,
goods before now. And because fuel has gone up now, a lot of people, and I think that's just wicked. And I think that's where Nigerians as well need to do better. If you've purchased a good and you are selling it for, like, let's say 800 naira, for example, because fuel price go up, you don't have the right to now push that price up because you didn't buy it at the time. You didn't stock up at the time before. So I think that is the way Nigerians too needs to help themselves when it comes to price of things. Because a lot of things people will just tomorrow morning now, somebody that has bought their good for maybe 200 naira will start selling for 1,000 because fuel price has gone up. Or and before, when you are even selling at 200, you are still making your profit on it. And I think that's where I don't know how we want to create this balance, but I think what would do a lot of good to people is when the minimum wage is being reviewed and people start, the minimum wage makes sense and people can afford things. I think it will at least make things calm a bit. So these things won't be an issue for now. But with the way
oh,
starting minimum wage and fuel price is going up, people can't even afford it anymore anyway. Food price will
oh,
go up, everything will go up. So I think there's a lot to be looking to when it comes to all
oh,
these
oh, oh,
issues.
oh, oh, all right. D, check your phone. Check your phone. Back to you, Solomon.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Has a point there, or he made a very good point. Like if this minimum wage, if they should increase it, and it's going to really it's going to still be a means of solving this problem of so that people can be able to afford this price or the price this petrol price petrol at any price they put it. Yeah, he has a point. He made a good point there. Yeah, oh man.
Oh, oh, all right, brilliant. Let me take you to the headline of this little boy, which we touched on just a couple of days ago. So uh, the stray bullet kid. Tinubu now intervening. So are we then hopeful then that we're going to get a swift justice in this instance, at least for a change? What are you making of that,
Yes,
Solomon?
yes, woman. You see, this when I saw this headline, I was really, I just said, yeah, that I think this administration is going to really um, um, go down to the grassroots level to know the problem of the citizens. yeah, and we need to applaud Obi because he was the person that introduced something like this. The kind of way he did his campaign and going grassroots. Even though Tinubu went, but the way Obi reformed it, like having this, he made the people like feel like he's going to have a heart to heart conversation. He'll have like he's going down. He will just make himself to be a common man that would listen to every other person on the street and in the street. So something like this now, this thing happened in Asaba Delta State, and it has gotten to the president, and they made a comment about this thing. Now it shows that yeah, these people are they are going to really they are going to do well, and yeah, it's a very
So
good one,
so
and I know
so so
justice.
so you think Tinubu took the learning from Peter Obi? Is that what you think?
Most of
The
their
the the,
adjustments,
the man of the people sort of governance.
yeah, even yeah, because this obese movement really made it, as in it's really made or it's making this administration and making them they are going to sit up in doing things. They will change some things. They will change their ways of doing certain things. Just like this kind of thing now. This news getting to them, to the president is a good one. And them this Dela Lake coming out to talk about it and saying that they make sure that they will get that justice will be gotten in it. So it's a very 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 good step. And yeah, this is what we need. This is what Nigeria needs, and they should really look into this matter, because the way they are killing people in Asaba, we even this unknown government service
But
even
but
better.
but 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 but, but, but it's not even Asaba. It's just the generality of the you'd have thought the first training a security agent will have is not to randomly fire shots in a crowded area, because the chances of that shot are missing the suspect and hitting somebody else is very high. But they just shoot randomly and another a 2-year-old boy. So with Tinubu's intervention, hopefully we get a swift justice to this thing. And there's really not that much to investigate, is there? Because there's even been a confessional statement from the agency. So very quickly we're expecting justice on this, Solomon.
Yeah. It's a very good one. It's a good development. Like, yeah, because like I said Asaba here because yeah, it's this particular one happened in Asaba when I said Asaba. So that's why I said Asaba, this particular issue. So they need to really continue like this and look into all these people's all these into all these cases and make sure and go down. They should leave these cities safe, leave Abuja, leave Lagos. They should just go down to all these rural places, and yeah, and they should start asking what they need, what is happening, and they should start. Yeah, they should be aware of things going on in those places so that they can tackle their issues and all that, and not just focusing only on people in the cities. Yeah, woman.
All right, let me take you to this next headline. Tinubu bows to pressure, orders review of 8,000 naira palliative. So we discussed that palliative extensively here, and I was quite adamant that it was sufficient because my thinking then was that the 8,000 naira would be in addition to whatever monies people already have, but I seem to stand alone in considering it a reasonable amount. So it looks as though that criticism has gotten to Tinubu, who's now asking that it be reviewed. So what are you making of this headline, and how much do you think they should increase it to?
Woman, I want to say something. Are you sure you don't have Tinubu people that work for Tinubu in this your platform? Because there are certain things I see here, and I'll be like, I think like at times Madam Zita say that if she's talking, she say like if you are listening, or I know that you are listening, I will be like, what is this woman saying? But I'm beginning to see to 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 see sense in what she's saying, and I feel like it's true. And I, I feel like there are people that work with this man closely that that come on these platforms or this platform and other platforms to listen to hear what people are saying, and they are working towards this thing. So the other day we were criticizing this. We talked about this thing, and it was not as in people really um were not happy with this kind of action he was trying to take of what is 8,000 naira. For me, I don't even think 50,000 is enough with the way the way things are going. 50,000 that you even go to the market with, I'm telling you, we're not really buying anything reasonable. For real, seriously. If
But
you're somebody that
it's not social security, by the way. It's a palliative. So it's not a social security. It's a palliative. So there's a distinction between the two.
yeah, one man, but 8,000 naira is no 8,000 naira for how long? 8,000 naira that people go and drink with, that you want to give people, like, and I think it's for a month or so. It's not this
It's for
thing is
it's for
very
six it's for 6 months.
six. What? No now. They don't need this. They should improvise. Actually, they should provide another means of taking care of this, of doing this palliative thing. And this 50K is not 88,000 naira is nothing. It's not going to be enough for 6 months. Not even for a week. It's not even enough. So they need to look for another means of doing this palliative thing, and not with 8,000 naira.
Would you describe Tinubu as a listening?
And it's
Is he a
good anyway. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I was just going to ask. Would you describe Tinubu's government as a listening government? Is that something that is coming through, that they're a listening government?
Yes. His people in his team are really working. His team players are really working well. Like their ears are on the ground, their eyes on the ground. They're on ground, knowing, as in trying to bring up solutions to the problem Nigerians are facing. So we say, and he himself, he's like this particular headliner. That he's listening and he's ready to work. So we have to give it to him.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one final headline, and then from there I'll go on to Bishop. Let me take you to this headline, still within that space of the money in the pocket of the Nigerian versus the cost of living. President Tinubu must lead the way in facilitating increase in minimum wage, or he will soon lose the huge support base he started off with. So this is Reno Omokri, yet another love letter to the Tinubu administration. So I don't think that it should take them that long to increase the minimum wage, because clearly the minimum wage is not a living wage. And if you are saying you want to get rid of corruption and all of this, if you are paying somebody, civil servant, 30,000 naira, then you are inviting that person to corruptly enrich, to start taking bribes in that. So they have to necessarily increase that minimum wage. So do you think Tinubu would respond to this? How quickly would you like to see him respond to it, to increase the minimum wage? And what figure do you think a living wage is in Nigeria? How much is a living wage?
See, Tinubu should like this Reno. See, this is one of the reasons why I like Reno, because he's I would always say he's a rational person, to be honest with you. Yeah, this thing he said, he made sense in this thing. He wrote today. They need to do work on this thing soon, like immediately, in increasing this minimum wage, because I don't know what 30,000 copper is. This Nigeria is to make me laugh for real. They need to really do this thing.
Sorry, how much do they give coppers, by the way? How much do they give coppers?
33K.
33K. So minimum wage still.
It's just 3,000 difference. So you see, yeah. They need, and coppers will still be crying that this money is too small and all that. Then imagine people who are feeding their family with this amount that they pay 30,000 or 50,000 naira.
You're you're expected to pay. Sorry, you're expected to pay your accommodation from that, or do they give you accommodation?
Which accommodation? You be the one to to pay your accommodation, man. Nobody's giving you any place to stay. You be the one to pay for your accommodation. It's just some. If you are lucky enough, you work in a federal this thing. Maybe they would be giving you.
From that
Yeah, they will have
30K.
monthly
From
stipends for you. Can you hear me?
D, did you? Yeah, I can hear you. I think D wants to come in. D, did you want to come
Yeah,
in?
I said you are talking about accommodation. But accommodation is a year. They can start saving maybe a bit to cover accommodation, but they have to pay school fees. Like Solomon says, some of these people have families, and most Nigerians, some of them have 4 or 5 kids. I wonder why. So they pay school fees. You pay. You are
No, no, no.
expected.
Sorry, D. Solomon was talking about the corpers, youth corpers. So they get
Yeah, yeah,
thirty-three
yeah.
thousand.
He
Yeah,
said
yeah,
I heard him. He said even
yeah.
coppers are complaining of 33,000 naira, which is true. So if minimum wage is 30,000, these people that are earning this minimum wage, they have kids, they have family, like he said. So some of them have kids that has to go to school. It's out of the same money they have to feed. They have to pay their transportation to work. So that's why is the situation. That's why I look at most people. They don't understand what most Nigerians are facing, because look at what the transportation cost to be with this price hike of fuel. So they will pay the transportation from there. You see, that's why I said this Tinubu regime. I think they are going through a lot at the start of their regime, and I think they should have had plans on this minimum wage. I think this is part of what they should actually tackle first. But probably a lot of this. That's why I don't even understand why this court case is even. I think they should just throw that court case away and let the man focus on what he needs to focus on. To be honest, it's a part of a distraction for the government, because this guy is in power and he has to focus on that as well. So I think they need to look at that minimum wage, because 30,000 naira does nothing for nobody, especially somebody that has a family. If coppers are complaining of 33,000, it's copper, most of them are single and they don't even really have anything to do apart from transportation.
How can you
They
even
can
have
just
a
live.
family? How can you have a family on 30,000 naira? I can't see how that works.
Exactly.
Even if
Exactly.
you manage, if you manage it to the most that you can manage money, you cannot have a family on 30,000 naira.
If you
It's
try
not
to
it's
manage
not
that
possible.
money, that's part of what is causing depression. Because how do you even manage 30,000 naira? Let's even assume 2 kids, 2 kids in school, feeding, transport, your own transportation to work. And if you let's now assume you live in Lagos. If you know what
All right, you've
transportation
broken
in
off. So
Lagos,
back to
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me, woman?
yes, I think D was breaking off a little bit. Yeah, carry on, Solomon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So this man needs to work on this minimum wage immediately, and not just working on it. Then they should, like, there's something he did now. That's emergency stuff about food stuff. Yeah, he, like, that's this thing he did because of the rate at which the foodstuff rate is going. He had to he had to set up an emergency this thing so that they will look into it. That one is a good move. Like, they really need to. Why this? If you see, Nigerians are wicked. So let's remove the fact that fuel is petrol is going up and all that. But do you believe most of these people, even they may be in Abuja or their farms may be in Abuja here, but they will lie that do you know where I went to go and buy this thing? Did you know how the farm might just be in Nasarawa here? You know how close Nasarawa is to Abuja, and they will still be. These things are not good. So we need to have should I say, an agency that would look into these things and help in stabilizing the price of this food stuff. Food stuffs are very important. Let me tell you the truth. The way, in fact, they are one of the major things now that are taking money from, as in removing money from people's pockets in Nigeria. So we need to really look into this thing, and they should tackle it.
What percentage increment has there been in the cost of a tuber of yam? Just the average tuber of yam.
Oh man,
What was it?
see,
What was it 6 weeks ago, and what is it now?
I don't really know, but I have a neighbor that used to go to. She, she's an Yoruba girl, and she can buy like a van of yam and yeah, from one of these Yoruba states, or no, of yeah, I think from one of the Yoruba states also. So I think 5 pieces is about 4 5. I be 4 5 pieces or 6 pieces, 4 5. Can you imagine? For
And
just, and they are not big yams. Oh. They
how
are
much
not
was
big.
it? How much was it 6 weeks ago?
This was 6 weeks ago.
So how much is it now?
I don't even know. It might it should have definitely
You've stopped
gone more than
eating
that
yam,
price.
Abi. Yeah, now eating potatoes.
No. I don't. I'm not really somebody that eats yam that much. Yeah, I don't eat all those things.
How do you even eat? How do you eat? Do you cook or do you just go to restaurants?
Sometimes I go to restaurants, and but I stock up.
As a single man?
I stock up and I cook sometimes. And I go to market to get like my chicken and and my like fresh pepper and fresh tomatoes. I just buy them and keep. So I blend them and boil them and keep. So anytime I want to make anything, I just make it. So these are the things. Food stores are problems. Are one of the major problems in problem in Nigeria. They need to really tackle and set up an agency that would regulate. See, they should put eyes now. Like I think that tax now they want to give those market people now. I think is a good one. Even though I don't support the way this man want to start doing tax, and the people are not even they are not even living where you are taxing them. But these market people, I think they should tax them because they are the ones causing. They are part of the people causing the hardship in the country. So they should look into this thing.
You know, Solomon, if they tax them, they will only pass the tax on to you. So they are not going to bear the burden. They will pass
What
it
if
on
they
to you.
tax them and like once they set up a body now that would like they should have a separate. They should just have a separate body that would.
You know what they should have? They should have a price control board. I think they had that
Exactly,
on
exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. A body that would,
yeah.
yeah, a body that would control their price and still be in charge of the taxing too. I think, those people will be considerate. They will be able to know how to ration the taxing and the way the price of things will still be. So they should. That is what we need now in Nigeria. We need to that department now.
I think they had that under the Buhari administration, military, not a civilian. They had I'm going
Okay,
from
okay.
they had like a price control board.
How do they
Yeah,
do that, Nera? Because I think for every state, even prices are different. Like now, you guys are talking about yam. In Lagos, they don't sell in theory, they just sell per tuber, just one. When you go to market, they don't have like what Yoruba call issue. They just sell per. You buy your tuber, just one. So you can only price when you can pay. They don't put it like together like Solomon is saying that the girl sells maybe for 3 for 5, yeah. So they sell you sell by tuber. So how do they even control when it comes to that? Then how do they look at distance and all those things? So that I think where it's difficult. I just think Nigerians have to have empathy on each other. Mostly all these market people, they need to know that okay, don't make too much profit. It's just like when the cash issue was an issue where people that use POS was overcharging people. Those wickedness, Nigerians need to calm down on that as well.
All right, back to you, Solomon. Solomon, round up that space and then I'll go on to Bishop. Have we got you, Solomon? All right. Can you hear me still? Solomon? D, can you hear me? Can
I
anyone hear me?
can hear you.
All right. I think Solomon may be having system issues. But let's see if Bishop.
yeah. This thing you just said now is something that.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you went
Yeah,
silent.
I can hear you. I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Carry on.
I can hear you. Can you hear me, woman? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Carry on.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Goodness me, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, with what D just said now. Yeah, I can hear you now. I'm talking with what D just said now. With what D just said now, it is something that we joke about in Nigeria. You know, during the cash crunch, whatever, it was the POS people that were in charge of the country that were the ones doing that were the ones doing anyhow. Then during the fuel, it is the petrol attendants, the owners of filling stations that were doing anyhow. So we Nigerians, we need to change our mindset and stop this unnecessary wickedness and selfishness that we're exhibiting. Yeah, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to Bishop, see if he's there. Bishop, are you ready? Bishop.
Hello, gentlemen.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Bishop. It's been a while. All your hordes of fan base, they've been asking after you. But let me kick it off with this space. I just I wasn't sure if I wanted really conversations around this, but it's in the news cycle. So just brief thoughts on this, and then we move it on. It says we can't release Tinubu's criminal case immigration records till 2023 due to unusual circumstances. So this is a headline attributed to the FBI. So there's a freedom of information request being put forward by some American websites because of the traffic that they can generate around the Tinubu storyline. And that seems to be the feedback that they got. So now the obedient space and the usual suspects, they've latched on to that and they're doing their tribal dance around that again. So do you have any thoughts on this headline, Bishop?
Okay. Let me start by saying good evening, fellow compatriots, Nigerian from wherever you may be listening from. Welcome once again. Thank you for joining us on this platform. And please, as you come in, do the needful. Click on the like button, share. And if you have not subscribed, please kindly do so. Well, that news about what's the name of that American guy? That something they used to call him something Gotterman. When I saw your something earlier on, and I tried to look it up when I had a minute to see if there are other news that published it. The last some major news published, it was only Gazette, the Gazette that kind of recycled it. It's been in the outspace for some time. I think it was around February or March when it first came up that the man, that gutter man, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing his name well.
I think his name is Greenspan, the guy.
No, it's not Greenspan. No.
All right. Well,
maybe his first name or something, but I know it's gutter man, his last name, because I used to interact with him a lot before. I think I blocked him eventually. So he did what? He was the one that did right to the FBI. He was flaunting it, and they did not really respond to him. The idea, I don't know where the issue of 2026 now came in. There was nothing like 2026, because I saw the letter that FBI responded to him. There was nothing to, so it was unfortunately it was a bad outing for him. So I don't know why they now went and brought it back, but it's that usual characteristic manner, just to whip something up. So there's nothing new in what he said, and there's nothing to expect from it.
Bishop, I've had an interaction with the owner of this People Gazette, and he told me, and it was in a public online space, he told me quite frontally that often instances they just make up stories. He said that I can go and get the clip. He said that often instances they just make up stories.
That's good.
Yeah, so this, I'm not sure if we should even be presenting this news.
For me, I have done. You testify to it on this platform. I've seen some of their news, and I will go around, check like 5, 6, 7 other media outlets. It's not there, but because of the how salacious, I don't know if that's the right word, the salacity of the news, and the people, some people, because of divided, how do I call it now, want to run with it. So no matter how insane some things, they will run with it without necessarily wanting to verify the source of that news. So we're used to it, unfortunately. So we're getting used to so many bad things. So, but on this Jeffrey Gutterman, he did right before the election, and they responded to him. And it's not like he has written another freedom of information or something to FBI. It was the same one that he wrote then that they are recycling. Just, if there's nothing to no news, just recycled old ones and add some salt and pepper to it here and there. I believe that's essentially what has been done in this case. So I really don't want to spend time on it. It's just going to be wasting our time.
All right, let me take you to this one then. That is not at all a waste of time. So now, it's between, it's like an in-between space that Nigeria is at the moment, Bishop. So this raft of policies that Tinubu has rolled out, everybody can see the greater good. They can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but it gets increasingly darker before it gets brighter. Marketers adjust pump price as fuel hits 617 naira per liter. So how does the average Nigerian, who Solomon tells us that is still under 30,000 naira per annum, what adjustments can he make to insulate this?
Unfortunately, regrettably, it's very tough. And double regrettably, it's going to get tougher before it gets better. That's a fact we have known for years. What was lacking was the courage to take the necessary, the very extremely painful and difficult but necessary decision to set some things right. We've been living in a bubble when we know that we are really poverty-stricken. It's going to come to this at some point. The truth is that everybody loves Nigeria. Nobody wants to subject people to pain and agony. Everybody wants to be popular, to be, what's this guy's name? The Robin Hood, to be the John Wayne, to be the Sylvester Stallone, the good guys. Nobody wants to be the bad one. So there's nobody, I had not said that. Even though when they are selfish, they still want to give people some little, so that people can laugh. So nobody wants to deliberately inflict pains on people, say, you know what, I'm going to squeeze them tomorrow so that they can cry them more, so that they can die, so that they can run away. Nobody wants to die. But we have to come to a point that you have to take, look, do we continue to pretend we are floating, or do we need to take the plunge so that we can get a better tomorrow? I did say something here some times ago, and I remember it was a Galakukuda that tackled me. That look, great men, they know it takes a long time for you to, when you want a shade somewhere and you want to plant a tree, they are not looking at the immediate result, because if they are looking at they won't plant that kind of tree, because they will not see the product. Maybe the product is 30, 40 years down the line, but they need to lay the foundation. Look, we need to lay the foundation. I think a lot about this many times. It's very painful, but it is necessary, except we want to continue to deceive ourselves. The decisions, the changes that is going to make Nigeria to grow, be sufficient in several areas, to be the kind of economies around the world that we want to compare ourselves to, is not going to be delivered to us on a platter of gold. Unfortunately so. So the pains are there. Like the president was likening it to the pain of delivery. Every woman in delivery room, when they are delivering, they will tell you they will never do it again. Lie. But immediately,
Bishop,
yes, sir.
All of these things you said, there's no argument against it. But in the immediate, life is just so unbearable for people.
I know.
So yeah,
I know.
So you can't say there's light at the end of the tunnel when somebody cannot. No, you can, but you cannot say it to somebody who immediately right now, the suffering is so grueling. At 30,000 minimum wage, and petrol goes from 190 something to 600 plus within 6 weeks.
Number one, let's address some things. Let's go to that minimum wage space very quickly, because I've had people loosely making reference to it. Let's stick to facts, please. I know emotions are really overcharged now, but let's stick to facts. Number one, what is the population of civil servants in Nigeria as we have it today? So when we talk of 30,000, what percentage of that, let's say probably our civil servants in Nigeria across the state and federal government, maybe 5 million. What percentage of the federal government of the population of Nigeria is 5 million people? That's one. What percentage of these people are on that 30,000? I can tell you it cannot be more than 2-3%. And another fact is this, that you will not be comfortable with. You might not like it, but it's a fact.
Sorry, Bishop. If the government sets the minimum wage, is it not binding on the private sector as well?
It's not. Let's get that fact straight. And I will tell you why. There was a minimum wage adjustment in 2019. I have not checked recently, but I can tell you maybe more than 10 states have not implemented it. They are still on the previous minimum wage of 18,000. You can check. You can make the checks by yourself. As at the time I checked last, about 2 years, I was discussing, about a year ago, I was discussing with people, only 17 states have implemented. So let's assume additional 10 have joined that 17 to make it 27, that's including Abuja. That means we still have about 10 states, and I stand to be corrected. Everybody can fact check me, that have not implemented that 30,000 minimum wage. That's number one. So some states are still in 18,000. Federal government implemented their own across board, both the parastatals and the rest. Some private organizations have done it. But there are graduate teachers in private school that are charging in Abuja today that are paying people 50,000 naira. It's a fact. They are paying people 50,000 naira. I'm not saying it is right. I'm saying, how do we navigate to get to where we want to go softly without upturning the apple cart? So when we talk of 30% minimum, 30,000 minimum, what percentage of that 5 billion in civil service are actually earning it? Let us assume, without considering that all the states across board have implemented the 30,000 minimum wage. They have not. So if you now increase it again, when the 30,000 is not across board, I'm not saying 30,000 is sufficient though. Don't misquote me. I am saying we can tread softly and look at fundamentally how can we improve the lot of generality of Nigerians. It is not by throwing so much cash. It is by looking at areas that can be improved upon. Look, if we have under Jonathan, they said there are 14 million farmers that were identified. What are the limitations? What are the limiting factors? Okay, that's the one. What are the limiting factors that is delaying, preventing them from achieving their maximum production level? You know, we have farmers that are still operating at subsistence level. All they need is the input, that is improved seedling. And look, I can quote about 10 farm products to you now. We are making some improvement that if we introduce some little bit of technology and empower those farmers, they can more than double their per acre of.
Sorry, Bishop, but that is in the medium term, isn't it? I'm not sure that people are taking cognizance of the immediacy of the suffering of the people. So people talk about medium term, that when the farms come in, yes, that will be in 3 to 6 months. People say the petrol will come back. That's another 6 to 8 months. But the immediacy of the suffering,
everybody criticized 8,000 palliative to people, the poorest of the poor. I tell you, if you go to some hinterland in some places, in some villages across Nigeria, whether it is the north or is the southwest or is the southeast or is the south, and you give some people 5,000 naira, the way they will fall down and worship you, you'll be thinking yourself, oh, did you make mistake? Is it $5,000 that you give them? Just 5,000 naira. If you give some people, the way they will celebrate you, and genuinely. But the way we rubbished 8,000 naira and made it look like, Solomon was talking the other time. I was just giggling here. Now you cannot say, oh, you even try to correct it, that it's not once and for all. That it's going to be for 6 months. He was thinking that it's going to be that 8,000 for 6 months, not that 8,000 every month for 6 months, because that was his interpretation by my own understanding. So what I'm saying is that people did not look in the direction you were thinking, one man, by saying that, look, in the immediate, can we cushion the effect on some people, the poorest of the poor? It's not meant for you and I. It's not meant for people in our class that carry Android or iPhone of 1 million naira.
Hold on, Bishop. But even Tinubu seems to acknowledge that it's a derisory amount because he's now requesting an upward review of it.
No. See, when he says review, we are not saying if it's an upward review or maybe they should cancel it, because people have come up with all forms of argument. Oh, instead of it, buy buses. Oh, instead of this, we are forgetting that federal government is just doing its own. Let state government do their own. Let local government do their own. All of them have shares. All of them have responsibilities. If you have interpreted the review to mean that they want to increase it, maybe you have been too hasty. The review might be okay. People are saying that it's not necessary, because I've listened to a lot of pundits. I saw Ambassador Joe Ibokwe with Shehu yesterday, and I was a little bit saying, what is wrong with us as a people? You just condemn it wholesale. There are several countries that have implemented it. Yeah, there might be some challenges in the implementation here and there, because it is going to be handled by people like you and I. So, I did not condemn that 8,000 if it will get to the real people that need it. Honestly speaking, there are people that 8,000 in a month we do a lot for. It might sound miserable, it might sound disgusting, but that is the fact. Just go there and conduct your own search. There are people you will give 5,000 to today. They will be, when they see you in another 1 year, they will say thank you for that 5,000. So that's a fact. But the way we ridicule it and we allow the media, the media is causing a lot of distortion, unfortunately. So I've said this repeatedly, it's acceptable for us. So it is the way people harangue it and condemn it and demonize it and everywhere. Say, okay, let's take a step backward. Okay, let's be a listening government. So what do you want us to do? Oh, use it to buy bus. Oh, use it to build a health center. Oh, I was seeing these people, they were condemning it. Say, oh, one health center has no life. Is it the problem of the federal government to go and build primary health center in a village? So if we get our priorities right, is the 8,000 small? Yes. But can we do something for the people that really need them? Absolutely. But as usual, we have the crowd mentality and everything. So they are saying they are taking a step back to do a review, maybe to cancel it altogether. And since people say, oh, it's going to be a waste, they are going to steal it. Okay, let's use it to buy bus and distribute three buses to people in state, or four buses. Oh, let's give it to state to do. So that's the problem we have. It is not because we love Nigeria, all of us, but our approach might not be the same. So if somebody says 8,000 is too small, how much is okay? You want to give them 50,000? Have you considered the effect of the inflation, of how much liquidity that the economy can absorb? Because they will still use 20,000 to buy what 8,000 will buy if there's too much of cash in that, especially those areas we're talking about. And remember, those people we are talking about, they were not really being affected seriously by the differential in petroleum product cost. We are talking of people that live in village that they don't have light, they don't have generator. There are people like that. There are places like that in Nigeria. So 8,000 will make some impact. Might not be big, might not be great, but to just cushion the slight effect, of what they are going to. But as usual, the elite have once again, through their criticism and what they call condemnation, take away what should have gone to this category of people for their own selfish reason. Because I don't want to believe that it's because they love these people in the real remote areas, real people that need it. If you've been there, you know what I'm talking about.
It'd be interesting to see how they actually determine who gets this money, how they were able to identify those 12 million households.
They did before, and World Bank was part of it under Buhari, and the World Bank certified it. I can look for that document and send to you. World Bank released a report on the people, and that was why World Bank said that it was only 19.something% of Nigerian population that got it, but they did verify some of the people. There were some videos of the local areas, people living in thatched houses without doors, with children. You need to see I'll look for that video. Please, you can ask people to send that video to you. of when they went to internal, they chose some state. I won't mention state because I don't want to start derogatory here. But they went to some states, some very prominent states, that internal area. You will not believe that people that are talking like this, that there are places like that in their states. I don't want to mention that state now. So I don't want to stand. The people who went there. So there are places that, if I mention some places to you, I live in Port Harcourt in Rivers State. If I mention some places to you in Rivers State that I've been to, and what life looks like there, man, people that still drink from the same stream that animals, that they bathe in, and you see what they. So for me, I think it is just a victory. If they cancel it, it is 1 for the elites and 0 for the real people that need that 8,000. But there are people that 8,000 would make something for. That's my bottom line.
All right. Somebody is saying that, and I must address this. Somebody is saying on Facebook, he says, the people that need this money don't have bank accounts. So how do you plan giving them the money digitally?
Okay.
What Tinubu did say, what the government position is that they're going to send the money digitally. So there's an audit trail.
Yes.
So there must be facilitation for that. I'm not quite sure how you've concluded that they don't have bank accounts, but
they might not have. I will agree with him. I will agree with that person. But I will tell you what happened when they went for the other one that World Bank supervised under Buhari. There was this money that was collected. I think the 300 million from Swiss Bank, and one of the conditions that it was released was that it was going to
that was the Abacha loot, yeah.
Yeah, that it was going to be used for the SITP, social intervention something. And I think part of the agreement was that World Bank would supervise it. So what they did was that they created a kind of, I am not there, but I saw some of the video from that report of that World Bank something. So they captured these people that are recommended by their community heads, people that are deserving of it. So they captured them by, picture, their names, their data, and they recorded it through the community head that nominated them in the village. They went through there are more than 10, what do you call it, NGO or what they call them as?
So sorry, Bishop, just for time, how do you think they are going to digitally send this money?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know the digital. I don't know that digital aspect, but they use those community something to reach them, and they were verified that they got the money. I'm talking of the previous one. I don't know how they plan to do this present one. Whether they are now going to still use digital to get to the subhead, like the village head, and the village head is the one that will not lead them to those people, and everybody that has been captured with testify to it through their picture and their, the documentation is just to prevent fraud. But I would say we can only minimize. People will always take advantage of the situation. Yes, go ahead.
Is there not a way they could create a prepaid card and top up the card for them?
People will still. We are talking of people that are living in the very remote areas. I can mention 100 remote areas.
You're talking about remote. Even in Lagos, there. What's that area called? Is it Makoko? That water?
That's even Lagos.
That's safe. That place safe.
Just leave Lagos. I know Makoko. I know Makoko.
They will be happy. I'm just looking at the way they could. I'm looking at prepaid. Maybe they could do a prepaid card.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, if we are faithful, and diligent in our dealings, this should not be a problem. Why would I want to steal people? I want to go and give 8,000 naira for to go.
But what D is saying is that not the way forward though? To just give them a preloaded card. And then their community leaders can tell them how to access it.
Well, maybe they can do that one. That was why during the last something, they were not giving them every month. So they just give them 3 months, 15,000, so that because of the logistics of having to go every time. So if they give them card, whichever method they want to use, I don't know. But what I'm saying is that 8,000 is not as bad as people have made it to look like. It can do something for them. Not much, but it can, give some sort of, need to get something. That kind of a thing. If people in the rural, sorry for saying this, we are just being very, I'm looking for the right one now. We're just being very, No,
elitist.
Elitist. If people in the open, in the city, can sell their vote for 5,000 naira, it was 5,000 not miserable, but they were queuing up in the sun for hours to sell vote for 5,000. Now they want to give from people for 8,000 and they are condemning it. Are we not evil? Are we not really totally? Don't let me abuse anybody today.
I wouldn't go that far, but because. All right. Let me move you to what's showing on the screen. So this is coming out just in the news cycle over the course of this session. It says Senate President Senator Godswill Akpabio will read His Excellency President Bola Tinubu's ministerial nominee list on the floor of the Senate tomorrow, Wednesday, which is probably today now, the 19th of July. So it looks as though finally we're going to land on that space, the nominee. So what's your anticipation of that space, Bishop?
Well, I mean, some people have said so many lists to me. I refuse to open them to look at them. I don't want to subject to speculation. The only thing I'm hoping for is that I just want to believe that it will be worth the wait, because I'll be very hard. I know that I said on this platform sometimes when we were discussing that there must be a balance between the technocrats, fresh blood, and politicians. They are paid their dues, so it must not be one-sided. It must be balanced, fair and balanced. And we should, I mean, there will be criticism, no matter how, but let it be objective. So if it comes up with a list that is, we'll see it tomorrow, and I will either give it thumbs up or thumbs down. But I won't want to speculate.
Would you say tomorrow will be a make or break day? Because from that list, then we'll be able to deduce. We'll be able with some substance be able to predict the journey of travel of the next 4 years. There's some traditional names that you expect to see, but you probably want to see some names that inspires confidence. So tomorrow will be like maybe not a make or break deal, but certainly it will give us a good indication of the journey of travel for the next 4 years.
You see, the truth of the matter is this. There is a saying in Yoruba, even though I've forgotten how to say it, that it is a bad karma that we always complain because of the truth. Is the truth, Adamini, you know. Now, the kind of, I'm using Fashola's analogy now, the kind of a coach and a mentor that Tinubu is, the one that does what, I don't know, like to use the word micromanage, that he gives you an assignment and is breathing down your neck. He does not give you the latitude to go and do it the way you want. No. He calls you at 3 a.m. Come, that's your memo you submitted. Come, let's discuss it. And at 3 a.m. you are discussing memo, and you finish at 6 a.m. You say, okay, let's meet in the office at 7 a.m. or at 8 a.m. You have just less than 2 hours. So he micromanages. Pashola was using Jose Mourinho and Pep Guardiola or something. Two coaches, different styles. His own style, if he gives you, he will notice the lapses too soon. Because
hold on. You have to be capacitated though, so you cannot macromanage somebody that doesn't have capacity. So yes, no, you cannot really.
No.
Hold on. Let me land the point. I don't think you can micromanage somebody that doesn't have capacity. But what we're looking to see in that ministerial list is capacity. So that's the point I was really wanting to make. We want to see capacity.
I don't expect him to bring anybody that does not have capacity. Without any apology. I don't expect him to. And capacity can be interpreted in different ways. I don't expect him to bring anybody without capacity. I mean, the basic minimum is that there must be a track record, what you have done, what you can do. We must be able to match it. I don't think there's anybody that does not have capacity. One can be capacitated by certain circumstances, that is, maybe you are too afraid to take some decision because you don't know, you are not a risk taker. You don't know the direction it will swing. And if you go the other way, you will sink with it because people will call for your head. It's just like saying, come and play penalty, and it's a dying period, and you are nervous. And you just, so you are the coach, they say you come and plea. The player is saying, look, call the other person. So, and the coach saying, don't worry, I take responsibility with that way. Just go there with your straight mind and do your best, give your best, because you cannot go and take it for the player. It's the player that will take the penalty. And the man is saying, look, he's guilty because the last time he lost penalty, they almost killed him. We all remember Escobar, So and so basically, I think let's give Tinubu the benefit of the doubt, and based on his track record, and as a politician, I want a mix of let the gender be very representative. Let it be well widespread across the country. Let's have technocrats. I've always said that we have technocrats among politicians. I think I will get something. We'll get something that we'll be proud of tomorrow.
Well, you know what you just touched on now is what a lot of people will be looking at. They want to see the ethnic mix. That will be the first thing that people would want to see. They want to see the ethnic mix, and then they want to see the gender mix, and then they want to see the balancing between traditional politicians and technocrats. So all of that will be things that people will be looking out for from that place.
There is one mix you did not mention, one man. People are looking for the blunder mix. They want to see mistakes. They want to see error. They want to see blunders so that they can feast on. That, I can assure you, is the first thing people are looking for first. Not the competence. No, what are they going to bring out? No, people are looking for how we can start a debate to criticize and demonize and finish.
Shall I tell you how it's going to go, Bishop? As soon as Tinubu releases that, as soon as Akpabio reads out that list, very, very quickly, the usual quarters, they will start digging out the criminal records, the allegations, and whatnot, and then they will feast on that for weeks. That is it this one that the EFCC and the DSS that's going to be their.
One thing that is interesting in this saga, or no, not saga, in what is playing out, is that it's amazing how they've been able to keep this in the wraps. That we have not seen somebody that will say exclusive expo and leak out the list. It's going to be the first time. If they read it out tomorrow and it completely, apart from the very normal usual one, but it now turns out to be a fresh list that nobody has released an expo on before, then that means they have been able to tame some inside moves that used to leak everything. That if Buhari mess, we go here. If government, they sneeze every day, all the media, people that planted moves, that means they've been able to tackle that one, and that would be a plus for them. But I'm really very hopeful because I am extremely very passionate about that country, Nigeria. It's a great country. We have our challenges, but we are going to overcome them.
All right. Let me take you to. Let me ask one final thing on that space, and then I'll take you to another talking point. From this ministerial list, do you want to see a departure from norm? So that Tinubu, so that in this instance, they are actually matching portfolios to names rather than just present the names, have them approved, and then assign portfolios later. So do you want, hold on, do you want Akpabio to be reading that Mr. XYZ, Chief ABC, Alhaji ABC, for the power sector, for the agriculture? Do you want portfolios to be matched to the names, so that we can at least see if their antecedents meet and marry up with what the portfolio is? Would you like to see portfolios match to the names?
I will not be too. I really don't want. Let me say that. Let me be very open. I won't. It do not affect me too much because the cons outweighs the pros. I really would not want them to do that based on competence. Because we're just talking, what we really need are seasoned administrators that know their onions. It's not because somebody is a surgeon. You can be a surgeon in America for 50 years, and somebody said the other time, and you have never seen a malaria in your life. You have never seen. So if we have seasoned administrators that are faithful, and we have mechanisms in place that can put checks and balances, so that people are not just, operating like they are lord of the manor. And, then they have technocrats under them Every minister, I used to be a minister with technical assistance on this, technical assistant on that. Even ordinary NMPC managing director, I have a few friends that are technical assistant on this, technical. So, and these are the people that sit around when it comes to critical technical issue. All the man on top need is the administrative prowess. Okay, to be able to go, not just that memo will just come, you will not read memo. No, to be able to go through, scrutinize, and ask for expert opinion on issues that will be deliberated upon. Unfortunately, we have reduced it, and people just shout, like I used to say, yeah, people don't like it. Me say it is. This kacham TTP mentality. We're just looking for where it can be very destructive. There are things we can celebrate. So if they match it, what value is it adding? Because you can actually juggle. You can shuffle ministries at any point in time. You can change. If there are needs in somewhere and somebody has some kind of proven capacity or competence to handle that. So if they do it, I don't have anything against it, but I wish they don't, so that people will be treated, they are administrators. Let them have a retreat for them. Let's call some very seasoned, what do you call it? Come and give them pep talk. Prepare them for it. What are your track records? Are you in the academia? Are you in public space? Are you a former civil servant? Are you a former in the private sector? What did you do? What are your antecedents? And who are the people that recommended those people? Let politics or politicking just be like 20% of the factors that will be considered. But let competency, ability to deliver be the real thing that we're talking about here. That's my view. But I am not condemning if they choose to match them. But I don't think it's going to add any value, by the way.
All right. But then let me take you to this final space, and then I go on to Kene. Tinubu orders investigation into killing of 2-year-old boy by stray bullets during NDLEA operation in Delta. So I'm sure you, like most of us, you would have seen that harrowing clip of the father of that boy chasing down these NDLEA characters as he wept into his phone, telling us what happened to his child. So it looks as though that clip has now reached Aso Rock Villa, and Tinubu is now demanding action. So what are you making of this? It's somewhat of a departure from norm. With this now, do you expect swift and instant justice? Because there is not that much investigation into it. Even the NDLEA spokesperson has come to speak to that space, admitting culpability. So how swiftly do you want justice done in this instance? And if justice can be done swiftly, would that send a signal to the space that this this intolerable behavior will no longer be tolerated?
Okay. Unfortunately, it's a very harrowing, unfortunate, avoidable incident. Very regrettable. My commiserations to the father, unfortunately. But there are so many questions around what has happened and what is playing out. I've had a few persons celebrating the fact that Tinubu orders, and I found that I'm not comfortable with that. I don't like that idea. What's his business of Mr. President in the country? If a crime was established, there is a procedure. Is it homicide? Is it manslaughter? Is it accidental in the course of duty? Is it what do you call it now? So the police should swing in, because even the NDLEA can be investigated, because this is a crime that is different from, was it a moving shooting? Did they observe the, what do they call it, rules of engagement, the rules of engagement in the shooting? The person that shot, who was the commander of the team that went there? If there are procedures for dealing with such things, I don't think it should necessarily get to the president having to tell them what to do before they do it. Because every time there is something, we would now be expecting the president to talk before the police carries out their constitutionally mandated functions and responsibilities. I want the truth to be unveiled if there is any hanky-panky or something. But I don't think we need to wait for the president to order before we do the right thing. That's my view. I'm sure it's not going to be a popular one. So, because every time tomorrow, another husband and wife will fight, and somebody will say the president has not ordered the police. Must the president order the police to do what they are supposed to do? The NDLEA should take the people, take their statement, hand them over to the police, let police conduct their investigation. If they are going to charge people for homicide or reckless use of firearm, discharge of firearm, there is something like that. There is a code of the rule of engagement in all this our something. So if anybody has violated it, do the needful. So waiting for the president, let's see that we are going back to the days of. It shouldn't necessarily be. The president can commiserate with the family and say, "Oh, send his
hold on, Bishop. The story of this boy has gripped the national attention, and it is only because there's been too many instances of this sort of thing. So the whole country has a position, and traditionally these things make the headline. And then there'll be something else that comes up in the headline, and then it's completely forgotten about. We don't know when justice is done, if justice is done, etc. So Tinubu are coming in, the presidency coming in to say that this must be addressed as a matter of urgency. Is that not what the expectation is? That's a matter that agitates the minds of the nation, that the presidency speaks to it.
Okay. I wish you had me too. That's my view. That we should let our institution be, do the right thing, not necessarily that president. So if the president had not said they should carry out investigation, they were not going to investigate it. They're not going to bring the culprits to book if somebody had misbehaved somewhere along the line. That's what I'm saying. But I'm not against what you're saying. I'm just putting my own that we should learn to have institutions that can do things rightly and properly.
Bishop, I get your views, but I don't even think these institutions you refer to and expect to do these things are equipped. I think right now, if the president has come into this, I think now we should be thinking of reform and reorientating these guys. Because these things will keep happening. Whether the president comes in and say, oh, they should look into it and get those people, give whatever punishment they deserve, they should give to them. It will still happen tomorrow and next week and next year. I think we need to start looking at reforming and reorientating these guys. A lot of these guys leave to work from a Baraga joint, most of them.
I think that's not fair. That's not fair. I have seen NDLEA officers that are very thorough professionals. I have seen NDLEA officers. I'm coming. I am saying where they always, but don't use that as a general that they leave from Paraga. But that's by the way.
Most of them. That's why I say most of them.
No, it cannot be most of them. That's generalized.
Most of them. It's most of them. I know how these things work.
No, I disagree. No, I disagree with you. With most of them. Hold on.
As much as we have good people in the police force, hold on, let me learn my point. As much as we have good people in the police force, majority of the police officers in Nigeria are useless and they don't even follow the rule of engagement. They don't follow the conduct they are meant to follow. And I think it's due to orientation and how they were being recruited. That's my take on that.
I disagree with you that majority of them. If you say some of them don't mind, some of them I will agree, but you can't say majority of them. And you can't generalize that majority of the Nigerian police. As bad as the situation we have found ourselves in, which is part of the malady, part of the malady that's plaguing our society generally, among the students, among the workers, among politicians, among doctors, among nurses. There are people among us. So I don't think I will agree with you, majority of them. That's number one. I have seen NDLEA officer come under. There was a particular time we lost 9 or 7 NDLEA officers in one operation in one of the states. I don't want to mention the state that they went to a community that was known for, really known for, and they attacked them, and 9 were slaughtered like goats in one day. 9 were slaughtered. So there is a risk attached to. They have new people that any sign they fidget. We don't know what led to the release of that shot. It's condemnable. completely condemnable. I don't know, because if you are going to residential areas to carry out an operation, there are specific rules of engagement. So that person should be brought to book. That person need to be brought to book. What I'm saying is that they don't need to wait. We don't need to wait. That president must say, okay, go and investigate before they investigate. Somebody died, for crying out loud. A child was deprived his life. So they don't need, it's from that day, they should have carried the NDLEA officers to hand them over. So if they did not do that from day 1 and day 2, then the head there should roll. If they have not done that, I want to assume that they've either put the person in custody and they are taking statement and there are procedural, what do you call it now? Internal proceedings that is going on. If it is not, then there is a problem. I'm saying we don't need to wait for the president to order the investigation before. They should have commenced, and we should, maybe they have not released something, but I want to believe that they are doing something inside of the system. It's regrettable. It's unfortunate. They are doing some job, because what drug is doing to our young people today, I don't know if you are seeing what I'm saying. Those people need to be encouraged. These people need to be supported. Yeah, there will be some one mistake here and there. And that's why I will not agree with you that majority of them does.
You see, I'm not saying they are not doing their job. Even the police.
Somebody has an equipment on that is with me. One man, I don't know if you are there.
What's that?
Something is playing in the background.
Something humming. Like something humming.
Someone is cutting grass.
And he left his phone off. He left his.
All right. Well, only you and I have a thing unmuted.
I don't think so.
I'm certainly not cutting grass, but
Okay. So let me just land on that one by saying I did not say anything against what you say. I'm just saying that, yeah, I agree to reform. I agree we need to improve. Accidents do happen. If it is accident, let them compensate the family. If it's somebody is culpable, let them bring that individual to book. And they don't need to wait for the president to order investigation before they do what is very, very necessary next time. That's my point.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Well put. Stay with us, Bishop. Still other topics I want your views on, but to manage the time, let me go from you to Ekene, who is running low on battery. So Ekene, you're up next. How about how you doing?
Oh man, I'm fine. Hi to everybody.
We do.
Yeah.
So, which story is making the headlines in Lagos? Is it the story of this boy, the Delta State boy?
Well, not really. The story of today is this increment of not even only petrol price, but dollar increase and so many things. So.
All right. Start it off from there. How is that being digested where you are? The increase in petrol and dollar.
Well, it's very bad. One man. I don't know what to say again, but I expect a lot of things from this government, because the last administration, if there is any area they didn't touch at all, is the area of economy. So the only thing that people are trying to get from this government is the improvement, their livelihood improvement, the economy and all that. But quite unfortunate, things are not getting better, because this news today really caused a lot of panic in the life of many Nigerians. Just think about it.
Do people understand? Do people understand why the price of petrol has gone up? Do they understand what's happening?
Well, for many people understand, many don't understand. But you know what Nigeria needs is just a good life. They don't really want to go into deep what is happening. But you know, all this. I know that we still import fuel, and the exchange rate still affect that importation of fuel. So the exchange rate as is going high will be affecting the price of fuel, and that is how it will continue to be. So
and the price and the international price of a barrel of petrol will also affect it at your filling station because it's a dollarized it's an
yeah,
international product.
it's
Yeah.
an international product. So there is no way people will expect the price of fuel to reduce. The price of oil will continue to go up as far as dollar continues to go up. It affects it. So I don't know how the government is going to manage it, especially now they are floated in naira. Because if they have not floated in naira, maybe they are still getting at the rate of 450. Then before the government came up the official rate, maybe the price won't have gone up, but they are floated in naira. So the exchange rate is about today is about 833 or so. So there is no way it will not affect the price of the product because it's an import commodity. So I expect that.
How are people making the adjustments? How is the adjustment being made by the average person?
One man, people are. How do you want them to adjust? For me today, I couldn't buy fuel. It's too much for me, so that's why I'm having low battery now. Not even that we don't even have light. So how? If government could come up with one policy and maybe I've talked about the issue of electricity and this agriculture. These two things can go very far in cushioning this effect. Not giving 8,000 naira palliative. If you can provide more conducive environment for agricultural product to thrive, these things will come down by itself. There is no too much talk about it. If the government, I want them to roll out a very productive policy to fight the insurgency and the urban.
Let me ask you a question, Ekene. What do you think? What do you think controls? What do you think rather consumes petrol more in Nigeria? Is it the vehicles or the generators? Which one consumes petrol more?
For now, I will not say generators because many people are not even running generator in Nigeria today again.
No, traditionally.
Yeah, it's vehicles now, public transport and all that. So, but for today now, many people are not even, before you own generator in your house, you will know your capacity. So that is the issue. The 620 is not a child's play to be owning it every day. How many liters are you going to burn today break? It's too much. So what I'm expecting, the food price itself, people are talking here, I was just laughing. Tomato, 4 balls of tomato is 700 naira. That 4 balls of tomato is 700 naira. So, and a tuber of yam is about 3,500 naira. Many things. So where are we heading to? It's just the survival of the fittest. Just the survival of the. So that's why I said if the government should look into the issue of agriculture and lay tackle it. The government has declared an emergency on agriculture, but I want to see their action because all this. I hate this reading of bringing out note every day and be reading on television. That thing really sometimes it gets me angry. I don't like that every time they will be bringing out news without any action. I want to see more action. Fighting the insecurity and providing a very good space for agricultural products. We do a lot. You see all these things, the increase in price of food is expected because you don't expect people to, after paying bandits, these things, they pay them money before they could go to farm. After that, you still have high cost of transportation to bring those farm products to the urban areas, and you want them to sell at cheap price. How does that happen?
Kenneth, I'm not sure if you had the chance to listen to Dele Alake's speech, but he released a press release from the State House, and he itemized because they are reviewing that 8,000 naira palliative. So they're reviewing that, but then there's also a lot of other raft of measures that they are bringing in to insulate the suffering. And this item 3, as we were talking, it came to mind. It says immediate release of fertilizers and grains to approximately 50 million farmers and households, respectively, across the 36 states and the FCT. So what this reads is that they are going to flood the market with food, which is in the government silos. So what do you make of that?
All these are good now. What am I say all these are good, but the insecurity, what it has caused in farming in this country, everybody knows it. The problem of our not producing enough food today is because of insecurity. People can no longer trust their life in the farm. Just go there and they stand alone in the farm and begin to plant without having the fear of being killed. So that is the problem. So that security is what they should give to these farmers, as in maximum security. Go to Benue. I tell you, Benue. Go to Benue. The Benue used to be the yam hub of this country. Where is that? Where is that today? Plateau State and others. You can't see them again. So the yam comes all the way to the east, Benue yam, all the way to east to my village. For how many years? I have never seen that happen again. So because of insecurity. So I want to see government fight insecurity in that area, give them maximum security. You don't even need all this palliative and all that. What you need is just to invest in that area. You see all these farmers go back to their farm, settle the issue they might be having with all these headers and all these cattle reelers. Settle it with them. Let these guys go back. You see those products. Today what we are managing is just what we are able to get from all the small farms that are close to home. Those farmland that are close to the home. But those large portion of land that we have in the north and every part of the country, they can't cultivate and get anything good out of it again, for the fear of being killed. So this is the major problem. It's not only giving them fertilizer. I'm not saying that giving them fertilizer is not good. It's also good. So leave all this palliative and all that. Those farmers can still enjoy themselves if you give them these measures. It's as simple as that. They can still enjoy themselves if you give them fertilizer, if you give them security and give them fertilizer. They will still. It's more than giving them 8,000 naira every month.
You can. If you were to ask me the two biggest things, or the two things that Tinubu has to do for the turnaround, is what you're saying. That insecurity, he has to address that, and he has to address it immediately, and then maybe electricity. So those two spaces, if you can just do those two, but he has to. It's a matter of urgency, isn't it? Really.
It's a matter of urgency. This electricity and these two things. This electricity of 10, if we can have at least, if not at least some hours, maximum hours in a day, nobody will complain about petrol of 6. What am I using? If I don't want to drive a car, I'll just keep it. Any day I will just decide the day I will have to go out. So that is the issue. But coming out to buy, no amount of fuel. How many liters are you going to burn a day? Is it 2 liters I'm going to buy and put in a big generator to? What does that mean? So how many liters am I going to burn with 620 naira petrol price? So you see the urgency of electricity there. You see the urgency of fighting insecurity in the country, to be able to allow the farmers to. But those areas is like, I'm not seeing the robust policies, just giving out palliative. Those things are not the measures I'm looking for, one man. It's not the measures I'm looking for, those palliative. Because if you do all these things, this country will just you don't need all this money. Okay, you brought out money for palliative. The senators has already taken 70 billion out of that money. Why? Is it the time to buy SUVs? It's not the time to buy SUVs. This is the time to really invest in the livelihood of Nigerians. If you can solve their stomach infrastructure and all that, you have done a lot. So if these things continue, maybe I will just wait, because maybe when he inaugurates his ministers, he haven't had the Minister of Agriculture and all that. Maybe that is what he's still waiting for. Maybe when he has done that, I will see how it goes. But for now, it's not getting better, and those policies are not enticing to me at all. Until they begin to address all these things that I tell you here, insecurity.
It will take a while for you to feel the impact of either Tinubu or any government. Or it's been there for 6 weeks, and it's moved a few things around. Well, I say it will
No,
take a
I'm not
while.
saying. I'm
You are
not saying.
already
I'm not
feeling
saying
the
that.
negative. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not
No,
saying that it will not.
I was just going to
Yeah,
say you're already feeling the negative impact, of course. But for you to see the
yeah, I'm feeling
positive
it. I'm feeling it
impact,
because I'm not seeing the positive direction that I'm expecting. That's my concern. Not that I didn't know. I know that to achieve success will take some time, but there are areas I want them to be moving that I'm not getting. That is my point. If they continue to do it this way, it will not work. That is my point. All this palliative, they continue to say, let us give them 5,000, let us give them this. Then where are you going to provide the money from? You continue to borrow to do palliative for 8 years or for 4 years. That is the problem, because there is no productivity. But if these monies are going into productivity, and the farmers, even in our farmland, we're able to feed ourselves, yes, you'll be proud to the money you borrowed. You see that it really solved the problem of the nation. So that is my point. Well, it's not that I don't know that it will take time. Even if the farmers go back to farm today, it will still take at least some months for them to begin to have their harvest. Everybody knows that. But let's begin to see it happening. Let's see them happening.
But
That's my
Ekene,
point.
don't you think you are being unfair on the government as well? If you expect the farmer won't cultivate whatever they planted immediately, how do you expect a man that just assume a post less than 4 months for you to start seeing the things? So they are working on it. I think we just need to be patient. And I think that's why they are coming up with all this palliative way to help support people and to get to that point. So I think we need to calm down as well. I get your pain and we all feel this way, but I think it's unrealistic for us to expect him to get to that point we expect in less than 5 months.
Nobody is pushing this government to do magic under 2 months of administration. But you see, when you start to go in the wrong direction, people know. If you know how to build an economy, and you see that things are not working the way you want it to be, you begin to notice the negative signs. That is my point. I'm not forcing the government to. I'm not forcing the government to bring out measures tomorrow. What I want to see is the government moving in the right direction. Take out one policy, pursue it. Pursue the insecurity in the north. It is a must. Farmers must go back to farm. Work out that policy. Pursue it with all your strength. Pursue it with all your mind. You will begin to see the progress.
Few days ago, I still say something that Tinubu said he now knows how to tackle the insurgents and this banditry and all those stuffs. So you can tell they are working on it, but they can't come out every day to tell us everything they are doing until they get to that point,
Yeah, maybe that communication gap is still a problem, but if they have the plans, let's begin to see them work out, because communication is still a problem. If they have those plans, and we cannot one man.
Kashim Shettima actually came out with somewhat of a plan. They call it the Faluka strategy. This is what they are this is the broad plan that they have around the insecurity space. They call it the Faluka strategy or something like that. And they are coming up with a kinetic and non-kinetic approach, which is in loose terms like a carrot and stick approach, which is a somewhat negotiation and then a iron fist. And then also the army, the new chief of army staff, is it Lagbaja or what? I think yes, Lagbaja his name is. He's now saying there's no negotiations anymore because that negotiation model under the Buhari administration totally failed. So he's now saying surrender or die. So I think they're structuring some sort of a strategy around the insecurity space.
Yeah, let them do it now. That's what I want to see now. If I begin to see it now, there is nothing to panic about in the country. Then we'll wait till we begin to see the positive effects of all those action of those because these are still written words. I've not seen any action. So when I begin to see the action, now that is when I begin to be happy about this government. So the policies, whatever they know that will help them to fight insecurity in our farmland, let them do it. That's my concern. Then they can begin to all this money they are talking about saving from a subsidy. I want to see they start to invest it in electric sector. That's the most critical aspect before we begin to talk about human capital development and all that. So, but these two critical things, at least it will cushion the effect of this fuel subsidy. Really, in a very big measure. Electricity and all this and the fighting insecurity in our agriculture sector. These are the two major areas that I want them to put their focus on and really do well in that area. So nobody is talking about infrastructure in our country today because we know the money is too hard to get. Before you talk about infrastructure today, nobody will listen to you if you are talking about infrastructure today. People want to eat. Things are too bad to talk about infrastructure in Nigeria now. I'm telling you the fact, one man. So what people are looking up to government is now how do you reduce our poverty, the poverty rate in the country and all that. People are really suffering. Goods are up today. Goods added a lot of money in the market today, especially in our market. So these things are not good for. It's not good for business.
Are you seeing a drop in trade in the Alaba space? Are you seeing a drop in trade?
Oh, yeah, sure. The electronics, how is it not when you eat you come to buy electronics? See, there is a drop in trade for that one. That one is for sure now. That one is for sure. So, but that is not even my problem, self. My problem is let them do all these things these are the things I want to see. These things I just said now is my concern. That's what I want the government to do, so that people will just have a relief. You don't necessarily need to add money there because even this minimum wage they are talking about, just like Bishop said, a lot of states have not even started paying the 30,000 naira. You are talking about even though it is necessary to increase it. But some state governors have not even implemented the last one they increased, and you want to increase another one. How does that happen? So you see that the money is not there. Is it that they don't want to pay it? It's not. It's that they don't have enough money to pay it. So we still need to be more productive as a nation. So that's the point. So if you go today, 200,000 naira is the least I'm expecting for minimum wage. But where will the government get that money from? 200,000 naira is the least I'm expecting.
Oh yeah. So in that space, I was asking who was I asking? Solomon, that you know how much is a living wage? How much do you think a living wage should be for a salary earner? So a living wage is not so much that you are able to live a life of luxury. No, that you are able to feed, to clothe, and
pay your house rent.
Pay your house rent, meet your medical needs, just at the base level to function as a human being. How much do you think a living wage should be, or use Lagos and then a rural area as an example. So give me 2 examples of what a living wage would be in Lagos and then the rural area.
200, like I said, it's 200,000 naira I'm expecting for, especially here in Lagos. At least you can now go and manage yourself. Look for an apartment that you can manage with that 200,000. Then you know the type of food you want to eat and all that. Then in the village, I don't know what are things are even more costly in the village now. Like I had because my mom just traveled back just a few weeks ago. He was even shouting. He was in my place since January, so he just traveled back a few weeks ago. So he was just shouting at the cost of commodity in the village. He's even saying that Lagos is even better, even in the village itself. That the kind of suffering in the village is very, very harsh, and things are even more costly in the village. So I begin to wonder what is happening. So village is even more harder than Lagos we are talking about.
All right. Let me take you to this headline on the screen. Then I'm sure this is making the news in Nigeria. Tinubu orders investigation into killing of 2-year-old by stray bullets during NDLEA operation in Delta. So I'm sure you've seen the clip of that the father. But now, what are you making of the intervention of Tinubu to order an immediate result? Bishop was not especially impressed, but I thought it was a move that he necessarily had to make. So what's your take on that space, Ekene?
Yeah, that's what the president ought to do. But for me, the recklessness of all this our government, I don't know whether security agents or what, I don't know what to call them, but it's becoming too much. This young boy now, if this boy is my boy, I don't know how I will feel with this NDLEA, because I will die with them all. They will kill me, killing this boy.
Look how handsome the boy is.
This handsome guy, they just wasted because of I don't know whether to call it drug addict or even themselves. The person that did this thing, are you sure that he's not even taking the drug, those things that he's pursuing people for? How could just imagine? I don't even like to hear this kind of story because I can't stand it. If this is my boy, you must kill me with this. You must kill me with this boy. There is no two ways about it. I cannot stand it. It's very, very unfortunate. So for me, if I lose this kind of a boy, there is no compensation that will help me endure this pain. But it's still necessary. Let them investigate it, because if this person goes free with this kind of crime that he has committed, then there is no way for this country. We are not heading anywhere. So it's good that the president has given an order, but it's another thing to carry because we have seen in many areas. Even Buhari has given an order for an investigation. At the end of the day, we didn't know how it ended. So, but I pray that this one will come out good, because I can't stand seeing this boy. They're telling me that this boy is no more just because of recklessness of our security.
It's unbearable. It's difficult to take, isn't it? Even I find it difficult to take. And I'm not. I'm
not happy. I'm not happy at all. I try to avoid it, but I'm not happy. I just see this boy. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know if the president can do something about it. Let him do. Let him do. It's quite pathetic, one man. So that's it.
All right, brilliant. So to your super chat, we are already on that. So yeah, that's in discussion. We're already in that space. Okay. So now that I is super chatting to it, to that headline, then the Senate President Godswill Akpabio will read His Excellency President Tinubu's ministerial nominees list on the floor of the Senate tomorrow, which is now today. So what's your anticipation of that space? So at last, we'll see what shape the Tinubu administration is going to take.
This ministerial list, I'm not expecting anything less than capacity. So I don't know I don't know how the list will look like, because these are the things that will form his government and will begin to know how his government will have to take shape. So, but let's wait and see.
Will you be looking at ethnicity as well when the list is released? Will you be looking at ethnicity?
But I think ministers cut across all the state now, so there is no way he will be looking at ethnicity and all that, unless the key appointment there, like the finance minister and some key appointment. But I think it's one man correct me if I'm wrong. Is it not it's cut across the Tashi state now?
Yes, yeah, but as what we saw with the Buhari administration, you know, there are two ministerial styles. You have the substantive minister, who is the head of that department, and then you have the minister of state. So an example would be Buhari is the minister of petroleum, Temipre Silva is the minister of state for petroleum. So that's how they used to, that's what they used to juggle that federal character space. So so they can just have the main ministers from, like we saw with Buhari, an abundance of an ethnic stock as the main ministers, and then to fulfill the federal character ministers of state.
Well, what I would not want is for Tinubu to still do the way Buhari did, to be the minister of petroleum. So if he still goes that way, then that is what I would not expect from him. So any other position can go the way of capacity, whatever he wants to do with it. But the only thing is appoint capable hand that can help move the country forward. So, but the only area I would not want him to damper with or to go and begin to play politics is all this for him to do like Buhari, to be the minister of petroleum, because I think that's the area they used to. Their interest is so much.
I think that is traditional, you know. I'm not quite sure if Goodluck Jonathan was also the minister of petroleum, but I think Obasanjo was, and certainly Buhari was as well. I suspect Goodluck Jonathan might have been as well. I think the president always retains that portfolio for themselves, unless I'm mistaken.
If he does that, then I don't know. But for me, it's recklessness. How can you be the president and be the minister of petroleum? So that's the only area I'll be looking at. This list now, this ministerial list, this is the only area I will criticize him if he does that. So other position, I will only look at capacity and the capacity and the quality of the people he will appoint in those areas. So I will not those ones is not it's not much a concern, but how they will perform is what I'll be looking at. The ethnicity there, I don't have anything to do with it. It's his government. He knows how to manage it. I've said that time without number. So whatever he appoints is what he will get at the end of his tenure. So people will judge him. He has done well. So he has the right to take the decision. But the only area I will criticize him is taking that minister of petroleum. That's the only area I will not really take it easy.
You know, they usually hold on to that as a reward system so that they can be giving oil blocks to their friends. You know, one of the biggest oil block holders is a guy called Indimi, who is the in-law of Buhari. He is nowhere near anywhere where oil is. He's from Borno, but he owns probably the largest oil fields in Nigeria. So they use it as a reward system for their kids and
kids. That's how they do it now. But anyway, I believe because Tinubu government is not like this government, people are out for this government. So he's having a lot of criticism. So he needs to do a lot of things different for the optic. So that's what I'm expecting. So I want him to do something different from Buhari. Buhari he didn't listen to anybody. He just closed his ear. He's doing what he wants to do and all that. So I don't expect that from Tinubu. He's a civilian.
All
He's
right,
not.
somebody just corrected me. The Zani was the Minister of Petroleum under Goodluck. So yeah, thank you for that. So thank you for that. And thank you, Kenneth. So stay with us. Let me go from you, Kenneth. I'll come to you after Kulata DOG, but because I want to hold you steady because we've missed you for so long. Let me go to Kulata and have him pick it up from where Kenneth left it off. So that's now a much anticipated ministerial list going to be read on the floor, Kulata, now today where I am. I'm not sure if it's still tomorrow where you are. It's certainly going to be read on Wednesday. So now, much anticipated, it will tell us the direction that the Tinubu administration is going to follow for the next 4 years. But a lot of things people will be looking at, the gender mix, the tribal mix, and then the mix between technocrats and traditional politicians. And then, of course, people will be looking at the corruption list as well. So what's your anticipation then for tomorrow as finally this much discussed ministerial list now about to be read?
Hey, everybody. Well, about the list, really, the very first thing on people that are politically inclined mind is, do we have technocrats? How many technocrats do we have? Outside of all this politician, gender, one demographic consideration or the other, the main thing is, do we have capable hands? Because, like, as you can see, Tinubu has made some bold policy moves early. People are in pain. They have to go through this process. But are they going to go through pain in vain? Because if we put incapable people there, it's hard to reverse what is done. And if what is done is not successful, if it doesn't come with economic growth, he's in trouble. His government will be written off in 6 months, because this is the fastest change impacted on the citizens by any Nigerian president.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? What's just happened in the last 6 weeks is...
It's 6 weeks.
And unbelievable.
It feels like 6 months. In fact, it feels like a year. So the pain, while it's getting rave reviews from the likes of us and international press and investor community and the like, the real people are in pain. They're in real pain. It's hard. I don't want to just sound like all this eggedy, like, attract this. I don't want to go into that, because we've already talked about that. But when we talk about decisions that like an average person has to make every day, is either I eat one egg, my protein ration for the day, and I have to skip my afternoon meal, and then I drink Gary at night. It's akin to those Abacha days, or
101, Abi, 101.
101 or 100. Look, if you have a meal a day, you're not going to die. That's just the truth. You can fast for 40 days as long as you drink water, but you're not going to die. But it's unbearable. It's unbearable pain. People are prioritizing all sorts of lifestyle decisions. So Tinubu cannot afford to bring out a mediocre list of ministers, then, because people will now be pissed off. Because if you say the spin or the narrative is short-term pain, long-term gain, but if that is what you're telling us, and you now bring all these awkward listings of politicians, necessary evil, we get it, necessary evil. But perception may become reality. People may not give him a chance to grow, because I'm kind of like, I don't know if, of course, today's news is kind of like mega, but I'm hearing in some spaces that if things continue to go like this, there may be protest, mad protest. Because don't tell me, even if you support Tinubu, you have to make some budgetary decisions. You have to get a spreadsheet out. You have to prioritize your kids' school fees over you eating beef, or how you're going to even get transportation. Are you going to walk some distances, or are you going to have to do? I mean, are you going to have to limit taxi? Like some real hard stuff. Lucky enough, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't affect the likes of you and I. We're shielded from that. But what about those people? Because you cannot explain away the benefits of this, the benefits of that. A common man says, petrol 7 weeks ago, I bought this at this amount. This is what I'm buying it now. I could able to fill my tank. Now I cannot fill my tank. So the ministerial list, please, Tinubu, do the right thing. Bring round, what do you call that thing again? Round pegs and round holes. Limits the amount of political appointments you have to make. Even if you make political appointments, make it the likes of Ambode or the likes of.
But by instinct, Tinubu is more of a meritorious appointer anyway. If we are going by his antecedents in Lagos, is more of a meritorious appointer. We shouldn't really anticipate a departure from that.
Yeah, but what about the reality of, because if it's, say, based on last time I was here when we were having this conversation about merit and all, then we say, well, if you bring in Yorubas, there are a lot of people that have merits in the Southwest, true, in the Southeast, true, in the South, but everywhere in the country. But it is the fact that there's some constitutional mandated appointment, which I hate, honestly. Why do we even need that? There's some constitutional mandated appointment. Will you be able now, because you have to distribute it? For example, I may be able to get 6 strong resources from Kano, but now I'm only forced to pick 2. Then I may have slim pickings from Kebbi. Then what do I mean? Then I'm forced to pick the slim pickings. So it is not, I mean, is this professional, the intelligent guy, the politician? I'm not. But he has to come correct, one man. He has to come correct, because for people to continue enduring this pain, you have to show that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And it's not just by
make believe. Quick interjection, please, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Okay. I was just pondering something in my mind. Good evening, by the way. I was just pondering something in my mind. If Tinubu at some point took about 30% of his commissioners and other aides from outside Lagos State when he was governor of Lagos State, if for any reason, and there were no outcry, there were no bulabalu and what do you call it from Lagos, if for any reason, Tinubu bypassed any state, I'm not saying he will heavens fall because of that? Let's assume it's an infraction. Will heaven fall? Okay, for the benefit of us all, let's give you something else, maybe head of one parastatal here and there, or head of one agency, but let's take this person because of more competence. So in your neighboring state, we have 2 people that we really need now. Let's say maybe from Kebbi and Zamfara, and now two people from Zamfara to be ministers. Will the heavens fall? Will people be able to say, okay, if it is for the general benefit, let's go with it? What do you think about that?
So, well, heavens will not fall. That will just be creating a new precedent, right? Heavens will not fall. People will complain, of course, especially if the impacted people come from one of the noisy areas in Nigeria. It will be a lot of noise, and it could be drowning noise. And you do remember that it's just a delicate balance, because if he insists on the people he knows that are smart people, good people, and it just doesn't have, it just skews heavily towards Lagos. The noise, the unprecedented noise that will happen while people are going through this pain, don't you think it will be, the decibels will be mind-blowing? They may not even let the government settle. because all these well laid out plans is only useful if there is peace. If there is no peace, if the country becomes restive, because see now, NNPC, we're following demand and supply, like every sane country does. But Nigerians are not used to the fact that crude oil increases. Crude oil increases, they have to jack up the price of petrol, because that is NNPC's the marketing department's explanation, that crude oil cost has gone up. And so they increase the petrol price. I've said this in the past, that crude oil is one of the factors that will drive up petrol price. I've said it several times. And that's exactly now what's happening now.
Question, sir, Mr. Kulata, please. You said don't mind me. Do you mind? You said earlier that you're hearing from some quarters that people might protest. How long do you think the Tinubu government has before Kasala burst? Before people say, you know what, F it, we're going to protest. How long do they have?
Man,
you must show something, right?
You must show something. Yeah.
So how long do you think he has? A year, 6 months, 8 months?
No, man. 6 months is Babati. It's only been 6 weeks. 6. The number of Facebook messages from God knows random people in the world that I've got. I've not even opened a single one.
It's like a
because
year,
I know it. I know exactly. So honestly, Tinubu has 3 months to prove some direction.
That's it. 90 days.
That's it. 3 months.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble.
He has 3 months because he's a skillful politician. He has to pull all the tools he has to keep all this labor union, all these things, to keep them in check. Look, man.
Sorry, Kulata. Are you saying 3 months to prove direction, or 3 months to start to reverse the hardship on the people? Because
3 months to prove some direction, and that this hardship is only for a temporal basis. And what does that mean? It means real things needs to happen. Dangote refinery better be working. The Port Harcourt refinery better announce concrete dates that this stuff is going to be released. And if there's no semblance that anything concrete is going to happen from the supply side for locally produced petrol, it will be almost an untenable situation.
Sorry, wait to pounce on this. They can't wait to pounce. Labor and PD cannot wait to pounce within 90 days. They
are bouncing already now. They're not bouncing already.
If it's 3 months, like Kay is saying, I'm telling you, they will be the one behind labor. Like, oh yeah, let's go and protest. We are behind you. They can't wait for this to fail. They can't wait.
You know, there are so many pockets of pressure points that are looking to. They're looking to agitate something. They are looking for an opportunity to roll people on the streets. They're just waiting for that opportunity.
They're waiting with bated breath. They're waiting. Like, it's more like, and also, you see, let me just say this. At this point in time, we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder. We just need just one matchstick. Someone strikes one matchstick, the whole thing would explode. Because even for those that love Tinubu and supported Tinubu and believe there's light at the end of the tunnel, you're still faced with hard choices on a daily basis, and it is not going away. I mean, I can't say that, by September or by November or by December, things will have eased out. Because what is the reality? Is either prices go down or my money goes up. One of them has to happen before people get some respite.
Kulata, do you think Tinubu should open an import portal just for a bridging period, 3 months thereabout, for people to flood Nigeria with food, rice, whatever, just import and crash because something
and crash the prices. Yeah. They have to do something about, number one. There are a few things that I'm seeing they're doing. On the petrol space, I think they've given a boatload of people licenses to import so they can push NNPC away. That's happening. But at the end of the day, some fundamentals are still the fundamentals. That will be playing with their margin. But crude price is still crude price. the refining costs outside refining costs. Maybe their own margin, they may get competitive on their margin when 10, 15 people start importing. So that may give a narrow window, but that's just a narrow window because look at the difference between, I mean, what this 600 reflects the reality. The 500 was not too much of the reality because that was price earmarked in June. So that's petrol importation. Now, from a food perspective, grains, where are we going to get grains from? We have a grains reserve, right? And I think managed by CBN, they have to release the grains reserve. But
they're already doing that.
So is it going to? It's not going to be free.
That was
they're already doing that.
No,
okay, I did not know.
No, that was in Alake's press conference today.
Okay, I've not read that. I've not read that.
Let me just give you item 3. It says yes. So it says immediate immediate release of fertilizers and grains to approximately 50 million farmers and households, respectively, in all 36 states and the FCT. So I think they are opening up the government silos to,
Yeah, but is it free? I mean, I don't get it. They just said something. And at the end of the day, how does it get to people? Is it free? It can't be free. Are people going to line up?
If you don't have money to buy, then what's the point?
So I need to know without knowing how they're going to distribute the mechanism with them. That's just hot air. I'm sorry to do that. Like, I mean, see, there's no amount of spin now. The thing is, if abroad, if they give you, maybe they put 10 cents tax, all of us will freak out that we can't municipal tax with this, we know they pay. But the situation in Nigeria, which I understand and I support because of that's the only way we'll be fiscally sustain anything. It's like what's the percentage increase now? 160 to 600 times 2, that's 100%. Times another 100%. That's like 400 or 500% increase. Can you imagine having 400 or 500% increase in petrol price in America? They will burn the country down.
And I remember we work with our guns.
I'm a pot and we got my pocket.
No, we don't want to see that. Settle down.
all guns blazing with my 2-pack. So I mean, honestly, on a serious note, though, some real meaningful things has to happen. And the problem is this: even the real meaningful things that can possibly happen is still not enough respite, except we have economic growth. So the real things, petrol and all, is just marginal decrease. Like Dangote producing petrol. Yeah, I mean, we're going to save in terms of shipping costs. Competing with other things, we'll save in terms of margin. Maybe who knows what that is. That could be 50 naira. It's still something. That could be 50 naira per liter. It's still something. But the prevailing rate is still the prevailing rate. Only thing that maybe may be able to help a little bit with flexibility is if his NNP's refinery now comes out. NNPC will have some control. But NNPC is now supposed to be a corporation. So they're not supposed to make losses. So, but if assuming they say, okay, let's then be a loss leader to drive prices down, that's still some form of subsidy. And that's, I mean, so NNPCs can't even do anything. They have to operate at market rate because we're getting away from subsidy and we want to step back into subsidy. So even that one is mute. It's just going to be a marginal difference between what they import and what they produce and sell locally. Let's just say 50 to 100 naira, depending on where crude ends. If crude goes up, and I mean, another problem we have, our balance of payment is jacked up right now. There's too much. We've not been able to clear the massive demand for dollars that the carryover from Buhari. So that, in addition to market makers, they keep driving up the price of naira to dollar up. And NNPC is not intervening. I don't think they have enough dollars to use our reserves to intervene enough just to do a managed flow, to intervene enough so we don't get runaway forex exchanges. This is what happens under market forces. This is where, government needs to act just to steer the ship a little bit. Right now, I'm not seeing too much of ship steering. So Nigerians are faced with a double whammy. And Tinubu, economic growth is the long-term solution, but how fast will that happen? how fast are we going to attract enough dollars? The dollars are coming in now. You can see the stock market showing, but those are still just investor dollars. Those are not what do you call this? FDI. Those are not FDI. Their portfolio investors coming in. Those are not reliable, but they're useful. Sorry, one man. What is it?
Yeah, Kulata. I was just going to say, I was speaking to somebody just a while back around this. They are saying because the naira has been liberalized, there's a lot of capital flight out of Nigeria. People are just moving money out of the country, moving, and that's really reflecting in what we're seeing in this sharp spike that we're seeing. Have you given any thoughts to that?
I've given thought to it. It's not like moving. The demand for dollars is still too excessive, and it's not just today's demand. It's a lot to do with yesterday's demand, unfulfilled, now getting fulfilled. So there's been a backlog. You know why CBN was not allowing, for example, airlines to repatriate their dollars? It was because there was no dollars, and the few dollars they've been given to politicians and what do we call them again, cabals and all whatnot. Those cabals right now, they still need to make the money, but they can't make the money as easy as they used to make it now. So they're going into the market to speculate and drive prices up. So they're still making money one way or the other, but not like the way they used to make it before. They're making it now playing the market. But if CPN had dollars, this is where they should step in. But NNPC does not getting enough dollars to still give CPN because we still owe $3 billion to those guys that are doing crude swaps. We owe them, and before we pay that $3 billion, it's going to be till October. So crude swap is still going on right now because that is what they have to use to do the payments one way or the other. So that is opportunity cost. The crude that we could be selling to the market that we're not producing enough, we're still producing 1.3 million barrels. The part of the crude that we should be selling is used for swaps to pay this $3 billion debt. So dollars isn't even coming in. Not enough dollars is coming in into the economy. So balance of trade is still warped. And we still have the excessive demand that's still on the ground. And then we still have the new demand that they need to satisfy. So that pressure, including speculation, of course, a lot has to do with speculation, keeps pushing that, driving that naira up. So before we stabilize, I mean, if Dangote and all these people
can you give a time frame to that stabilization? Do you think
only I don't know
because I'm taking somewhat of a gamble with this naira space. It is my anticipation that it would have reversed by Christmas.
Man,
yes.
So naturally, Christmas we have more dollars in the economy because of all you abroadians that come. And luckily enough, we don't have election this time around where they will, as you bring the dollar, the politicians take it and use it to dollarize whatever they're doing. So maybe Christmas we may have some respite. But in terms of tectonic shift, not until I think Dangote refinery may, I mean, first of all, we need to clear the backlog. The crude swaps, all those BC, all those other BC for airline, all those dollar demanding BC. How long will it take us to clear that backlog? At least I know for a fact that the crude swaps one, that's 3 months. The rest, I don't have visibility into the rest. But let's just say before things may have a sense of a new normal, and a new normal is still a very expensive normal for an average Nigerian. I will say 6 months at the very minimum, a new normal. But what happens between now and that new normal, there's potential for chaos. But given that Tinubu is a good politician with political skills, he may be able to prevent the chaos. I never underestimate that man. But as things are going, before you get to the new normal where at the end of the day, they still have to do some form of palliative. Maybe they cancel this 8,000 and bump up people's salary. But when you bump up people's salary, the only salary that Tinubu has direct control over is the federal workers. You increase.
Okay, what about price control, because oftentimes when you
forget that nonsense, forget that nonsense. Don't even bring that garbage.
I'm
Price
asking,
control.
no, I'm just asking the question.
It has never worked anywhere. Price control. I mean, forget that. I mean, no, forget price control is one of the most insane ideas ever. Like, I mean,
okay, so
what I don't support price control. I've never seen it. It's personally, I'm not a fan of that, and I've not seen it work. Maybe except in some extreme military situation, which we're not in. Price control just kind of brings its own series of problems. We already tried it. It was a complete disaster in the 80s. So, I mean, the time we've tried price control, it doesn't work. What needs to work is economic expansion. I mean, economic expansion. How can you use this 500 billion? And not just this 500 billion and more, because this 500 billion is supposed to be palliative. Like, you can't, I don't believe they can distribute that 8,000 to individual people. Yeah, it adds up, because when you think about injecting that amount of money constantly, it will stimulate the economy. Yes, it will stimulate the economy, even though it's 8,000 that goes in the individual people. But with our own corruption, if those money doesn't get spread out, if it's going corrupt hands, that is not stimulating anything. So, assuming there was no corruption, they could give it to people. It will stimulate economy for the brief period that Tinubu needs to figure this stuff out.
Kulata,
sorry, can I interject? Can I add a little thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if for this platform or when I was discussing with my friend, you know, you always call me in Jamia approach when I said you should go after Emefiele and the rest people. Today, Emefiele says like caricature. But anyway, I don't know if it's this platform or I was to my friend. Like I was saying that Tinubu should open the border for now. Like on written law, they should flood the country with food so that the prices will crash.
They've done that. They've opened the border.
Yeah, but I know. I'm just saying they should open the border. And my friends were arguing with me. No, it's like it happens in every country. In the COVID period in Japan opened their border for everything to come in, up to drugs. But if they control it, it happens in all this first world country. You have to open the border. The major thing is food, and you let them. You can have business talk with some people, those importers, to control it. They should flood the market. Imagine price of rice is like 6,000, a bag of rice 6,000 naira. People will not really complain over the hardship, but they can afford it. You understand? Buy the things like all those tomato paste, the necessary things we need.
What paste? If because I was just thinking as we were talking now, if they open the borders for foods to flood in, would that not destroy all of the 8 years initiative of trying to grow data, especially rice space? Because when you open the borders, it's rice that will mainly come in, and all of that billions of dollars spent to grow that market is completely destroyed.
No, man, it not destroyed. That's why the government has to take initiative. Like they have a plan, like maybe 6 months. They have to put it in trusted hands. Mostly. Okay, continue.
Let's extend that thought process that one man just introduced a bit, and what you just said. So I agree. They should open the border to try and flood the market with cheap imports, almost like dumping. Dumping is a bad word, but just to bring cheap food so people can eat. But issue now, based going to what one man is saying, so not to destroy those farmers. Now apply subsidize those farmers. So it's like a double injection. Subsidize those farmers in a meaningful way. So the losses the farmers will have been getting, they can pass that to the government. US does that every time. A lot, I mean, the farmers in the US, they pass the loss to the government. You buy it from them. Yeah, you buy it from them. Yeah. So, but it needs to be make sure it's called Nigeria. You have to watch out for corruption. So, if you can buy it from those farmers have constant demand from the government. Government can silo those foods and figure. I mean, one day it's not my job. Once they figure out a way to distribute all these silos food, it's good. So, keep the demand from those farmers going by buying from them, keeping the cost artificially low for people to buy. Open up the borders so more food comes in. So that way you can do two things. you can kill the food inflation right now. You can kill the food inflation. People will be able to eat. At least if they can eat, you solved one of their problems. And of course, if you kind of like this palliative of 8,000 or whatever, channel that into subsidizing farmers and increasing the minimum wage. But the minimum wage you can impact directly is just federal workers. If you now give state money to increase their own minimum wage, is up the better off. It depends on what the state governors do. It's going to be vary from one state governor to the other. So that there's no guarantees for that. So I agree with what World Peace opened up and what one man, that could be a potential way to relieve the suffering till we get a productive economy. Now, artificially subsidizing those farmers can ramp up the productivity for those farmers. Of course, that has to go with the securing. Of course, the assumption is they should be able to secure the farmers. This bandit issue, they should be able to address that. But if you can artificially keep the productivity of those farmers going by buying from them, and also, I'm looking at a realistic short-term solution just to keep that output going, then they need to find a way to like incubate private sector to invest in processing. So while you keep those output going, you can now start figuring out how you can reduce waste from those outputs. And that may become its own cottage industry, food processing and food transportation.
Cottage industry, that's a mass industry right there. In fact, they should be localizing this processing. I think Dangote actually tried something similar.
It failed.
When he was trying to do tomato puree or something.
Yeah. So the question is like a massive investment in agriculture. Why you take so the import is just temporary. Why you invest?
Why you invest and you buy from the farmers. But here's the thing is that is where I will want to channel that kind of subsidy. If it was me, and honestly, it's not like I thought about this before. It's between World Peace and one man that the idea just like, why not? Because it's more like cheap imports come in, buy from farmers. You can't sell it, you silo it or whatever you can silo. At some point in time, there will be a lot of waste until you figure out all this processing and storage. But governments should not be the ones doing the processing and storage. They should.
Can you add one? Remember months ago we had the discussion about subsidy, and I mentioned targeted subsidy towards transportation, like those. Those where because one of the reasons why the food is good is because of transportation, right? So if you can target those public transport services where they don't jack up the rates, you can still lower that cost coupled with agriculture. So if you can fix the issue of movement and food, that is very huge.
That is huge. Yeah, right. If people can eat, at least they can bear the petrol brunt a little bit more. If they can eat.
So targeted but this 8K thing, I'm not sure about it, to be honest with you.
I don't like the 8K thing. I think it's a dumb idea. I don't like it. It will stimulate some spending.
It's under review, by the way. So I was
the money will not get to those people.
They will steal it is my problem. If it gets to those people, it will do something.
They're so poor. They don't have any ID or bank accounts to even put. How will you track who is getting the money? You can't track. It's impossible.
You can't track it now.
So
are you going to tell all of them to go get NIN number or go get BVN or some dumb shit like that? Like, it's not going to happen. So why are we fooling ourselves? They're going to steal that money. That's why I don't like it. Like, it needs to be channeled in an alternative way, giving them direct cash. It works in same countries. Like during COVID, they gave some people that qualified cash. They gave them cash. And I think they even gave people going with fast salary too a little bit. Is it some $300 that? Something like that. They just gave money and they kept giving money and it helped. But of course, it's basic. But at the end of the day, in Nigeria, I don't think it's workable because these people are so poor. They're so remote. The most vulnerable people are in the remotest part of Nigeria. How are you going to get to them? How are you going to give them?
I have one more for K before one more. You said 3 months because that got me worried. You said 3 months. Now,
it does this
I do.
On my word,
I do. How? Okay, do you think that the kind of people that he appoints might give him maybe an extra 2 or 3 months? Let's say somebody credible comes in as a minister, they say, okay, 3 months, but let's give him 2 more months because of this guy that they brought in. How does the appointment factor in that 90 days that you mentioned earlier?
Babati, you said think about what you said.
I just wanted to
wait. Let's play it out now.
Hold on. Let me add on to what Babati, because I wanted to thank you, Babati, for opening that space. But I wanted to add on to that space. Because it's going to walk a very tight rope with this ministerial list that Akpabio is going to read out tomorrow. Today. So the ethnic mix is going to be a major factor, especially given the climate now. And then the gender, is going to be a major factor. You've already spoken about the technocrats that you.
One man, gender. Look, what are you talking about? One man. We're not in Europe. Who cares about gender?
One man, you're missing the point.
He made the promise now. He made the promise that he was going to bring more females.
If you find you they talk gender.
Hold on. I'm saying that even that 3 months that K is saying, if you go out and put anybody there, it might be 30 days. So I'm telling you, it might not even be 3 months. That's my point to K. If you go and put anybody there,
okay. Let's stop being eggheads. Let's stop doing this geeky stuff. Sometimes we get in our own, we gas ourselves up with all this analysis and co. Look, go and call a Wasiu, a Tajuddin, a Friday, Monday, Osage, Osumbo on the street and say, Tinubu appointed technocrats, so that means things will be good. And then Taju looks at you and says, okay, but I beg, buy me Pomo. How does that information have to do with giving him an extra 3 months or 1 month? It means nothing to them. Like, it is not a solution. What do they know about technocrats or no technocrats? Who gives a rat's behind whether it's the person worked in Bain and Co. or Deloitte or this thing or that one? It doesn't matter. The person won't chop. You are saying, oh, these ministers are this, is that. Delalake can spin all he wants. People want food.
Okay, be honest with us. What kind of scenario are you really painting? Because the way you're sounding, even that 3 months is too long, based on what you are saying now.
The 3 months is, look, people are on the edge. Do you look? Since you've been born, since I've been born, while this is a good policy, I've not seen the tectonic shift in people's livelihood happen so fast in my entire life. While is good, don't get me wrong, I support it. But when I get out of my cocoon to think an average hopeless Nigerian, I've not seen their fortune change so rapidly in my life. But I have to say clearly, this is the dose Nigeria needs to figure things out. Without this, we'll be bankrupt. But it comes at the cost. But that cost, I have never, ever seen the fortunes of Nigeria change negatively, rapidly, this fast. But it's for the good cause. Don't get me wrong. It is for the good. But while people are going through this, it is real.
Kulata, what about cutting cost? Because these guys are still maintaining their standard of living up there. I'm not seeing any cutting cost in this government at all. And I think it's a major issue. What do you think about that?
Kulata may be able to answer, but I think his system, is back. Okay, yes.
I cannot kick me out. You won't give me bomb.
Yes.
I was asking you about cutting cost because I'm not sure the government are not even making any move in that area. Those in the top, they're not cutting any cost now. They're still living large. They're still buying SUV. They're still making budgets for SUVs and all that.
Okay, let's talk about that. Federal government, executive, because this is where Civics 101 comes in. The executive government what Tinubu controls, can only cut costs within ministries and parastatals, right? The judiciary, they are the ones that approve budgets and all that stuff. So while Tinubu can cut costs within the executive arm, like, I mean, shrink the number of ministries, for example, dissolve some things, realign some things, consolidate some things, yes, but it will have zero impact to do with what the legislators will approve for budgets, for example, because the legislator may not flat out say that if you don't pass this budget enough, I'm not going to approve the budget. And the legislators are the ones approving their own salaries and their pay packages. Tinubu cannot do anything about that. He can only talk to them, advise. They have their own power. They're equally as powerful as him. So when you say government cutting cost, the federal government can cut cost. The state government, the 36 states plus Abuja, is up to them on how they want to cut cost or not. And also, if you cut costs draconianly, I mean, in a draconian way, then you put more people on the street that are jobless. And that means your economy suffers more. So you can't even go and rush to cut costs right now because the government is supposed to be the spender of last resort. So if you cut costs, I mean, you can align cut costs over time, but kind of like put structure in place that will streamline things, cut excesses. But firing people at this point in time is probably a no-no. Consolidating agencies and all, yes. Cutting some structural costs, yes. That's yes.
I think it's the SUV that
SUVs. I'm not even talking about SUVs. They still approve all those things. They still approve it.
Legislator will do. Tinubu has no control over the legislator, right? They're rogue arm. They can do whatever they want.
They can do whatever they want with the money. They already got their.
They can do whatever they want now. So there's nothing he can do about that. He can only advise and just kind of moralize and maybe be the voice of the nation. But they will just ignore him, honestly. They can pretend like they listen to him. But the legislators will still drive. If they can fly a helicopter, they'll fly a helicopter because they control the purse. So that's just the way government works. That's the way the government with practice works. There's nothing he can do about those SUVs and go.
So but this the way you're saying, I'm sorry to say once again, one man, sorry to cut you short. It's like this anarchy is inevitable. The way you're saying it though.
No, it is no, it can be avoided. It can be avoided though. It can be avoided.
But delivery you own bang, but
look, maybe I've listened to many people suffering for the past 1 or 2 weeks.
But it's like it's inevitable. That's the way you're sounding. Like
let me just disagree with that anarchical theorizing that a lot of people have been doing.
No,
I don't think there's any risk of any anarchy happening anytime.
Nobody is even ready to go to the street.
No, wait, let's clarify.
Let me tell you why, and then you can just dismiss it out of hand. If there was ever going to be any real reaction to what's going on now, it would have been within the 2-3 week window of it happening. So people have made the adjustments to the situation that they find themselves in, with the promises of a better future. So I don't think that the window for anarchy is closed as far as I can see.
Okay, let me push back. Yeah. Let's say, Nigerians are not used to market forces when it comes to petroleum product, right? Especially petrol. So we say people adjusted to 500, right? Now it's now 617 or something, and in interior places like 700. People are going to adjust to maybe 600 or 700. Let's say nothing happens. Then who knows what happens? Crude oil keeps going up. It gets to 1,000. At some point in time, people will push back. Like, how much more can we take? Because we're talking about. So here's the thing: you can prevent the anarchy in terms of like whatever this palliative becomes. If it's all this subsidizing, I mean, bumping up salaries and doing that, that may calm. That will definitely do something. But I'm talking about a situation where market forces is market forces, right? Crude keeps going up and up and up. And then our exchange rate is still not under control. Like I said, we still owe a lot of people a boat. There's still a lot of dollar demand that we've unfulfilled. And so that there's not much play to defend the naira. So if things keep going on and on and on, the adjustment that we know is adjustment to 500. I started seeing people freaking out about 600 and 700 that's coming up. Tomorrow, it could be 800 because that's the way the market works. It could be 900. And then are we going to be talking about the situation of constantly increasing minimum wage? No, that's never going to happen. It's always going to be one bump up in minimum wage while petrol fluctuates up and down, up and down. Now, if like crude and some other things go down like it naturally goes, if it goes down, there'll be relief. If Tinubu, being the maverick politician that he is, he knows how to put the screws to kind of control things. I don't underestimate him. I feel he has the powers. If there's any politician in Nigeria, he's the number one that has the power to maybe control this reaction. But if some of all these things don't align perfectly and the price keeps going up and up and up, we're human beings. At some point in time, is people will start eating each other, because how much more can you take, especially if the economy does not improve? So I'm not going to rule it out.
Do you think the situation can get to a point that he might be forced to introduce some sort of stealth petroleum subsidy?
I hope he doesn't, but no, I think his mind is made. But they just have to, like, the thing is, it's so unfortunate that because we cannot subsidize. We just cannot afford to subsidize. At least petrol. I mean, I'm not saying I cut subsidy in every aspect of life. They may be forced to introduce subsidy in a productive area of life. And I think farming should be prime suspect, because that's one that kind of like can impact Nigeria the most, and also eventually pay us, and then bump up, for white collar jobs, the ones they can control, government one, bump up the salary. That means people will spending will go up, productivity will go up in the farming. That may reduce that will definitely reduce food inflation. And that could be and maybe simultaneously, if we now start getting more portfolio investors coming in, that means the market will be flooded with dollars. And then there may be a few control here or there for CBN. That may help. But nobody knows all the variables. This is just some random guy in America saying his own having his own take. But that is what maybe bring some succor. But it's a hard job that Tinubu are right now. It's a hard job. They need to do it right, because structurally we're in the right direction. But how do we get through this painful process? That's the biggest challenge right now. One man. I think I'll leave. Yeah.
And the PR and the PR. Right. So that the PR to market this policy has to be nearly perfect at this point.
Top notch.
Better job. They can't be Buhari.
I think Dele Alake is doing an excellent job. I think Dele Alake is straddling that space very well.
Okay.
He's trying. The press releases are good and timely. They're timely at least. Buhari has no concept of time.
Coletta, let me add to this. I know Party loves his country, does not want problems in the country. But unfortunately, it's not emotion, like what Coletta is telling you. It's not emotion. It's inevitable. There will be uprising if things continue like this. It's like, Coletta said, go and check your inbox, your messages from Nigeria. Business are closing down every day, like a stone drop.
Sorry, is that what piece? Is that what?
Yeah, it's what piece.
So,
yeah. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry. Now, people have to bring in some things to cushion that effect, like food. Like we say, they need to open that border so food comes in. When food comes in, people can be doing local business, go to the border, buy rice, and come and sell inside here, make 10,000, 10,000, 5,000. That will remove their mind. But if the strategy continues like in the next 3 months, the only reason you're not seeing uprising now because the South is still holding it down is our own. If the North rise up, the country will go aflame. The country will go aflame totally, because you cannot control it again. You just need one person to spark it somewhere. Then everybody will now bring the past anger, previous anger of Buhari, they add it to this. So you need to do something with all this policy.
Like Arab Spring, Abby.
Yeah, because people have grievance of Buhari before, then this one, and you are making policy. Yes, it's good, but there's no food in stomach. Look away, put policy. Look away, let some things come in. For example, if you allow a rice start coming into this country, they are selling a bag of rice 6,000 in Balogun, and they hear that they can go over the border and buy it for 2,500 and sell 6,000 naira. That's you are creating that business opportunity again. But you control like in a year to pushing that place. So people start having things doing. You take their mind away. There's food in your stomach. People start going to farm. Now we have insecurity. There's no food. There's no money. It's going up.
You're breaking up. Wapis, you're breaking up. But land it, and then I want to move Kulata on to the narrative of this little boy.
Yeah. So, Babati, what Kulata just said, putting in your heart is very close. You look more closer than that. Because you cannot predict. Now Nigeria is quiet. It's more dangerous. Okay. Now people are now agitated. You know Nigeria would like fire brigade approach. You can wake up tomorrow morning, everybody's are playing. What will you now do? Who will you now hold? Like NSAS.
You know, we don't actually have a history. Because you have to say that that NSAS was somewhat of an aberration within the Nigerian space. We don't have a history of that anarchical sort of we don't have that history, do we? Really, we don't.
But it's starting from somewhere now. Now one day they start now. So I said they said an argument is an argument.
All right, Kulata, four times. An angry man is an angry man. Yes, stomach infrastructure. But Kulata, talk to us about the narrative of this little boy, which is quite heart wrenching.
Honestly, I don't know anything about it. Though. I've not read the story. I've not read news today. I don't know anything about this story at all. What happened? I don't know what.
You want to dock it? What do we owe you, Abby?
No, I'm looking at the headline, but if I react just based on the headline, so NDLEA stray bullet killed a 2-year-old.
It's a narrative of this. So the NDLEA, they were at somewhere in Delta State, carrying out a raid on a drug den, and then in the whatever it is that happened, they started to shoot, and then the bullet took this little boy. And then went through the eye of his brother. So the whole of the country, I'm surprised you've not come across it. The father got into, as the NDLEA were leaving, the father of this boy got into his car and he was chasing them down. And as he was chasing them down, he was also recording that they killed my boy, NDLEA, a stray bullet. So the whole of the country is somewhat, they just crestfallen by, and then Tinubu has now ordered investigations into it and all of that. But if you're not
that's
following
a good move. No, I mean, based on what you said, I can at least react to that. That's a good move by Tinubu because like it shows like he's paying attention to what's happening. But what happened to this kid is very, very unfortunate. But what the NDLEA did, I mean, they ran away. That is criminal. That's criminal behavior. You can say mistakes happen, right? Because it's a stray bullet. You can go question their training. Question their training, where they should be using deadly force, where they shouldn't be using deadly force, and things along those lines. And if, for example, if their training permits them to use deadly force in close quarters, such as this, then you can. Unfortunately, I hate saying this. You can say maybe that's collateral damage, right? But they now started running away. Like if an accident happened, you stay, you own up, and then you go and address it, and then you pass whatever relief you need to pass, if your training permits it. So there's one thing that their training permits it. There's another thing that they're now running away. So whoever are involved in this, of course, it's criminal. I think they deserve to go to jail. I think they deserve to go to jail because you just ended the life of a little kid. But like I said, if it's a situation where they had to use deadly force, and based on their training manual, I'm not familiar with anything they do or train about, and it just happened to this kid, that may be permissible because it's an accident. But when they were running away, you're not being accountable. You're not standing up for your responsibility to kind of like make sure, first of all, can we save this kid? Because this was an accident. Can we save this kid? Oh, if the kid is dead, all right, we take it up. We go to our office, we file a report, we start doing whatever compensatory or punitive thing that needs to happen. So them running away is guilt, in my opinion, and based on just that act alone, they have to be persecuted. Heads must roll for this. This is simply unacceptable.
All right, give us a brief thought on this last headline, and then I'll go on from you to Darati, and then from Darati to Babati. President Tinubu must lead the way in facilitating increase in minimum wage, or he will soon lose the huge support base he started off with. So this is Reno Omokri writing yet another love letter to Tinubu. But just on that space, I think the minimum wage has to be increased. But what will constitute, in your opinion, a living wage in Nigeria? So, firstly, do you consider that as a matter of no more than 3 months, the minimum wage should be increased? And then from there, what do you think constitutes a living wage? You can use a middle of the road space like Ibadan as an example.
Yeah, but you're talking about someone that has some sort of ideology, right? So saying this is a minimum wage and all that stuff, I'm not one of those people that buy into that immediately, and I'm going to explain. You have to pay a person what the market demands of that person, right? You have to pay a person what the market. If someone's job, the market feels is what 10 naira per hour, then it is 10 naira per hour, right? Because that is what is demand for it. That's my general principle. So you just, if your skills requires 50 naira per hour, then it is 50 naira per hour. If your skill is 5 naira, it is 5 naira. So that is how I take it. Now, from a social responsibility point of view, which is doing the right thing, altruism, and all whatnot. I mean, the current minimum wage right now is like 35 or 40,000 naira. I think they have to like double it plus extra. So for us to be able to reasonably afford a minimum wage, I think it needs to go to maybe 80 to 120,000, within that range. Just totally ignoring what I said about, I feel people should get paid what the job demands, because that's my own principle. Whatever the job demands is what you pay them. Because there's someone else in the market that will be willing. Huh? What are we what?
No, it's Babati. It's Babati causing mischief in the private chat. But carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Because there's someone else in the market that is willing to earn whatever that amount is. So you putting someone, making it more expensive, then you're pushing other people that are willing and able to work out of the market. So, but for a government, they need to like keep. I mean, they have they have more priorities than just paying people market rate. Then I mean, something in the realms of, like I said, 80 to 120K should be the new minimum wage. But it needs to come with. I mean, you just don't. I don't know how Nigeria can put things in place to control our population and people, because someone earning that kind of minimum wage, you have no business having 6 kids, because you're just creating a social problem for the government. So I don't know if you can peg it.
Do you know a country that does not, because we have a minimum wage in this country, which is
every country has a minimum wage. Yeah, it's means tested. I know it's means tested, but what means what do we use? Is it bread? Should we use bread to test it? I mean, means tested is how much. I mean, based on how much people earn. But your country, the UK, you have a robust tax collection income. You have a robust income tax collection system, And I mean, you do tax a lot of rich people. Nigeria, we're not there yet.
Yeah. So, but okay, also that tax system, which what you just described now, don't you think that maybe they should push it back a little bit because people are not really in the mood for any taxing right now? So how soon should they introduce tax into? They don't want to get. You know what I'm saying?
But this is the problem. This is the problem of leadership now. Look, okay, let me put it this way: if they're going to increase minimum wage, they should not back down on taxes.
That's
yes,
tough.
no.
That's tough.
They cannot back down on tax. If they're going to increase minimum wage, they should not back down on taxes.
Come on. I mean, right now? Oh, man.
Yes. Because they're bumping up minimum wage. They're bumping up.
No. I mean, remember the 41 million that they said they captured in they want to.
But that is consumption tax, though. That is not income tax. That is consumption tax.
Even that stuff, we just not right now. It's tough, man.
But it's limited to only people earning over 25 million naira. I mean, people with revenue inventory of over 25 million naira. So for the smallest business, it doesn't affect them. And I think after we had that conversation, I found out that we stole that idea from the UK. Because in the UK, if you're earning less than £85,000, you are not mandated to file VAT.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the UK. Yeah, you're not mandated to file VAT as a business in the UK. I checked it up because it felt weird to me. So I just went to look up. I saw that.
How close is it to having your W2 or 1099, right? Like independent.
Those W2 1099, those are for your income. Those are your
income tax.
Payroll and income tax. But this one is sales. So you need to be able to show your sales, your inventory, or how you sold your inventory, and then show that okay, this is how much VAT for this. This is the VAT amount. So they need to figure that out.
He has a lot of work to do with that PR. He has to sell this stuff, man. He has to find a way to sell this because this is. I agree with you what you're saying, but they have to sell this thing to people. Town hall, whatever.
Propaganda.
I'm telling you.
Distraction. The propaganda, distraction. Distract them with religion. Distract them with tribalism. Just distract them.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
All right. Do you have any thoughts on this headline on the screen before I move on to Dorothy? We can't release Tinubu's criminal case, immigration records till 2026 due to unusual circumstances. So this is the FBI, according to the People's Gazette.
FBI won't talk like this now. I think this is fake. Why will FBI say something in unusual circumstance? I never heard FBI make that.
Apparently, somebody sent a Freedom of Information request, wanting to access Tinubu's records with the authorities in the United States, and that was the response they got, according to People's Gazette.
And FBI said it is not till so year that will release it because of unusual. It sounds. I've heard many FBI press statements on TV. This doesn't sound like one of them. I'm sorry. I mean, based on my own understanding of FBI and based on the communication I've listened to on TV, I find it hard to believe that they said this. It may be true, but it just doesn't it sounds weird to me. I'm sorry. That's what I think. That's my opinion.
That would be meat and drink, though. For me, yeah.
Ambo ati the time in the FBI, so Ambo.
Oh man, goodness me.
I mean, because look at it, FBI will say they will release it when Tinubu wants to contest for second term. Doesn't that sound crazy?
Yeah, that sounds like blackmail. Even that sounds like it doesn't sound right, does it?
Doesn't sound right. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Stay with us. Let's go from you, Kulata, to Dorothy, who joins us from the Gambia. So, Dorothy, you're up next. Are you there, Dorothy? All right. He was joining us from the Gambia, but apparently in the land of Nod. There you are. So there you are, Dorothy. Let me take you to the space, Dorothy. Marketers are just pumped as fuel price hits 617 naira to the liter. So there's so many ways to rationalize it. Hold on. Babatunde, make sure your mic is switched on so that I can have you on. Babatunde Martins, make sure not your camera, but your mic, so your device is not connecting fully to the system. So you can be our new voice of the day if you are able to, or go back out and come back in. So, Babatunde Martins, your device is not connecting. Make sure the mic is switched on. Yeah. So Darati, hold on. I think he may well have done it. Oh, there he is. All right. Mute yourself for a moment. I'll come to you shortly. I'll come to you after Darati, actually, because we always like to document new voices quickly. But Darati, to the space then, this 600 and by the way, if you look at the journey in 6 weeks from 198 per liter to 617, you can hear the pressure of the situation from Ekene's submission earlier on. So we can rationalize it. We can say it is a necessary thing that had to happen. We can say that Tinubu did not even have to make a decision, that the decision made itself because of the circumstances that the country finds itself. And we can say that in the medium term, this will prove ultimately a genius move for the country. We can say all of that, but the pressure on the people from 198 6 weeks ago to 617 this week. What are you making then of that sharp increment in the pump price of petrol, Darati?
Thank you, woman. I want to tell everyone on the platform and people that are listeners worldwide that they should like and share. It's very kind of unfortunate that this is coming at this time. We have said this before now, that even the first increase that we had in the pump price, that is still not the final one. That there's still going to be probably some extra increase when they finish the tranche of petroleum product that was within the purview of NNPC at that time, what they imported that time for the month of June. We have said it earlier on that by the time they will be finishing that, if these guys are able to increase it to about 500 or something that time, and many of the marketers were saying that, if we are going to be able to go back to the market to buy and still continue in business, we have to increase this pump price. So we don't need to wait till the time that we finish that particular tranche of a petrol product that was available before we increase. So, and coupled with the unified exchange rate, which has jacked up the price of dollar. Although a good thing, but on another level, it brings a price to pay towards Nigerians, ordinary Nigerians. I must say that it's not easy for Nigerians. I must say that. I still spoke to people yesterday, and I know what people are going through. Apparently, there's serious pressure even on the government itself to find a way to fix this. So somebody was saying that that time that there's still probability that this thing will still go up by the time they'll be buying for July. The new product that will be coming in, these guys will afterwards probably have to jack it up. And with the current market reality, so the price will have to go. But it's not. Nigerians are not finding it funny, and even people that are outside of the country, we are also paying the price too. But if you are going to buy anything in Nigeria, you know how that's going to be. The price has gone up, flight ticket has gone up, everything has gone up. But we want to say that probably in the interim. But I would say that the government needs to also come up with a very, very robust mechanism to checkmate sharp practices on the part of these marketers too as well. In as much as we are saying that we need to do this, just like you said, we need to do that. Fine, it's good that we do it now. I was still telling people yesterday that the need for us to just to regulate and let this new government find its footing in order to put us on a better platform, on a better the growth threshold. But the government needs to come out with a better policy framework in the short term, mid term, and the long term, to be able to mitigate the effect of this. It's getting a bit too much. And some people, from the other space, they are already calling for protest. They are already calling for protest and so. I told them that fine. I will still want to see how the government will respond to some of these things in order to see what comes out of it. But the real fact is that this has pushed up prices. I was talking to someone yesterday, and places where maybe 1,000, 5,000, 2,000 before, within the city, they now take it for about 5,000. I mean, when you want to take it with a private charter from one place to another for an emergency, it's now about 5,000. Can you imagine that? So it's not, Nigerians are not finding it funny. It's really eating deep into the pocket of the people. And the palliatives are not, the state government are doing their best, but the federal government still needs to do more. And I wouldn't know why this guy is not also coming up with his own. Although, based on what I heard, that even Dangote itself will not be selling, really below that price that much. Probably there's going to be a decrease in that. Probably 10% of the current price will be off the table. So we are still talking about under 5 something, 600 the other. So, but what we really need to see the government
Sorry, did I read somewhere that Dangote was buying up petrol stations all over the country? Yeah, I thought I read that somewhere, but
yeah, I believe it's possible because the logistics of getting the petroleum product being produced, that's the very big, a massive production. To be able to offset that, and that was the reason why, if you look at it, Pinnacle Oil had an investment of about 1 billion dollars. I think that would be the largest tank farm in West Africa right now. In order to be able to offset, as the product is being coming out from Dangote, is able to collect from him, store, then from there people load. But even though they had that, I want to believe probably they still have a lot of reasons to buy some of these any available petrol station, just to mop up this product as it's coming out. And I want to believe the government. I learned that the government, they said is going to be buying in naira from Dangote. He's going to sell at probably equivalent of $1, but in naira, which we believe should be able to help us firm up naira, against the dollar a bit. At least it's going to be helpful. Unlike when we are buying, we sell to get dollars at the international market. That same dollar, we buy an equivalent of that dollar, to meet our domestic needs. So it's just as if we are not even getting any value for the money. We buy in dollar, we sell in dollars. The dollar we get is what we use to buy the product and bring it into the country. But these days, it's going to be like we sell in dollars, we convert it to naira, then we'll buy back from Dangote in naira. So if they're able to expedite action on that, probably that will also be a relief to the marketers. And the NNPC issue is the NNPC has a rule, and one of the rules of the NNPC is to make sure that it gives the private marketers a run for their money. To help bring that's one thing that Tinubu needs to do if he really wants to get this guy checkmated. Because if the NNPC is able to put this product out at least minimum profit, but at a very good price that can mount pressure on the independent marketers, on how they sell. They know that we have a competitor, and it's showing that we need to get this thing done. But even at that, there still should be a ceiling. even as you are saying, even in the advanced world, there's still a kind of ceiling, even though it's a free market economy. Let's say for example, now if everybody is selling for 1 point something dollars, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, depending on state, you cannot go and sell.
Sorry, who are you saying the government should enforce a ceiling on the petrol price?
Yes, they can still manage to enforce the ceiling.
How is that enforced in a free market? Space?
I know. No, price control is not one of the principles, of course. When we are running a free market economy, you should be a willing buyer, willing seller.
Because if the government establishes a ceiling for that petrol, then they have to insulate that ceiling and what the marketers are saying they want to sell at. So that's subsidy, isn't it?
We won't say that's really subsidy. That is just to actually, for example, now, if the NNPC guy.
Okay, let's use an example. Let's use an example. If the marketers want to sell petrol, this is just for the purposes of example, so don't hold too fast to it. If the marketers want to sell petrol at 600 naira per liter, but the government has set a bar of 500 naira per liter, but the marketers have a legitimate business argument to say that it is 600 naira per liter. What happens to the 100 naira?
Well, you see, the problem that we have in this part of the world.
No. Address that question. Don't go philosophical. Address it frontally.
Okay. Let me say this. You know, different countries with its own peculiarity. Me, I've known Nigerians to be somehow, apart from being a good business people, you know, people could be opportunistic at times.
No, I know. I'm not talking about opportunism. All right. I don't think you understand. Do you understand what I'm saying? No, I'm not talking about. Hold on. So you do understand. I'm not talking about opportunism. I'm not talking about sharp practice. I'm talking about legitimate business argument. So there's a legitimate business argument that the price should be 600 naira, but the government had already set a bar of 500 naira as the peak price. So what happens to the 100 naira?
Well, what happens to the what do you call it? 100 naira. You know, apart from the fact that the 100 naira is not as if the government will be paying the subsidy. The government can actually have a robust engagement with the water stakeholders that come. This is of course like a national call. Even though we can use the instrument of the law to say, oh, this we want to force this, but we have given you guys the opportunity to still.
No. What I'm establishing to you is that the government cannot set a price bar. That's what I'm trying to establish to you.
You know, you don't get it, woman. When I said what I said, I wasn't saying that the government should actually set a total regulatory control over the market. Don't forget that we used to have this before. We have the Petrol Collection Fund, we have the PPRMC, and we have the DPR. All of these guys have been moved into RPA, midstream regulatory agency. So the fact is that there's a way they can engage these guys, whereby, and also using their own since NNPC also has outlets that come. This thing we know, we were the ones that oversee these things. Even though we know that we are running a free market economy, we want things to be fixed according to the price rate. Don't you think this is beyond the normal rate? So there's a way they can. The government has some instrument. There's a way they can engage them without forcing them. Unlike when we were doing subsidy, which is it gives the government a carte blanche to go for the jugular of anybody that is not following that price. There's a way they can engage. And that's what they do in other countries of the world. That come, we know this thing is not easy, but at least we are able to do this. I want to believe you also should be able to do something within the normal threshold. Not that you are taking it to 750 or 700 But if it's still between that 600 that you are saying, or 590 or 585, I think it's still okay. But not going to above 3. Because you know that we have tendencies of increasing things abnormally.
Sorry, Dorothy, can I interject briefly?
Yeah.
Rather than price control, if the government has strategic petrol reserves, then they release it to try and, to put more supply. But that's if that is amenable to supply. Because you can't be, that's some form of price control in a way, but still using market forces. Carry on.
Yeah, the United States did.
Bring it home in a couple more minutes. So you still have the floor, but I want to get to Baba quickly just to document him on the platform. But bring it home.
Okay. Now the United States also did that using the strategic reserve, in order to try and force down the price of crude oil at the international price. Trying to kind of placate the Russian power at the international oil market. So and even at home, and even back home like that, just to make sure that at least we're able to say, you will not be able to give excuses. But in this case, if you look at it in this case, for bringing in the product is not even a problem now. The product is already available based on what we heard from what NNPC and NDPR is already available. I saw it on one of the channels the other time. So it's not as if there is ease of bringing this thing in. It's just the price adjustment that will favor both the seller and also the buyer. The buyers are saying, "Come, this thing is expensive. The government should do something for us." The government is saying, "Come, we cannot regulate like we normally do before, because we don't want to pay any subsidy. We don't want to have anything on our neck that will eventually give us tighten and choke us up." So it's just like finding a middle ground, releasing strategic reserve, engaging with the important stakeholders within the marketers association, and letting them know that the need for them to still regulate, and also helping to make sure that the personal the other issues are taken care of, by that the marketers are complaining about, are being taken care of. The issues, the bottlenecks that they can think they may use as an excuse to make sure that they frustrate Nigerians by increasing these things. These things are in the millions of billions of millions of liters. So they know one naira alone can go into billions by the time you convert it, by the time you multiply it with the number of liters. So it's just engagement with these guys to let them know that this is a national call, one way or the other. This is a business. It's also a national call, because you look at it very well. Look at what happened. The consumption has already dropped. So I want to believe. So these guys are also trying to look at how they can manage the drop in the consumption. Although it's a frivolous consumption before, actually, it was not the real consumption figure that we were having, that was peddled around before. So it was one frivolous number that was just written on paper for us to swallow, just to steal money and get money out of the government. So that the government needs to watch. In fact, somebody was even saying that they should go.
All right, bring it home. Yeah. Bring it home. Yeah.
So that's my submission. The government needs robust engagement with these guys. They need to do it.
All right, brilliant. I'm still coming to you to take your sounding on the little boy in Delta State. But I want to quickly, because I've always said that new voices are coming. I'll get to them just as quickly as I can. So Baba joins us. So Baba, on mute, introduce yourself and come into the conversation. Good to meet you.
Okay, one man, can you hear me?
I can perfectly. How are you?
Okay, I'm very well. I've not done this before, so I'm just having a feel of what being in the studio is like. So I'm enjoying the conversation.
You summoned up the courage today.
Say again.
I said you summoned up the courage today to come and join us on the screen.
I think it's got to do with attitude, because I don't suffer fools gladly. and I don't have too much of a thick skin, but I practice over times. I've been listening to your forum on your platform, and I enjoy it. So I think I've kind of pep myself up for this. So I would rather excuse myself by just being in the studio today listening. I think I will join properly tomorrow.
All right. Before you leave, just to the conversation, just give us a couple of thoughts on what you've heard so far, what we're discussing, especially the hardship that is being vested on Nigerians, which is necessary. But try and explain that to Baba Mustafa, Baba Motiu in Moshe. So what are you making then of the trajectory of Tinubu, the steps that is taking, and how it's impacting on our people?
Well, it's quite unfortunate, but it's a bullet we have to bite. We've been dodging it all along. I think the nearest we got to fixing this thing was, I think, during Yaradua's time, when he returned with the pressure coming from NLC then. He had to return Dangote's check back to him when he purchased the 4 refineries. I think if that deal had gone through during that period, we wouldn't have been in this situation right now. So it was like the doomsday was postponed. And we have to bite the bullet, like I said. Our people are suffering. It's tough, but a lot of things have to be done. Tinubu, unfortunately, doesn't have enough leeway right now. He has to start doing something. I want that 8,000 maybe increase to 10, and let them find a mechanism how to get it to the poorest of the poor who live in remote area, who live in hinterland. They have to find a way. I don't know. I've racked my brain to see. These people don't have bank accounts. They don't have bank accounts. They are not documented, but they need this money. I listened to Bishop. He put it aptly that, I mean, what you say of people who sell their vote for 2,000, 5,000 naira, and you are saying 8,000 is too small. It is small, yes, but it goes a long way for those people. You understand? Those are the things that you let people start seeing something being done. You can't ask us to continue to sacrifice without seeing something being done to show that succor is coming, is coming along the way. And I think, like I put in the chat the other few minutes back, I think buses also above 50 passenger capacities, those that are imported should be import duty free. Those manufactured locally, the excise duty should be free so that people can invest in transportation. Let people be able to move. When they can move, they can trade, they can eke out a living for themselves, rather than just sit at home, morose and not knowing exactly what to do. People have to move. They have to wake up. They have to go. So that will reduce the pressure on the transportation. But like the last speaker was saying, that maybe a kind of form of subsidy. And you ask the right question. You ask him that, look, if the government peg it at 500 and it happens to shoot up to 600, what happens to the differential of 100? He couldn't have the answer to that. That's not something we have to go back to. We are inside the pond already. We should not fear to catch cold. You understand?
All right. I know you said you only popped in to say hello, but there is this simmering narrative that the country is just a pinprick from anarchy, that the people, they're just that little push now from taking to the street and rebelling. Do you see this? Do you see that narrative? Do you see that as a possibility? Do you think we are at that point that just a little push then will tip people over the edge and the country will go aflame. Do you see anarchy coming, Baba?
The way I see it, a lot of subterranean factors in play here. People who do not like our country, who want the country to burn for whatever reason, you understand? They are coming up. I listened to CLO today. They called a press conference. And looking at them alone, I said, this is not the CLO of Agbakoba I know, of Ayo. I can't remember the surname of that lady who took over from Agbakoba. I know Clement Nwanko very well. That's the CLO I know. But the ones that appeared today in a press conference calling for mass protest and everything, I was just shaking my head because they don't look CLO to me. And there are a lot of people, actually, it's like they are on leash. They are ready to go. All I hear, even from people that I discuss with, is like they want the country to burn. And I say, what do you want the country to burn? I mean, can you cut your nose to spite your face? I don't see it because Tinubu, one thing we don't realize is that he told us he wanted a job. He begged for it. He danced for it. So nobody should pity him. And this is the first time we are having somebody who did that for the job, who danced and begged for it. Obasanjo was drafted. Yar'Adua was drafted. Jonathan was reluctant. Buhari just wanted it for the sake of, I don't know, whatever reason. But this is the first time.
Massage his ego.
Exactly. This is the first time we have someone to give me the job. You understand? I look at it as prophetic, and I think he would perform. But it's not the one that will take us to El Dorado, but it will lay the foundation properly.
Baba, do you have any thoughts on the minimum wage space? Because a lot of people are, some people are suggesting that as an immediate insulation, a real sharp spike up in the minimum wage will cushion all of this hardship. So do you think that's a solution, or do you think that's just is just a red herring?
It is a solution to me. I think if you read Wealth of the Nation, I think one of the principles, though it's a long time old school, but I think the economy still needs some jolts, a kind of shock treatment further by introducing the minimum wage. And I have always suggested through your chat this thing that 75,000 to 80,000 will be appropriate, because I come to that number because going back into time, I discovered that most of our minimum wage has always been within the $100 range. And if today's exchange rate is about 750 to 800, that's where I put it. But then it's not just about the wage alone. There should be other palliatives, like I said, transportation. You understand? If the buses are cheap, a lot of people go into the transport business. It doesn't really matter how much we buy again, because if you are buying the bus very cheap, the petrol price wouldn't matter. It will cancel themselves out. And I think the model Dangote is trying to come up with will also help us to a large extent. If he has his own petrol stations, he's buying up stations right now, and he's a very shrewd person, and I think he will control that market very well. That's why I suggested in my chat that our own local refineries should be sold, and the money used for something.
Oh, you said they should hold on to one. Did you say they should hold on to?
Yeah, the LMA one, the one in
yeah. Why?
LMA Africa should be. We just hold it as a kind of to check Dangote's monopoly. You understand? Because all the Modu refinery in Calabar, in Edo State, they are only producing diesel. they need a kind of contraption to be able to produce petrol, and they will need at least between 80 and $100 million to be able to convert, to be able to produce PMS, which is the premium motor spirits. So they are just for diesel and other byproducts. So, but we should retain only LMA just to checkmate Dangote's monopoly. You understand? That is my own take in all of this. But I see, like we said, 6 months, I think we will start to have relief. If the minimum wage is introduced, we have enough transport. Some electric trains come on stream, and all that. I think we will start having some, because the state governors too, I think they are taking up the challenge. Imo State has increased salary. Edo State has done same. Some governors are buying buses on their own. There will be a lot of money. That subsidy thing was terrible. We are going bankrupt. We are bankrupt. We're not going bankrupt. As of today, our foreign debt to GDP.
So sorry, Baba. Have you noticed something curious? Because in the course of all of these subsidy narratives, anyway, let me not go there. I was going to make an ethnic point, but maybe I shouldn't.
Bring it on. Let's talk about it.
No. In the course of all of these subsidy removals, the people in the southwest and some in the north, they understand what is going on, or they are in alliance. They are in a lockstep with what is going on. But there's certain quarters that they try to heighten up. Anyway, let me not go there, because it will open up a space. But let me take you to this space instead.
Well, man, you're there already. You're there already.
No. It's just a game. Baba turns up, and he's speaking to the logic of it. And of course, you can hear the undercurrent. It's a Yoruba man. But then, of course, if Baba was another person, then it would take a different inflection. But it's just it's a pattern, that we see. It's a pattern that we see. But we don't want to open up that space as we agreed, Baba. Right, remember?
Right. Yeah.
But Baba, I think have you been following this space? The narrative of this little boy in Delta State, the stray bullet, and then Tinubu weighing in. Do you have any thoughts on that space, Baba?
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. I listened to the father when he was chasing the NDLEA van. I cried inside of me, because no parent wants to bury a child, particularly in that circumstance. You understand? I know, I feel the pain like him. You understand? Because if it has not happened to you, you wouldn't know. But then the circumstances, how the whole thing happened, I wouldn't blame the NDLEA personnel more, because if they had stayed to help the situation, believe me, jungle justice will happen on them. It has happened dozens of times in our country there. They will burn them up, burn their van, and that will be another narrative entirely. So when they sped away from that situation, I could understand. I can also understand the father chasing them. But at the point he got to their office, you understand, they should have handled the situation differently, rather than kind of threatening him.
They said they cocked a gun at the father at some point. When
that's what I had. And that was very, very bad, in bad taste. And I think, look at even the younger one, the little boy, when Ovoware, I can't pronounce that name, the Delta governor visited them. Look at the eyes. The bullet kind of like grazed the eyes of the little baby. And I think the government just have to do something. You cannot measure.
Do you think Tinubu should make an example of this situation to send a signal?
It's something that. How are you, my darling? Welcome. It's something that has to be handled with care, with a kind of thoughtfulness, because these guys were on operation. You understand? If it's a true operation, not a kind of raid, and let me just put this succinctly: things happen. We understand. Things happen. The NDLEA has not been known to be reckless like the police people, which we know. I think, in a way, they should be there is no price put on a child's head, but they should be compensated. The little kid with the eye problem also should be taken care of, and the family really restituted in this case. You understand? I don't know. I'm just as perplexed as any parent, you understand, or grandfather. I don't know how best to handle this. You understand? It is a lesson. It's a new channel being opened by this NDLEA thing. I think it will serve also as
Look
a
how
warning.
handsome! Look how handsome the boy is.
Yeah.
I can't bear it anymore. Like, I have to remove that picture from the screen. It's too much for me.
Yeah, I feel the pain of the father. If you listen to the video when the father was chasing them, you understand that was horrible. That was horrible. My heart went out to him. It was terrible. But the president has done well coming into the matter and then calling for a kind of probe. Let them just look at it well. It's operational thing. What happened? How did they arrive at shooting at random? I mean, are they there legally or illegally, or they are just kind of freelancing? All those things have to be checked.
All right, brilliant. So how was it? It wasn't as painful as you thought it would be, is it? The comment on the screen, Baba.
I can't hear you well.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. There's still a few more things I want to, but I'll leave it for next time you join us. But stay steady. Just stay with us for as long as you're able to. Let me go back to Dorothy, who yielded the space, because I just wanted to quickly acknowledge you as somebody that joins us for the first time. So that's.
Okay, one man, grateful for the chance. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So that's Baba, the latest discovery of the One Man Went to More platform. So back to you, Dorothy. Thank you for yielding the space. We just had to document Baba for the benefit of the platform. So back to you, Dorothy, and this narrative around the minimum wage, which some people are suggesting might be an insulation for this hardship vested on the Nigerian people. So do you think it's time for the minimum wage to be reviewed? And as I asked everybody, what do you consider a living wage to be for the Nigerian state?
Yes, one man, thank you. That is long overdue. It's long overdue. But you know, one of the problems I normally have with us in that country is when you talk about the minimum wage, how many of our states are economically viable? Even the 30,000 minimum wage, we are still dragging the trouser of so many of our governors till date. And I won't still blame them also technically, you know, because of the nonsensical type of federalism that we run. There's no way we will not have that kind of thing, you know, happening to the governors also using that as a cover. But we know that the inflation, the kind of inflation that the Nigeria state has battled over the years, let's say from 2019, 2020, you know, after the COVID-19, there is need for us to have done that. At least other countries are trying to see how they can jack up some of this minimum wage thing. But because we have not been able to pay that 30,000, that was one of the reasons why, you know, the government has been, and the revenue problem that we had, you know. But now The government does not have any excuse. The Tinubu government must jack up that at least to some extent, even though some people were proposing 200,000 based on what they have in their list of demands, the organized labor. So around that between 60 and 90,000 we do, because we cannot also load. I heard there today now that our inflation, I think our inflation also went up a bit to about 22.79%. 22.79%, I think. I saw that today in the news. So we need it. We need it. We need to reflect the economy. And one of the first point of call is what, just like what we were taught in our basic economics, in our secondary school days, and some of the things, the household income is one of the drivers of the economy. Now, right now, it is in tatters. So it has something has to be done to that. Even right now that the civil servants are finding it very hard to even transport themselves to their workplace. And although the government, I think the state government, I saw River State government providing buses. I know of Oyo State government providing buses. I also believe other state governments are also stepping up on that. But there's a need for the government from the federal to the state, the local government to increase the minimum wage. Since they are at least I think their monthly allocation has gone up a bit. At least I think there was a bit of an increase, in the allocation. So they too, and this is the time for the state governors to show empathy. We need to really ask them questions, on what they use their security votes for. This is the security of life and property that they were voted for to protect. This is not the time to play ostrich and to be playing some mind games with the people. You need to really come out with solutions, and one of them is increasing the workers' salary, also providing some support. One thing I don't understand about us in this country is this thing. We may look at it as a problem, but this problem can be turned into a long-term solution. In Oyo State, I remember during the time of Jonathan, when he wanted to remove that subsidy that time, he removed it halfway. That money was what Oyo State used to revamp the TCTC in Oyo State then. He turned it to Ajumoshe. He was able to buy the bus, and he sustained it for 8 good years that he was there. The new governor also continued with it and also bought some few buses and new buses. He renamed it and called it Omitutu. So this should be an opportunity for them to, and you know what? He has already built a very big car park, where with Wi-Fi, everything and stuff. He has upgraded the stuff, in different parts of Oyo and some other parts of the state. So it's an opportunity for us to build a robust transport system. You see, Africans should understand something. When the situation comes on board, we should learn how to turn lemon into lemonade. This is an opportunity for us to build a sound transport system that will be able to take care. I remember for years, 8 years that I know, in Oyo State, that Ajumoshe bus really was a succor to the people. It was a succor to me. As at the time I was in Nigeria, then it was a succor, because the taxi can be taken in for 100 naira, and you will see the Ajumoshe bus, which is the former TCTC there, that will go for 50 naira or 45 or 40 naira, 30 naira, depending on where you are going to. So it's a succor. So, and this new government has also done that. Other state government are doing that. So, but the money that people take to the market that kind of reflect the household, the microeconomy, there's a need for them to jack it up and as fast as possible, and not playing politics. We know how they play politics with these things. They play politics with it. The last time they increased this thing was I think when Buhari came in. But that was more than 7, 8 years, if I'm not mistaken. I think that 2016 or something, or 2017. That was when they increased this. And with what's going on right now, the 30,000 is as good as is nothing to write home about. So even though we know that it's not all the words, the majority of the Nigerian workforce are likely below level 10. So, and of course, you know that it will really affect these guys. These are guys that do not have, they are below the director level, you know. I mean the senior the senior level, where they can't even have access to car or whatever. You know, I think most of the civil service in the states at the federal government level, from director, assistant director, probably you have access to some of these allowances for car or to run a government car. But these guys have to vote. I remember then there could be a gas powered vehicle that could take these workers to work with with the increasing pay, which will help the market women. They are also now looking. They sell 50,000 before in a day. Right now, before they sell 30,000, you even know you even have to stay in the sun for how long. So it's what is more than necessary now, right now.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. They must do that as fast as possible, not playing politics with it like they normally do before. That they'll be shy, they'll be calling them out, NS will be running after them. They should be responsible. They should for once be responsible, all of them, both at the state government, especially the state governors, because we don't normally monitor all these guys. We only go for the jugular of the federal government, and I do not also pity the federal government too, because of the kind of federalism that we practice. So they have a place to hide one way or the other. They are still having some places to hide. Assuming we have done our full federalism, the true federalism that we're supposed to practice, like the one they practice in America, in Canada, in Germany, and other countries of the world. These guys will not have anywhere to hide. Their buttocks will be housed for everybody to feast on. So that's my point. So because we cannot the economy as well because of hyperinflation. So.
All right, thank you, Dorothy. You're breaking up a bit, but stay with us. Let's go on from you, Dorothy, to Babati, who's also with us. I wonder if he's ready for us. Babati, good to see you.
Good. Sorry.
Sorry, woman.
Yeah.
Woman. I saw something on the screen right now that Tinubu is talking about 8,000 palliative. He probably wants to review it.
Yes.
Okay. How is it today? That was today's news.
Yeah, that's today's news. Let me. This is from Dele Alake. Is under pressure to review it. So let me quickly speed through it. It says, President Bola Tinubu has ordered a review of his administration's plan for a monthly 8,000 transfer to 12 million of the poorest households in the country for 6 months in a bid to cushion the effect of the removal of fuel subsidy. The plan was contained in a letter read last Thursday on the floor of the House of Representatives. Let's go to Dele Alake. It says, the President's Special Advisor on Special Duties, Communications and Strategy, Dele Alake, in a statement on Tuesday, noted that the cash program was not the only item in the relief initiated by Tinubu. Alake said the president vowed to always put Nigerians at the heart of his policy and programs. According to him, Tinubu directed that the 8,000 conditional cash transfer program envisaged to bring succor to the most vulnerable households be reviewed immediately. He added, this is in deference to the views expressed by Nigerians against it. The president also directed that the entirety of the government's palliative package be unveiled to Nigerians, whilst ordering the immediate release of fertilizers and grains to approximately 50 million farmers and households nationwide.
Woman, can I please speak to this in just 1 or 2 minutes?
All right. Yes, a condensed. Give us a short.
You see, this is very laudable. We have been saying this that money is a good policy, but that money might be a bit small, although it's still going to have an effect on the poorest of the poor. If they are going to review it, I think it's good. It's a good thing. I think another thing that they need to do is that area of agriculture. You see, the problem that we have in that country is majorly that's the only hope of the masses, affordable food. food insecurity is beginning to what hit deep into the lives and even the pocket of people in that country. Food security has to do with availability, the quality, and the availability, affordability, availability, and the quality. Now we have a situation in our hands whereby the food is not even like that available. It's not available the way it should be because of insecurity issues. I think the government will do well if they can take care of that particular that insecurity issue, so that the farmers can go back to farm. And I think the government needs to do more in a kind of enlightening the people on the need. See, since last year, I've been preparing my people in Nigeria. I've been telling them, come, this thing is going to come. This subsidy is going out. Today, I still spoke with some of them. Said, come, I told you guys this last year. This thing is coming. You can see it. But if the government can do something on agriculture, they let the fertilizer farm, let it go. Let the fertilizer company produce more. We have one of the biggest fertilizer company in the world, in Africa, one of the biggest in the world. You have fertilizer plant. We have some of them also growing up. I saw one today on Facebook in Jos. We have LMA, we have what's it called Indorama, and partner with these guys. Let them give out fertilizers. You can even use the Akinwumi style that they were using that time, and I think they deploy some of it under the Akpabio program. I'm speaking as somebody that understands the agriculture sector. That's my sector. So I know what I'm talking about. So if they can do that, getting input to the people, I think we still have one farming season to go. I think if we can show up the agricultural sector, create a enabling environment in terms of security for these farmers. Those that need that input, get the input to them, secure the farm, and you help them to be able to look at the Lagos rice mill. It's the third largest in the world. The plan for that mill is to produce rice from the whole of the southwestern region, and also in Kebbi, northwest region, and some other places. We have some of them in Calabar, in Cross River State, one of the biggest also put together by the Cross River State government. You can partner with all these governors that already initiated some of these meals and for other staple food also. Let them get this input. We don't have an excuse. We now have the biggest fertilizer plant in Africa and one of the biggest in the world. So we should not have any issues with this. Let them get there so that we can produce food in large quantity. Nigeria has not made use of all our arable land. We still have deficit. We have not even covered the one that we even opened up. We have run away from the farm because of insecurity. So if we can do this, food inflation is one of the problems that we have in that country. Food inflation will at least will recede a bit so that people can breathe. People can breathe. They can buy food easily. I was told that 500 naira, 10 pepper. I was very angry because I know what I do. I'm a farmer. Not only that, I know to the postgraduate level, I understand what agriculture looks like. Now, if people are able to go to their farms and they produce in large quantity, then we will not be talking about this. For me, if I'm still in Nigeria, I'll be growing my things. Actually, I do that. So I have a farm. So that one is a no-go area. But there's some people that are living in the city. They don't have the opportunity. They don't have farmland within their residential area of which they can plant some few things. But if these guys are incentivized, relating with the state government, looking at the state government, what do you need? How can we get these things to the grassroots? Using the established rules that have been laid down by some past government. Akpabio additional did that during his time as a minister, and that's why we need somebody. You see, if this government is going to perform very well, it needs to bring in a good brain like that of Akpabio additional in the agricultural sector. Not all these blockhead that they are bringing. Not all these blockhead that they are bringing. I think that guy happens to be the best, probably the best agricultural minister that we ever had. And I think this guy from Benue also tried his best. I think he also tried his best too. The one that came immediately after addition. Since then, all the other agricultural ministers, they are nonsense. They are just they are news. These guys don't know anything. So he needs somebody that man this is so that we can, at least if people can eat, at least the tension will reduce within the Nigerian space, at least, for this protest and stuff, so that they can before people get to a level that they will burst and they will until we go into flames. So I want to believe that he will be able to do that. So thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Always welcome by Dorothy. Thank you, Dorothy. Excellent submission there. So thank you, Dorothy. So from Dorothy, then the majestic prince, BT. Unfortunately, he doesn't have his co-prince with us, who seems to be hopping all around the United States and following the comment section. He seems to be on a flight somewhere. About BT, nevertheless, you is that your ringtone?
It's a walk thing, so
one man.
Yes.
Please, can I, before you go to Brother T, if I'm correct, can I just quickly chip something into what Dorothy said?
Yeah, yes.
What he said in agriculture, his last sentence, there are quite a few things that he said, but I'm particularly interested in his very last statement that Akinwumi Adesina did wonderful. I have no problem with that. But as you say, all the people after him, especially in Buhari's regime, were nonsense.
Blockheads.
That's not correct. That's not correct. I mean, we all know the easiest that we can point at is that agric grew to almost 30% contribution to the GDP under Buhari. The contribution of his ministers, I don't know, but that is record. We all know that 90% of our fertilizer blending plants were dead and they were revived. We all know that we had just about 6 functional rice mills. We all know that these people that used to rent out equipment was practically dead. Rural agricultural development. We all know that Okonjo-Iweala said we were importing rice of certain amounts per day, and we knew how that turned out. That we're now almost a net exporter. It's not sufficient yet, but at least we more than increased because of the rice fund investment in rice. We all know that almost all our dams were almost dead. We are not where we are going, but at least 11 dams have been reactivated and they are functional. There are security issues. So if you want to compare notes with what happened when we were doing just about 7-point-something% to GDP, and now that we have crossed about 30% contribution to figures, I mean facts. I'm speaking facts now. It's not just conjecture. So I think what he said last was not. There are quite a few more, but I just wanted to interject that it's not correct. If we look at the real fact, I don't have anything against Akinwumi Ambode. There are lots of money that was spent. Unfortunately, we did not see the result. I'm not saying it is his fault. I'm not saying he was not a good person or he was not brilliant, but to say that people that came after him did not do anything, that's not factually very correct. Thank you.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. Just have have a micro pushback and then I'll move on.
What I said was that the guy this man from Benue State, he was the one that took over from him, and I said it that he did a good job. Many of the things that eventually came out, under the second guy, the guy that took over from him, it was, I think it was the first time that he was dropped. He didn't come back as the minister. This guy did a lot of work. He's also a farmer too, and I so much appreciate the work he did. The rice revolution that we are talking about, like I told you, I'm an expert in agriculture, so I understand what you are talking about. Many of those work was started by this Benue man. He was the one that really laid the track for all this stuff. And you know what? Even the fertilizer we are talking about, it was Akinwumi Adesina that also started it. He bought, in fact, he invested also in Indorama, gave them loan from Africa Development Bank. Also did the same for Dangote. So, but after him, Nanono, I'm not okay with the way Nanono and do this.
All right. All right. So it wasn't a broad statement. So thank you for that. So to you then, Babati. So is Prince Daddy gone to Disneyland? Is that what you're saying?
I
A little bit
hope,
too old for that, don't you think?
I hope not, because if that is true, we will disown him in the Republican party. We'll send him to his Democratic friends to go and hang out.
Maybe we'll come back with an avatar of Mickey Mouse.
You never know. Maybe if we have his nails painted and his hair done by the time he comes back from that castle.
Look at that. Are they not being gender sensitive in that Disney space now?
I sent woman. I sent you a link. You didn't want to show the link, but it's actually true. It's actually a real story from your own country, by the way.
I can show it, but you have to take responsibility for it. You have to take responsibility for it, because you might have Simba running for the hills if I show it.
Right.
It will bring the Quran out and start to quote you verses.
I have it, woman. I have the video.
With the video of what?
All those people are working naked in UK.
No. Is this link that Babati sent to the private chat? I wonder if you can see it.
So Simba, basically, what's going on is that they want to redefine they want us to change,
the female anatomy.
So the new word for the female anatomy is now bonus hole. So they want us to.
What did you just say?
Bonus hole.
Bonus.
Bonus. It's not vagina anymore. It's now
bonus. Oh my god.
The word is good. Is coming to an end.
You know one thing. I'm sorry, woman.
Something. Yeah.
I'm sorry, woman.
Yeah.
You know one thing that is worse than, I don't know whether that language is correct, whether it is worse, as you say, or worst. Okay, let me just go in between. You know one thing that is worse than what we are. So you know one thing that is worse than what we are experiencing at the moment. The fact that other people are being cowed to even talk about it, and you'll be labeled the madness that is pervading, that is rapidly, that is taking over the land, the landscape, the humanity, and that different definitions. And as sickening as it is, not just it appears to be, that you can't even talk about it without being labeled by one qualifying adjective or the other. I cringe sometimes when I think about these things.
Bishop, by the way,
I have this theory, Babati, that if you are over the age of 40, you don't belong in the world that we live in.
It's a different world. Even dancing and showing. I mean, it's just like people. It's a different world, woman. Like we can't even say breastfeeding anymore. It's now chest feeding.
Is that where you are now in America?
Yeah, it's chest feeding.
Let me give you my baptism of fire. A couple of weeks ago, I was in one of the states, and I had to pull him into the parking lot of a major a store. I went to use the restroom. I wanted to pick something. I just went to use the restroom quickly, and as I bump out of the inner recess of the restroom, so the person I hit my chest to was a lady by everybody's definition. But quickly, I realized that she was actually not a she, by the way. It was a plural, they, you know what I mean? And we stood by our side using the faucet to wash our hands and the rest. And what I was just going on in my mind is that, man, I've had it, I've read it, I've seen it, but I mean, I've had other people's experience about it. But now, happening to me live, I just realized, man, I remember Jim Reeves. Is it Jim Reeves? This world is not my home. I mean, I'm telling you, I practically just managed to contain myself to come out. And we see people in school district, when they go to this school board meeting, children raising all manner of complaints. Good enough, some states in America now have banned transgender from competing in female competition because they are killing talents. They are discouraging those other people. How will you be competing in one game for 10 years and all of a sudden you now say you are a transgender, you now go and compete with women, and you are now saying you are the champion, you are raising your hand and the shoulder?
As at the last count, I think there are about 50 gender types now. Non-binary.
I lost count. I don't even know what it means.
Woman about 97.
Once upon a time, it was just male and female. Once upon a time.
What it is, oh my God.
That was 2 years ago. Oh my, what's that was 2 years ago?
It was just male and female, very simple.
Now it can be. Do you know what's even worse is now? You can even be gender fluid. You can be male today, female tomorrow. You can choose the one you want depending on how you feel on a daily basis.
How you woke up, Abby?
Just say, today I am. You can just choose anyone you like, and people have to accept it because that's the way you feel.
Hello,
guys.
Good to see
one
you.
man.
You are not asleep. What are you doing up so
Yeah.
late?
I woke up. How's everyone? Don't you guys think elections have consequences, and especially with the United States, the fact that Joe Biden is president kind of accelerated this brainwashing, and then giving people just the opportunity to continue this madness. Will it slow it down? Yeah. Will it change anything if a Republican was president in 2024? Is there any respite? Let me finish the question. I want to understand what's happening.
Let him put it to you. So
and is there any respite with the United States Supreme Court? Because I think the Supreme Court is kind of traditional. I would say it's a Republican put together Supreme Court. Is that some form of respite? Because as much as I respect the United States, for what they've been able to do with the world, I'm kind of afraid with this direction that the United States is going. Really, this is not sustainable. It's going to implode, and there will be serious consequences if the world continues on this path with America's leadership. Yeah, you can answer now.
Okay. So let me thank you for the question. Ketanji Brown became a Supreme Court justice last year, I believe. And when she was asked by the Senate, she could not define what a woman was or is. Sorry. She could not define a woman. And that's a Supreme Court justice, by the way. Number two, the work was not done by Joe Biden. The real work for this, what you're seeing right now, was done by Obama. Obama was the one that changed things in the law when he was there. But people were so enamored, they were so caught up with his, stardom, they were not paying attention to what he was doing. Remember, on Time magazine, you can still put the magazine up. It was called the first gay president. If you remember, if they still have the hollow on his head, it should be online somewhere. So Obama was the one that came in and kind of changed many things. Before people knew what was going on, it was already too late. And moving on forward, it's going to get worse. And I've said it before on this platform, the end game of this whole thing is what we call LAMBLA. LAMBLA is pretty much man love, boy love. So they want to legalize pedophilia. So because once you accept the fact that I can switch gender, then I can move from age to age. I can say I'm a 13-year-old, I'm a 45-year-old. That way, if I sleep with a 10-year-old child, it is legal. That is the end game. So now, by the way, next year, they are planning to change the word pedophilia in psychiatry. They want to make it minor attractive persons. So they're going to ban the word pedophilia very soon.
Careful with that word. It's a trigger word, but carry on.
Sorry. So they're going to change it to minor attractive person. So that's the end game. That's where they're really going to. So if you see a bigger picture, it's already too late for this civilization. We are pretty much done at this point. So
I wouldn't say it's too late for us here in Nigeria. Anyway, it may be too late for you guys over there. Because I think we'll have to reach a stage here where we'll have to start to, preserve our own sanity, because this is just getting out of hand. I used to consume a lot of American movies.
Sorry, Hassan. You say it's maybe too late for you over there, but it's not late for us over here in Nigeria. Then explain Bobrisky.
Bobrisky, it's similar. It's similar, but it's oh no. You see, Bobrisky is living in a very urbanated society. Lagos is just too urban. That's the only place that these things will happen. I think the traditional values in Nigeria are still much here, and it seems to me that it's just like living in a horror movie. Really, that's what it's going to be like, because in just 10-20 years you'll not be able to recognize the society that you grew up in. All the values have been turned upside down, and everybody is attacked. The innocence of children attacked. The very fact that marriage does not really pay again. Where are these guys going? They've lost it.
Do you know? They now want us to refer to women that just had a baby, or you can have a child. We should now refer to you as a birthing person. That is the new word now. You're a birthing person.
So their hope is these words and the semantics would hide away the crime that is being committed underneath.
Of the mental illness that they have. That's the whole thing. Change the language, redefine words. So they want to go after kids early. That 3 to 5 years, I've forgotten the stages of development of that. So they're going after kids at 3 to 5 years old, so they can shape their thought process. That's the whole idea. Go after kids, change their mindset or the way they view sex or gender. That way you so that's the whole thing. So they don't really care about you and I. We are done. They care about the kids. They want to go after the kids early. So now
that's terrible.
You will see kids 12 years old having their breast cut off, taking hormone supplements. They can't have kids for the rest of their life. They can't even have erection. They can't even have any libido anymore. They're fucked up. I'm sorry. They are done. And they're having all these procedures in the country. Yes.
They are, because
when I lost it was when a professor of medicine could not define. I watched this Congress engagement with these guys, these professors and stuff like that. Define who a man is, define who a woman is. This man was just this woman was just blabbing, I was like, as old as you are. So listen, yesterday they caught someone in the Gambia that claimed that he was a Nigerian or something, even though he was not, because of the way he speaks. He said he's a cross-dresser.
He's a cross-dresser,
yeah. I saw the video yesterday. I was like, they said he's a cross-dresser. These guys were saying, no, you want to come and spoil our country? I think Africa is pushing back. And that's one of the reasons why they're also going. They are going for the jugular of some of the African leaders. That come, you guys must force this thing down your throats by force, by fire. But I know
that's an unfortunate metaphor, force it down their throat. But given the subject matter, but there it is. Babati,
one man. This your mind now. Wow.
One man. Let's bring your mind back to reality. Your mind is somewhere else with that truth. I don't know what you are thinking.
He was narrating. He was leading us down the garden. He was leading us to the middle of nowhere. But I blame you, Americans. So all of these things, all this gender fluidity. It's always the Americans, isn't it?
Do you know what really happened? And now, even the supporters of this movement were the feminist movement, because they love to see males being feminized. It was kind of fun for them, or was kind of mocking the male gender. But now that they're not losing their own position in society in terms of sponsorship. They're literally being replaced by trans activists and in sports, in culture. This is where, so if you see now, they're now speaking up now. So you see so pretty much it's a fight between the feminist movement and the trans community. because they're literally just replacing women. So
But,
even though
it's a fight that they cannot win, though, because the feminist movement was a liberalization human rights movement.
so they have no.
So they cannot then argue against the trans, can they? Because
if they do, they mean that means they're supporting men that they hate. So they are in a rock and a hard place now. They don't want to, on one hand, be traditional because that would mean that they are supporting men against trans. On the other hand, if they go against trans, they lose their own. So that it's a very interesting dynamics to what's going on right now.
Well, can I ask another question, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. For the guys who are in the United States, how much political capital does one gains or loses if you strategize your election around consenting to all this nonsense and then or actually going again? What I mean is, who are in the majority? Are the voters of tomorrow? Are they those who are more in tune with these ideas, or more of those that are against it? Because I would like to think, if I have younger ones here in Nigeria, and they have access to the same internet, probably almost similar information, if they are repulsed by it, if they can go through books that are based in science, in biology, and understand how the human gender functions, and they understand how society has been for long, I would think that America has very intelligent young people that should make the right decision for themselves, like in choosing their leaders and things like that. So my question is, what does the future, I mean the tomorrow of America looks like in terms of the people who are going to be in the majority? Because really this is a battle for the soul of that country, and if they get it wrong, it's a problem.
Okay, but that sounds like a Trump versus Biden question.
That's what it boils down. So in America, something is called the ESL scores.
Okay, one man, not even Trump versus Biden. Those guys will die very soon. I'm just trying to look into the future.
Oh, hold on, Hassan. Hold on, Babati. Why I said it's a Trump versus Biden question is Biden somewhat falls within that libertarian sort of gender fluidity narrative. Everybody has to be gay and whatnot. But Trump is more the traditional value sort of guy. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. So
yes, I understand you now. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So to answer your question directly, Hassan,
I think before about just one set, if you just let me put one sentence, and I promise you to read more than one sentence towards Azan's last question. Azan, I can tell you very confidently, the future is very bleak and frightening.
Oh, in America, you mean? You did you mute yourself? I didn't mute you.
No. I said I was just I just wanted to keep my promise of making just one sentence.
Let me paint
I don't want to see that
for Azan. Azan, in America, Azan, can you hear me? In America,
I can hear you.
It's not about the numbers of people that support something. It's whoever owns power and resources to control the media that controls the narrative. So you can have 10, 20, 40 people and they will control all the narrative. So it's not really about the population behind something. It's who calls the show that controls the country. So in America, something is called the ESL scores. So every company in America has ESL scores. Every school has ESL scores. And what that does is it grades a company based on diversity and inclusion. And the more they grade you higher, the more money you get from the government, the less taxes you pay. So
isn't that just like what China is doing with their citizens, with that social nonsense, that social scores nonsense? That's just too intrusive now.
No. But this one is done with companies, so that's why
you
see a target
it's an indirect way of targeting the people too,
controlling them, to conditioning them,
and controlling them. Yes.
So you will see Disney go bankrupt because they want to promote inclusion. By the way, one man, they're about to make a movie right now. They are putting in a movie. It's what was it called? Snow White and the Seven Dwarf, right? But in this new version, there are no dwarfs because it's very discriminatory, and Snow White is not a white person.
You can't be Snow Black, can it?
It's Snow Brown now. So
Snow Brown.
I'm telling you,
that's an oxymoron now. Snow is white.
Exactly. So you will see all these inclusion things, inclusivity, stuff like that. Is a way to condition people to think a certain way. So every company wants to get that extra money, get that extra bonus. So the people behind the scenes are the ones that call the shot. Where we come in as people is when we vote for people that support our value. So when Diwali comes up here with his Democrat self, I wish he was here tonight, but Diwali is not here, supporting all these Democrats. I always try to make him see the bigger picture. Don't always focus on people on TV.
But Diwali is woke now. Diwali is woke.
Yeah, it's sad. It's a Nigerian. I don't know how we became woke, but that's what we're dealing with. So the whole thing is the future for America when it comes to that space is bleak. The men are weaker. The young boys they behave like girls. They just how when we are growing up, there's this kind of
project to 50 years from now.
Oh man,
that's why I said if you're above the age of 40, you don't belong in this. You're just a stranger in the system.
I'm telling you, one man. You know how you will show up in a place with young men and you start get up, do this. And to them, it's strange that I'm like, you're boys. A young man respects older. They're not girls. You can't raise boys the same way. You must, because when they see their money, like, why am I always shouting and they don't listen to me? Because I'm like, because you're a woman. There's a point that the children will turn you off. They will tune you off. But when a man shows up, just the mere presence of a man in that environment, the boys will behave. It's about order and structure. But they have kicked the men out of the house. They have the women running the show. They don't need no man now. The one is taking the total. I'm telling you, in the next 50 years.
Do you know the MGTOW? Do you know the MGTOW movement?
Right. Yeah. Those ones are the. Oh my! This is.
Is that not an offshoot of where we are? MGTOW, the MGTOW movement. Is that not an offshoot of this woke mentality you Americans are doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We can.
Yeah, I think those ones have other issues going on. You mean the red pill, going alone by myself?
Yeah, for the benefit of MGTOW, is men go their own way.
Right, I know. You see,
for the benefit of the.
When I was younger, I was into that kind of red pill, but I learned real quick. That thing should be a phase in your life. Let's say you couldn't get girls, you had issues dating people. Then you will learn about women, then you graduate, then you go back to dating women. It is not natural for a man to just say, I am a heterosexual and I'm going to go my way for the rest of my life. It is not natural, one man.
Yes, it is not. It's too extreme.
Yeah,
that's too extreme.
If you go that way, that means you have something else going on with you that you need to address. So because now it's become some kind of women-hating movement. It used to be, okay, you have no game. Then you have the boys come, okay, let me teach you how to get girls. They will train you, go to the gym, work out, dress well. They give you the game now, how to, what you're lacking in your sexual whatever. That was what it was designed for initially. But now it's become a cesspool of incels that they can't get women. And they start to hate on women. That is not a natural order for a man to be by himself for his lifetime. So we've kind of gone crazy with that as well. So I fear for the future. It's very bleak. Divorce rate,
very bleak.
Divorce in America is very bleak. I had a friend of mine, I think I told you 3 months ago, he went to court. He has twins, 2 girls. DNA says they are not his girls. They divorce.
Wow.
This guy loses his house. He's still paying mortgage on the house. It's not there anymore. And he's still paying child support on kids that are not even his.
You have funny laws in that America. Very funny laws.
Can the law
very funny laws?
Can the law compel that?
Their law is in such a way, if you sign a birth certificate, then you're responsible for the child.
The birth certificate, but now he has to now go to court and fight that. Even though they know it's not the child, he has to go and fight that again. So imagine a man living in an apartment paying for a house, and the woman that you are dating is now bringing boyfriends into the same house that you are paying for. She's getting support from you every month. You are paying for children and not yours. It's a crazy. I'm telling you, it's a crazy
madness.
It's crazy out here. It's crazy.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
So now add the school system to it. You have kids taking drugs. You have drug-induced environment. You have kids getting fat on hormones. People beginning menstruation at 9 years old, or sex.
A lot of it is wrapped around the sort of food that you eat, which is heavily processed, just too chemicalized. Your body just mutates into something.
Yes.
But
Phytosteroid.
do you know what's funny though? Americans, we are conditioned to be that in Nigeria, growing up, we had seasons for everything. We had the mango season, you had the yam season, you had the corn season. But America, we have everything all the time, which is not natural. There's no season for anything. Everything is always available. But that comes at a cost to your health. It's a price to pay for.
You load the body with so much nutrients. Although it has its own good part as well. They'll say food security.
But dude,
there
was one day in college, one man, I bought chicken from the store, and I put
chicken does not taste like chicken in the West. It tastes like. Yeah.
I'm coming to it though, one man. I put it in water, and I just do it one day. Go to all this regular store, take chicken and put it in water and just boil it. I boiled this thing for like 10 minutes. One man, the chicken was white in color, like plastic white, and it was foaming from the pot. Apparently, so I did my own research. Apparently, when they make all these foods or they kind of chemicalize everything in it, the thing doesn't have color, so they have to put color. The color you see on the store is not natural color, but they have to make it look like it or the original thing. So they will color it with chemicals to make it look like real chicken or real apple, real stuff like that. It's all chemical to make it look like the original one. So I'm like, what the bloody hell?
You know what? A friend of mine told me that if he has his way, if somebody can at least, if he can get an international job at least that can put him in Africa, that he lives in the UK. He said, I'm tired of. He remembers he was working for an organization in Senegal, So he said, if I can get something that can pay me almost just like the normal stuff I get here, I think I'll relocate back to Africa. He said, I'm tired of the fish, of eating what's it called, dead fish. That was what he told me last 2 weeks ago.
But do you know what is sad about what you just said right now? When you now go back to Nigeria, I remember going to Nigeria in 2017. I'm thinking, I have missed Erogbe, all this fresh stuff.
Exactly.
Do you know what they told me? Oh, we have pizza now. We have KFC now. I'm like,
sorry. Let me give you my anecdote as well. But I remember last time I went to Nigeria, and then suddenly they were wanting to take me to fish burger joint. I said, no, now, Mama, food. Mama, you know that place where you are chasing the flies with one hand and eating with the other. And that's where I want to go now, Mama. What do I want to go and do at KFC in Lagos? Mama, put where the gutter is in front of where you are.
Yes,
you have cholera the next morning. That's
the thing is, the Nigerians, they have the organic one, but they don't have hygiene. That's the only problem. They have the real food, but they create their own disease, their own the chemical problem. The thing is,
sorry to interrupt.
We have places where you can get it that's hygienic too. We have places where you can get it hygienic and organic.
Hold on, Babati. Yeah.
Do you know what has increased in Nigeria for the past 25 years? Cancer cases has increased. I'm like shocking. Ever since you started importing all this can and you're having all these stores that have all this stuff,
You are right.
Cancer is gone up. It's crazy. cancer and kidney disease. Okay, all this dialysis stuff has gone up in Nigeria because you're killing your kidney. Is shutting down.
You know, there's something coming, Babati. You know, all this regenerating sort of food like yam, etc., all these sort of seeds, you know, they are going to be phased out soon. There's an American company called Monsanto that wants to have the exclusivity on selling seeds for growing and farming. And they're looking to phase out regenerating food so that you just buy from them. Are you aware of that? It's a company called Monsanto or something like that.
I will look it up. I know Bill.
Yes, I know. It's a GMO company. It's a GMO company.
Yes.
Bill Gates is always in Africa now, so we know he's part of the plan. You know?
Yeah,
it's a conglomerate. Bill Gates too is investing in that scheme. Yeah, he's been to all manner of African countries, even Nigeria, trying to just set up, what they want to do.
Woman, how did KFC and all this ice cream stuff become big in Nigeria? It is sad, man. How did KFC get into Nigeria and they let that happen? That is killing your people.
No, KFC is not big in Nigeria. It's not big in Nigeria. It's just rich man.
All those lucky, all those foolish area.
Yeah. It's Abuja, Port Harcourt, Lagos, and places like that. KFC, Ibadan, those are urban areas.
Azan, woman.
Yeah.
What you are saying, you are right, Joe. They are big. Even in Ilorin, I can't count the number of KFC that we have in Ilorin here. In fact, it will be more than 10 in the Ilorin metropolis. So forget about it. In fact, my children, guys, anytime we go out, that's what they will be shouting. Let us go to KFC. Let us go to KFC.
It's not KFC now.
The children, that is what they are craving for now. That is the reality.
Okay.
One voice. Yeah.
Don't worry. They'll get over it. It's Nigerians now. Just give them some time. They'll get over it after, say, like 4 or 5 years. They'll understand the difference between what they have and what is on offer there. Because I don't even understand in the life of me how anybody will enjoy that kind of chicken. Anytime I leave this country, what depresses me is the lack of food. There is no Maggi, there is no Atarugu, there is no Yaji, and then I will go under the weather. God. So I just want to come back.
I like
I can't without Nigerian food. Really, I'm not in my element. I become something else.
Even they have.
Azan, if I tell you how much I spent on Nigerian food in Saudi Arabia, I used to buy a tuber of yam for like 40,000 Nigerian money.
Wow!
Because I cannot take their food. I cannot take their food.
And everything is bland. Their meat is bland. You go to places, it looks, appetizing. You taste it. You can't take another taste again. Oh God!
The chicken they raise there is 28 days.
Yes,
28 days they will kill all of them. They will kill them. They are just small chicken like this, tasteless, and I don't know what is actually going on.
Probiotics, all these things on the high side.
Even if you go to fruit shop to buy all these not even, they don't even sell plantain. It's banana. Buy banana, buy apple. The taste, I've lost taste for all those things because. But it's different from our own. It's different from our own. It's different from our own.
Simba, I'm surprised you say that because I thought that Saudi Arabia and the Middle East was all about spices. I thought a bit like India. I thought they had a lot of spice to zhuzh up their food.
No. They don't take spices.
They don't.
They have been infected by the Western.
They are more like Americans. The Middle Easterns are more like Americans. They toe the line of Americans in everything. In fact, fast food is what is reigned everywhere. They have this American lifestyle. They go out. The whole family will go out and hit the joint. You see the men. Buying chocolates, buying this. In fact, everything is Americanized. It's Americanized. and they have a lot of
Woman,
money. So they have a lot of money to throw around. They have a lot of money to throw around.
woman, there was a particular time, I think 2021. There's this guy that came from Spain. He wants to. He rode a bicycle, a bike from Spain all over Africa. You know, he started. He came in.
A Nigerian, Abi? Yes,
No,
Nigerian. Okay.
no, he's a Spaniard. He's a Spaniard. He came in through Morocco, and he toured all the North African countries. Then came to West Africa. He's also going to some part of East and South Africa. When he came to Nigeria, he said, he said he tasted the oranges in Nigeria. He said, oh God, I have suffered in Spain. He said that it has gotten to a level that all the fruit that he tasted, that he grew up with, none of them had any taste in his mouth again. You know, it was Punch that interviewed him. He said, hey, that is this orange? These are oranges. And he said, yes. He has never tasted any oranges as sweet and natural as this in his entire life. That he has lost touch with all these fruits of a thing in Europe. And he said he has missed a lot. That henceforth he will be coming down to Africa as much as possible. I said, we that want to run away to Europe, we are coming. If people catch you, what this thing doesn't say, I say they catch you and they will squeeze you. So very funny.
Do you guys notice, like, whenever you go to Nigeria or maybe Africa, I don't know if the whole Africa is the same thing, you feel this level of high, like, higher spirits. Like, it's like you take some kind of drug, it's just a different kind of feeling in your spirits compared to...
Exactly.
You know why, Mike? You know why? It's a sense of relief, because when you live in all of... Well, okay. Well, that's my theory anyway. Because I think when you live in all of these Western spaces, especially as a Black person and an African, you always have this subliminal tense feeling. But when you go to where your natural habitat is a sense of that, or maybe I'm completely wrong. What do I know?
No. That's I understand what you're saying, but I mean, I've lived in America where it's just predominantly Black area, where it's just Africans and Black Americans, and I get there and I have moments where I wasn't stressed, none of that. But it's something about the Africa, particularly the lower
I think I have a theory on this. You see, this is that
I'm
if you are
sorry,
in Africa,
the white people say the same thing, and even the Asians, everybody says this. They say something about Africa. They say like, when you get beat by Africa, you can't find a cure.
there is a scientific explanation. It's just not a religious one, but it's scientific. It makes sense. You see, the human being evolved from Africa and traveled out of everywhere. When human beings, when they go to places and they make they do a landscape, or they want an area to be green like a park, what they end up doing is they create something similar to the savannah. That is what suit us and suit our eyes. So if we evolve from here, and this is our source, this is our base, like it took hundreds of thousands of years for us to get to where we are. And naturally, this is where you are at your best in your element. This is why you feel it. If you look at the map of the world, where there is a lot of biodiversity, it's in Brazil, then our own part of Africa, not North Africa, and a little bit part of East and Central Africa. That is where the majority of the Earth's biodiversity is. All living organisms are within that region, just around what do they call it? The geographers, they call it equator. Where the line of the equator. Yeah. So it's a natural thing. It's a real thing. Like, you feel relief, you feel at home, in the spaces and everything, in your element. The way the sun shines too around here is completely different from not the weather in the sense that there are clouds and things like that. The angle at which the sun hits you. Yeah. So it cannot be the same. People here in Africa hardly get depressed as they do in those places.
Exactly.
There's
When I'm in Nigeria,
there's
it's almost
something
like
natural. There's something natural.
Azan.
Yes.
You know what
Yes.
normally motivates us? We know when you
Mm.
remember that you are going on vacation in Nigeria. We use it as
Yeah.
if you go there to refuel, to rejuvenate yourself and come back for the hectic job again.
Yes.
You know when you are
Yes.
in Africa, we have this culture of
Mm.
people asking for you. We live our life outside the house. If you are indoor
Yes.
in Africa, people will be asking you, "Are you sick?" You understand?
Yes.
We have this
Yes.
culture that people mix. You can never get bored. You understand?
It's a
But you
community
know
and
the
we
never
feel
a
kind
dull
connected
moment.
to a lot of
exactly.
people.
But in the Western world and other places, you
You're on
get
your own.
bored
Oh.
very easy. You're on your own. Exactly.
In
You're
America is
nobody
even
will ask
worse. Your
after
neighbor won't
you.
even greet you, sir.
Exactly.
One voice. Yeah. But
So okay, go
yes.
ahead, Mama.
No, I was just it's all this nostalgia, but we are all Africans patting ourselves on the back. I suspect that the Indians will tell you differently. That no, but really, if I had my
One man, I've worked with the Indian multinational too while I was in Nigeria. These guys love their homeland like their life. Once they have the opportunity, they fly out. They will tell you, I'm going back to my country." You see, they love it like their life. Even though they have a very strong community anywhere they are in the world. Anywhere they are in the world. You know. So
all right, let's bring it back to the politics of it. I wonder if Babate is still there. Do you want to go back to the
I'm here.
politics, or do you just want to free flow? It's out to you guys.
No, let me just deal with the.
thank you, one man. Thank you, one man, for giving us this opportunity to reminisce on this issue. It was very how do I put it? It was very refreshing, very refreshing.
Yeah,
Talking about it.
yeah. You see, just the thought is refreshing, man. God bless also. God bless our home, our people.
Mama,
No,
did you
Hassan is
see?
showing off now because he's in Maiduguri. I think he's
The
trying
man,
to
the man, the
mock us.
man was
He's
talking about
trying to mock us. Yeah?
all the spices and all the he was missing guru or whatever it was described. And it was like when he when he leaves Nigeria and comes back, like he misses all the. We all do, trust me. We all do. We all, but left to me, if Nigeria had few things, they had the security in place, electricity, and a thriving economy. I'm telling you, most people in diaspora would go back home.
We're all waiting for that. We're all waiting for the signal of safety to come back home.
Yeah, people will do. Yeah, it's not about making a lot of money, just the comfort. It's just a different feel when you are in your own habitat, like one man said. It's a different feel.
You
But
know, here in the UK, you are a social security number.
right,
That's all
everybody,
you are.
you just label. But
in Nigeria, you are the son of from this homestead. Don't you know his father? They are from Akimori. They fought the war in something. But in the UK, you are just another black guy on the street.
But one man back. Remember what Kay was talking about? That Tinubu only has 3 months to perform, unless we're gonna have. Even though he was going back and forth, he wasn't sure if it was 3 months or 30 days. I'm very concerned about that, one man, because if Nigerians, if they come out, aren't you worried about people coming to the streets in the next 3 months? If that happens, if they can't bear this pain anymore, this suffering, and they just say enough is enough, don't you worry that it might be the end of the God?
Do you see that? Do you see that?
I don't want to see it. It's
no, but do you see it though? Because I don't see it. I think that is. I think that's alarmist propagandizing by the obedience base.
Are you calling
one man? Let me say one man. Let me say something to him. It will never be the end of the government. It will be bad, and if the opposition capitalizes on it, then APC loses a lot of goodwill and a lot of political capital. And some people might just switch over to the opposition, and they may ride a wave up to the next election cycle. You shouldn't let that happen. You should manage it better, in the sense that you create narratives and you create programs that will deny the opposition the opportunity to get one ahead of you. I think he knows what he's doing when he changes his strategy, and that's the best thing to do. He shouldn't allow these things to get out of hand, really.
And that's why it matters, the kind of the quality of leadership, the quality of ministers he appoints tomorrow. I believe tomorrow, right, one man? Is it tomorrow?
Today now, where
Right.
I am. Yes.
So those names will make or mar his government. If he gives the usual suspects, I'm sorry, nobody. But if he gives us credible that we can buy and say, okay, yes, okay, I can see this happening. So the quality of leadership will matter, and hopefully, I'm praying for the sake of the country. I mean, of course, we will still see your typical weekend, all those riffraffs. It's okay, but those key ministerial positions it cannot afford to gamble with that. Agriculture.
But the quality is not enough. What people will be looking at, I suspect, even beyond the quality, will be the ethnic balancing.
You know, that is true in some quarters, but at this point, okay, I see what you're saying, because we had to recover from this election brouhaha we got ourselves into. So that was spilled over into. But I don't see that one, man. I don't think it will be that. No, I don't see it. No, I don't see it.
I think he has the chance to run it through. Who is it that's going to say we've been, by virtue of Nigeria's law, no, every state must be represented. Now it is up to the president, to put representative of certain states as under ministers or ministers of states, and then put the people he wants and that he believes in that can do the job as the senior ministers. That is his job to do. I don't think, especially for Northerners, I don't think we really care whether he chooses all Yoruba or all Igbo or all Christian. It doesn't really matter. We're at a stage where, what Buhari did was actually, prioritize Northerners. And it is acceptable. People in the North understand how power works. It's the time of the people of the Southeast. Let them do it how they feel like it's the best for them, what will come out of, because at the end of the day, when the government is over, people will not remember the name of the ministers. Everything will be on Tinubu. Right. They'll say it's Tinubu's government. It's Tinubu's government. Exactly. So he has rather done what is best. He has rather done what is best for him and his legacy than just looking at it from a narrow angle about ethnic and you see, when it's time for politics, the Northerners will play politics because we understand politics and how it works. We know the optics, all these Muslim tickets. It's like those are just optics for the sake of politics. And there are negotiations. And after the 8 years, the power will come back to the North. So it doesn't really matter. You see, he should just do what is best for his legacy and for Nigeria. I don't think those ethnic balancing are a priority right now. What balance? We need serious change.
By the way, one man, have you noticed one thing in the APC lately? That Tinubu is pretty much doing what Buhari did. You remember that when Buhari got into government, they kind of they did the AC wrong. The CPC kind of took charge of everything. Like they didn't really care about the AC part of the APC formation. Now the AC wing is now clearing the CPC people out of the of APC now. So they've gotten rid of CPC, Adamo, whatever it is. They are pretty much the AC.
Adamo is not CPC. Adamo is PDP.
No. I'm saying the other coalition of that APC. They're kind of phasing them out now. The AC part of it is now kind of moving into that space. They're pretty much taking over the party. You know, it's a coalition, right? But we
have APC. I mean AC.
The new PDP.
Then PDP, and then the one that they're having issue with now, that the new PDP. Some of them have left during Buhari, like the Sarakis, the Dinos, and the rest. The remaining ones are the likes of Adamo, Amici, Ako.
But they're kind
they work most of them work. Most of those new PDP work against Tinubu during this election.
So I'm like, you cannot actually, and they were still having issues with. I think he lied to Tinubu about some things, and the governors went to Tinubu and they got rid of him from. But I don't think one man talked about the removal of the chairman of the APC, did he?
We did yesterday.
Oh, okay. I was not here, so. Yeah.
You know what? Are you anticipating a mass exodus from APC, especially the what was Buhari's party that he brought into the
CPC?
Yes, CPC.
I mean,
I'm expecting somebody like Abubakar Malami to cross over to.
I mean, then and you know how that goes now. If you don't get your way, you move to the opposition and you complain for 4 years.
But most of the people from the CPC, are they really stunt politicians? How many of us can even recollect their names? The people that Buhari brought, people like Malami, are they really politicians?
Yeah, that's what I was going to
Guys.
ask. Malami is not a politician. I don't know.
They're not politicians.
Malami is not a politician. He has no political capital, no footprint. Malami is not a politician. No.
The CPC guys does not have they don't have the political capital. Even in the north, they are not. They are not really that.
Buhari is a lone ranger. He's a lone ranger that he enjoyed the goodwill of the Northerners, and that was what actually, but not the people, not really politician, core politician among his members. He doesn't really have that core politicians.
If you have to guess, do you? This is my guess. I think we could guess the NDDC. I think that's what they're going to give him. That's my opinion. I think it's going to get.
I agree with you.
I think that's what it's going to get. The NDDC, whatever. But the Fashola one, I don't know if it's going to. I don't know where they will put Fashola. Maybe Attorney General or something. I don't know.
But one man, Prince Daddy, don't you think we can get in the NDDC, NDC? I mean, Niger Delta Minister Chairman, Minister for the Niger Delta. Don't you think it should be a good thing for the Niger Delta? At least to have somebody that
they are enjoying now. Their son is the Senate president. They get. I mean, they made the right choice as the region. They made the right choice as a region. So they played their politics right. Hopefully, the Southeast can learn.
Do you think Fashola will get a portfolio? I don't think Fashola will be.
I don't know.
I think it may well be part of Tinubu's second term, but I don't think.
No, what must he get one? That's the question. Must he get one?
I'm saying he might not get one, and he does not even want one.
He should go. I think he should go and rest. He has done his bit. He should go and rest.
There is enough space in the government to accommodate Fashola. It doesn't even have to, say have a honorable minister attached to his name and things like that. If he wants to rest within the government, he can rest. But if he wants an appointment, I'm telling you, he's going to get it, but not as a minister. Maybe he will get. There is an ambassador role to be played if he wants to. There are a lot of things to be done for the country if he wants to.
What do you think is more useful?
There are a lot of places he can.
What do you think will be more useful? As ambassador?
I think Tinubu is his boss. No, Tinubu is his boss. He knows where best to use him.
No, man, for your own.
But he has a lot of goodwill.
Have you seen his performance as a minister?
But guys, why?
Yes, I have seen Fashola as somebody. He did perform in Lagos, but
no, as a minister under Buhari. Yeah.
No, he didn't do very well. Not as much as I expected, really.
Really?
Yeah.
All those rules that were fixed. Who do you think did it?
No, the job was no. Listen now, you're just asking. Let me answer you. Don't interrupt too much. You see, he had 3 ministries, right? In the first tenure, and he continued with them all through. He did a lot of work.
They removed power. They removed power from it.
Hold on. Let him land. Yeah, I think that was in the second term, wasn't it? The first term, he had 3 portfolios. Carry on, Hassan.
Yes. In the first time he had 3 portfolios. So he did quite well in the works. However, in the power, they took it away from him, but he had ample time to make a difference. He was not able to. Maybe that was not his kind of, space to bulldoze through his ideas through that sector.
Sorry, Hassan. Remember that his infamous words, 2014, that electricity can be fixed within 6 months. Didn't he tell us that when he was the opposition?
Yeah, but
there are some areas in Nigeria, that are cesspools, are very, very rotten, decayed areas where if you don't get, like, say, some somebody who is strong with, like an El Rufai, that can come and do war with the people in those sectors, threaten and be threatened, put his life on this on the line. You're not going to get anything done. Even right now, I'm waiting to see who is going to head that ministry, because there will be war. Because these guys that own these discos and that are generating power, they've just put a pipe or in the veins of Nigerians, and they want to just suck the blood of Nigerians. We need somebody that will protect ordinary people from what these guys are doing. Everybody just wants to exploit Nigerians. The government has to wake up and ensure that there is service delivery. Yeah, they say they generate the electricity. Where is it? Because sometimes you on the TV and you hear all sort of numbers about electricity being generated and being delivered, and you are on generator and solar panels. You've hardly seen the light, maybe, and then people are calling all sort of numbers. So the government will have to put somebody in there that is a fighter for you, not somebody that will just just go and sleep. No, it won't work. But I believe we're going to see some sort of as per Fashola. I hope he gets something. Like the guy has been in government for long. Even if he doesn't get anything, then
You
there's no
say he didn't
problem.
perform
But
as a minister.
he did try.
Yeah.
He did try in works, not in power. Not in power.
Okay, if you're specifically saying power, then I can agree with you.
Not
But
as
also
minister of
remember,
power.
he
Yeah.
wanted to do nuclear plant, and he was already going to the plan. But Buhari, when I listened to the Americans saying, "Oh, it's not safe," and this and that, I mean, at least he made that move. I mean, you can't blame him. If they would have let him carry through with it, maybe he would be saying something different. But hey, he tried on that.
Americans will never agree with that in Africa now.
So what's their business? I mean, should we have to be listening to them? Don't they have nuclear power plant in their own country? I mean, I don't understand why all these presidents have to be
Don't you know?
Let's not play that
listening to.
game, Mike.
You want to do something, then America is telling you not to do it, and you say you're doing yes, sir.
No, we don't have leverage yet. You must be strong enough to stand that. You can't just say you want to fight.
They are all over us now. They are all over us now.
So you must be.
They are not pulling gun in your head not to do what you want to do. I don't know why you guys are always all over you. Are they in your country, occupying your country? I don't know why we keep doing this. They are all over us.
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that, of course, you can do what you want to do, but when they come for you, can you fight back?
Let them come now.
Consequences.
It's all sanctions now. This is not about them coming into the country physically. It's all sanctions. Can you survive that? So let's be careful. You must be strong financially, like economically first, before you start fighting the West, quote unquote. Okay.
It's not fight now. It's not really fight. I mean, you have option. You have China. You have other places. Look elsewhere. What the heck, man? I mean, you have to be. I mean, to me, it's not really about sanction. I really don't think Nigeria as a country can sanction. To be honest,
that's the reason why. That's the reason why this BRICS thing must help us vote. That's the only way out of Africa. If
Nigeria is not really a country anybody want to sanction, because if you are sanctioning Nigeria, it must be sanctioning the whole West Africa. And two, you can't. I mean, Nigeria is just what we put out there, especially our oil. It's just not something you want to play with. Because if we,
Mike, they're gonna say like they did in Ghana. If you don't pass this game, we will not give you sanction. You will not give you money.
Nigeria is too powerful. We are not a country that should be afraid of anything.
So you pass this bill now immediately.
We have more power to even sanction the rest of the world. Because I remember one time when the Nigeria Delta uprising began. Let me learn now. When oil production was interrupted, oil price went up in the United States. You can't say you want to sanction Nigeria. You just shut. Okay, what you want to shut the oil? If we don't export that oil, it's going to affect global market.
For you,
it's like saying you want to sanction Saudi Arabia. There are some countries just can't sanction. You can't be sanctioning.
Nigeria is like this. At the Fuku like bad. We don't even know how powerful we are.
No, exactly.
No, but hold on. Are we as powerful as we imagine ourselves to be?
Yes,
though?
Because Nigeria is very powerful.
Hold on. Your OPEC quota is 1.8 million barrels. So that's not a threat to anything.
It's still a lot. Don't forget, we have the best oil. The higher demanded oils. When you talk about the oil they are demanding, they are different quality. The Nigerian oil is the most demanded because it's a sweet crude. It's that you guys don't know what you have. I'm telling you. is the most is the most demanded in the market. They are looking for that sweet crude, you know. I don't know. You don't know how powerful you are. What can somebody do? You can do worse to the world than the world can do to you. That's just a fact.
Well, you know what? Nigeria has this African centerpiece of the African policy, of Nigerian foreign policy is Africa. So many of the time we normally drag our feet. We cannot even we don't even assert our supremacy even in Africa the way we should. We still treat all our brother like the American Machiavellian way of doing things. So that's one of the issues that we have.
All right, let's get things back to order. So, Babati, you take the floor and speak to us for like about 5 minutes or so, and then from you we'll go on to Simba and then Hassan and Mike. So let's get back to order. So,
Okay,
Babati,
so let me just be short and very brief.
The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. So I'm very worried about the palliatives and the way, I mean, the impact of this, the removal of subsidy, which we all agreed that is necessary, but maybe it was not too soon, too late. It was they needed to do that. They just that maybe they didn't emphasize that it was going to impact the economy this much, and hopefully the president comes up with some kind of measure or the Tinubu magic somewhere to fix this problem. That's the reason I kept asking Kay earlier about how long do you think the country has before it goes up in flames of people protesting. Hopefully we don't get to that point and they can figure something out. I think earlier on they brought up the idea of flooding the market. War Peace brought up the idea of flooding the market with imported goods from China or India, whatever, and you can buy back farm produce from Nigerian farmers. So I think targeted subsidies in transportation and also in agri will be the way to go for now. But I look forward to the list in the morning. It's 11:50 here. I'm about to head to bed, so I'm just going to listen for a while in the background when I take a shower, and let me leave it at that for now. I'll see you guys tomorrow or during the weekend. Okay.
All right, brilliant. So that's Babati. He's a prince. So Babati, the prince, from the prince to the doctor. Let's hear from you, Simba. So Simba, share thoughts. Simba. Simba?
One man. I mean, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Okay. Let me just allay our fear. Because at least I can perceive the feelings of the people. I woke up yesterday morning and on one of the WhatsApp group in my community, somebody just posted there that the fuel price has just been increased to 617 naira. But the independent marketer are still selling at the old rate, and that whoever want to fill their vehicle should just go and do so immediately. I didn't even see the post until like around 2 p.m. when my wife called me that they have increased the pump price of petrol. But I quickly rushed down. I filled my tanks. I asked her to go and pick the other cars at home and filled it. But when I went to town, people were just go about their normal business. Most of the filling stations are selling fuel at the new price. And I think the only thing that can make people to revolt in Nigeria is if some people instigated it. People are just going about it. I don't see much complaint on the street yet, but you know, anything can happen in Nigeria because some politically motivated people can actually instigate people to go on the streets, but that will be disastrous for the country because you know when something like that happens in Nigeria, it can skyrocket and might go out of control. And then even the opposition that might instigate this kind of thing might not be able to control it, and it might be a disaster for our country. So let me talk about the palliative. The palliative, you know, there are so many things that we have done in the past that I just look at it as it really work? I remember in 2012, they bought a lot of buses. They gave it to all these NURTW, the Retians, and all those, even labor. They gave them a lot of buses. But at the end of the day, what was the effect? the masses didn't really feel the effect of this thing, and most of these buses, nobody know their whereabouts now. So just buying buses and throw it out there and say, okay, that will actually relieve the people. I don't know how they want to do that, how it's going to work. Then this issue of giving out cash to people, to me, it sounds good. There's no amount of money that you give people that have not received, especially the downtrodden, the poor or the poor. But the implementation, that's the issue. How will you disburse this money and allow this money to get to the people that really needed it? That called for a lot of questions. And I don't know how government can handle that. I'm very happy that people condemn this 8,000 naira palliative that Tinubu is talking about, and he said he's going to review it. That means there's a listening here, and I'm waiting for how the next line of palliative, or how he's going to go about this 8,000 naira thing. What is going to add the review you want to pull out there, and maybe that one is going to be acceptable to the people. Then on the issue of the minimum wage, yes, the federal can increase the minimum wage. I read something yesterday that I've not been able to actually see the authenticity, that the federal government has consented that they are going to increase the minimum wage to 200,000. I think presently, with the money that they are getting from the subsidy removal and even the tax net that he has widened, I think they have money they can pay that 200,000. If that one comes to be, I think it will be a good relief to Nigerians. Because if you are looking at it, what is the percentage of the civil servant, federal civil servant? They will know that when you have somebody, one person in Nigeria, you know that a lot of people that actually rely on that person. And it can actually cascade down, and at least so even people that are not civil servants, the artisans, the market women, because at least people will have more money to go and spend and buy food and all those things. Then my fear is about the state. We have a lot of rogues as state governors, and most of them are actually crook. You know, when you talk about minimum wage, what they used to do is they will just jack up the people that are below that certain amount of, let's say you want to increase the minimum wage to 50,000. What they will do is that people below the 50,000 are the one that they will just push up and get to that 50,000. Every other person will not benefit from it. That's what most state governors does, and that is like a kind of how will I put it, fraud. Because when you increase the minimum wage, supposed to go across every civil servant, you increase their salary by certain percentage. But what, like the one that the one in Imo State did, he just added 10,000 naira to everybody. What does that one mean? And everybody is shouting about it that the Imo State governor has increased the minimum wage to 40,000. How can you give somebody 10,000 naira, even somebody that is already earning 200,000, you just added 10,000 naira to the money, and you think we have helped that person? And you know, the kind of democracy that we practice, that the federal government does not have control over the state, it's one of the problems that we have. Because now they are getting a lot of money from the federal allocation. But most of these governors will still squander this money, and nobody will hold them accountable. So my fear about this palliative is about the state. If the state can be at least bring on board, and then if they can actually increase the salary as the civil servant we need it. I don't think there's any state that can claim that they cannot afford at least 50,000 naira minimum wage. Not the one that they will just increase maybe the few people that are earning below that. No, they must make it certain percentage, let's say across all board. So that is the one that can have effect, not just to increase the one from the few people that are earning below 50, and then you say you have increased the minimum to 50. That is not minimum, that is fraud.
Simba, I've always wondered how they determine the figure for the minimum wage. Because of course the cost of living in a place like Kano, Lagos, etc., it stands to reason that it'll be more expensive than in a place like Borno or Yobe or Ekiti. even the cost to rent a house in those states, you can imagine that it'd be half, if not less of So how do they means test it to determine on one universal figure for the whole country?
It's federal government that actually determine the minimum wage. The state will determine whether they can pay or not. That is the problem. And then federal government cannot increase it based on the cities that people are working. That what they used to do before is that the people that are working in certain areas, maybe you are working in the rural area, but most people doesn't want to work in rural area. There's what they call the rural allowance. And then the people that are working in the city, also they have a kind of incentive that they give them because of the high cost of living in those cities. That's what they do, irrespective of the minimum wage. So that those people will also benefit from that. So I don't know if that one is still in operation, whether they are still doing that. But it's federal government that actually determine the minimum wage across all board. But the states, they are the real issue here. Most of the federal civil servants already they are. I don't think there's any federal civil servant that is any less than 50,000. But still, they need to increase the minimum wage. I think but that is only one that you can monitor. Every other palliative, we still. I don't know how they will, because corruption is actually the main problem. The government can have good policy, they can have good plan, but the implementation, that is where the corruption will creep in, and that is where the problem usually lies. So I'm not sure of how he is going to go about this 8,000 naira whatever, or even if he increase the money, how would they deliver the money to the people that actually needed this money? That is the question. Then when you talk about the food security of a thing, let me tell you, the planting season has already ended. So if you are talking about fertilizer or whatever, that will be against the next planting season. Because we're already in July. By August or September, the rain will stop in the north. So you cannot be planning now for this planting season. The planning for this season is supposed to have started maybe in December, January. So there's nothing we can do now. The only way we can cushion the effect of this food security in Nigeria now, maybe if they have some money to import grains, majorly grains, because the price of grains in Nigeria now is very, very, very high. Though we cannot still isolate ourselves from what is happening in the rest of the world.
Can I ask you a question about the
okay.
planting? When you say planting season, are you saying like they can't plant, the soil cannot, planted on after the so-called planting season? I don't know what you mean by planting season. Is it like farmers just pick their season? So what does that planting season really mean? I'm not a farmer, so I just want to know.
What I'm saying now is that, let's say, we have different timing for planting things in Nigeria now, because rain starts from the south and go upward to the northern part of Nigeria. Usually, the planting season in the northern part of Nigeria is around May, June, or June precisely. So they've already planted whatever they want, because usually they have a very short rainy season, like maybe 3 to 4 months. So, and that's why they plant grains majorly in the north, maybe something like millet, sorghum, guinea corn, and all those things that will germinate and then they will mature within 3 months. So if we are not planning now, say, okay, want to start giving them
Why can't they
fertilizer.
plant? Wait, why can't they plant after the planting season? What's stopping the planting? Is it that
that is what the government is trying to do now, is that we have to stop this rainy season planting. We have to be able to plant throughout the year, and that is why he said there should be a synergy between the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Water Resources. So that means we are talking about irrigation farming. That one, they can still plant that one. They can, like what Bishop said earlier about the revamping of our dams. If they can do that, then we can be talking about dry season farming. That one, yes, we can say we can start planning for that one now. But if you are talking about this current planting season, I think it has already ended. There's nothing we can plan for this one now because it's already too late. That's what I'm saying.
Don't tell me that Nigeria in 2023 we are still relying on rain for plant.
Yes, majority of our, yes, that is why you see that the price of food will be very cheap, maybe around that October, November. But by the time we are getting to maybe something like March, April, by the time the rain is start falling, that's when the price of food usually goes up because the harvest will have finished. So that's the problem. If we are able to plant during the dry season, the price of food will be uniform throughout the year. Then the other issue now that we're having here now is that now we very soon now by the time we're getting to like September, October, we have abundance of food and a
So,
lot of them will be getting wasted. So we need this commodity board. Maybe the government can actually revamp our storage facilities, buy this thing from the farmer. At this when they have a lot of production. And then by the time it's getting scarce, maybe around March, April, May, then they can release those things into the market. And then that would actually relieve the people because that one is not presently being done in Nigeria. So that is the problem. We have a lot of, even the little that we are producing, we have a lot of wastage that is going on.
So we can't find a way to get water to the farm. We have to depend on rain. Hey, alone.
No, rain. Good evening, everybody. This is Adewale. I think rain has this
Are
special.
you sure it's Adewale? Are you sure? Are you sure it's like it sounds like Muiwa to me? It sounds like Muiwa. Are you sure it's Adewale?
Don't mind them. Don't mind them. That Thomas. Okay.
This
The
is one
Democrats.
oh yeah. We are not here last night. One man, Prince Daddy and Baba T. Thank God for progressives. Progressive saved me. Those guys, they are Trump apologists. And you know what? One day I will drag them on this show. You just give us the entire show just to drag them. It's going to be dedicated to Trump.
And but you survived them now. You survived them. They debt with you. You
If not because
survived.
I needed to go to bed, if I would have stayed and give them water that they deserve. Can you imagine? That man is going to jail. Anyway, that is for about Trump. You know,
Well, it's going to one of two places, either to jail or to the White House. So
he's not
actually
going to White
somewhere.
House. Alone, he's not going to White House. Everywhere it's not going to White House. No, it's not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, it's going to be indicted again and the federal charges again. So I don't know why those people are still supporting him. Anyway, you know one thing, Simba. See this rain, it's different from just regular water that we're using to water or do irrigation. When rain falls, when it's rain, and I think rain has a certain chemical. Once it touches the ground, right, the crops that is planted usually grow rapidly. And I've witnessed that even with my own lawn, the grass that I have in my house. Of course, I have a sprinkler system, but whenever it rains, come and see the rapid growth of all this grass. They will grow so fast. So rain is very, very essential. It's very, very essential for growing our crops. You know, you can wet, you can do irrigation or the artificial irrigation, whatever. But when it's rain, my brother, I think it added some nutrient, natural nutrient to the crops.
It's all H2O. It's still H2O. Nothing more.
But it's really essential. I don't know what it is. I didn't do science, but I think there's something element in it that makes crops, I mean, it's like jumping for joy whenever it rains. So rain is very, very crucial for agriculture.
All right. So thank you, Simba. So let's go from you, Simba, to Mike. So Mike, speak to us.
Mike, can you give me a minute so that I won't stay too long? I needed
Right,
to go.
right, yeah.
My baby is having temperature stuff today, so that's why couldn't join you guys on time. Hey, one man.
Is she teething?
Yes, she's really, but despite that, she's kind of like clingy, so that's why I couldn't leave her and all that. But now that she's asleep, me too, I'm still gonna go to bed early. But by the way, I'm looking at what you posted on the show right now. You said breaking news: a ministerial list will be ready tomorrow. Is this true? Confirmed true?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. Akpabio will be reading out the list tomorrow.
Who is Mohammed Jamal?
Oh, he's one of those. He calls himself a white Nigerian. He's one of those white boys that's lost in the Nigerian space.
So is it truly Nigerian or just Nigerian wannabe.
Wannabe who now is, it speaks probably, it speaks, I think it speaks all the Nigerian languages.
How come?
I think it's based in the north.
Okay, is he APC? Stalwart? Is he APC member?
I'm not sure that it's a special. I think it's a comedian. It does skits. I think it does.
So we shouldn't take this tweet seriously then.
No, because it's been reported.
Really?
It's been reported everywhere. Yeah.
I've been so preoccupied by the Trump issue here, so I've not really read the Nigeria news since yesterday. But if that is the case, I think Tinubu has to define the way, because there's some of these things that are what do you call it in confidential, sort of. I don't know how he's able to do that up to now, even though we have those lists that have been paraded on social media, but he's able to at least keep some of this vital information to them. So even the appointment of Bajiabe, I mean, like everybody was, we were all speculating then. But then, when the news was broken, it was, directly from the horse's mouth. So this time around, I hope this is going to be the list will be read on the floor of the Senate tomorrow. Or today, okay, tomorrow. It's still 11 o'clock here. So that would be great. We all, want to know who is going to be who, but I know for a fact Gandola is going to be one of them. Gandola. Woman.
Do you object to that?
Yoruba will say, there's always, he stood by him during primary and a general election. And if you notice, he has been everywhere, even welcoming him, at the airport. So I wonder what his role actually is in his Tinubu's inner caucus. But if he gives to him, depends on the portfolio is going to be assigned.
Cheerleader is a cheerleader.
but one man, can I have a minute, please?
Yeah.
Is
this Bishop?
Yes, sir.
Guy, you say you the best the other day. See, I knew you're gonna come back.
No. Who said? How did you come to that conclusion, sir?
You were so pissed off the other day. Say, man, I'm leaving. I'm going there.
No, I never said that. I just said good night.
You were so pissed off. I could tell. And for almost 2 weeks now, we haven't heard from you. But good to hear back from you. Good to
anyhow, maybe you are a prophet. Maybe you did not get it up completely correctly. I've been talking with one man. We've been speaking at the back. There are quite a few things I mentioned there. I had a little bit of a, I was given a narrative one day that I got a ticket, and those are the two things we talk about in Nigeria that we don't really appreciate. I got a ticket that has cost me almost $1,000.
Oh wow!
Just a speeding ticket for crying about that, and it's actually made me lose one of my major contracts. Oh, wow. So I got a speeding ticket. I was talking on phone. Yeah, that's by the way. I think I'll get over it. It's a matter of time. Yeah. But what I want to say on this is Ganduje actually. I was asking someone, I was talking to someone, and I said, would you call Ganduje a technocrat or not? And let's be very dispassionate now. Let's remove the Gandola out of the equation. And let's look at his performance in Kano State and his pedigree and his educational background and achievements.
I think he has a PhD, right?
He had a PhD from Ibadan.
Wow.
The administration. And with the things he introduced in Kano, if you go and check the records, Ganduje delivered. So I was asking someone, would you consider Ganduje a technocrat or not? Is that, want to rubbish the guy? I said, no, before you talk, take your time. You don't need to answer me now. Go and read about him and look at what he did in Kano State. Just be dispassionate, remove bias from your mind and look at Ganduje. He had PhD. If he had his PhD somewhere in wherever, I don't want to mention any, so that I will not sound condescending. Maybe we'll be able to say. But he had his PhD from Ibadan, University of Ibadan, and he had challenges. He read sciences, So I said, so how do you now define a technocrat? Look at what he did in River in Kano State. So sometimes we are a little bit, and I agree. I give it. People can be biased sometimes. Can get carried away by some emotions and but if you can be dispassionate, like I have looked for, and I have asked people, is there an easy way out of the quagmire we are in without some level of discomfort and suffering that we are experiencing? Is there a way out? Everybody will come on TV and they will talk and they will talk and they will talk. All I will ask is that, what is the way out? We can all be critics. For crying out loud, can we provide solution? Look, there is no easy way out of our present problem. So any good man that has a name to protect, that does not want to hurt people, should not come near our politics, even if you are the best trained Harvard combined with Cambridge, with MIs, Massachusetts, and everything. If you don't want people to be angry, to go and look for the history of your mother and call you the, don't come near, because at this moment you are like a nurse in white that we inject a baby, and babies now know nurses. When they see nurses, hey, they will cry. So if you don't want any baby to cry, honestly, I wish there is a way out. I really wish there is a way out without the pains, but those pains must be there. Thank you.
All right, back to Dewale.
Okay, thank you, woman. Bishop, you can't. To me, I can't call Ganduje a technocrat anymore. He played the game. Technocrat is somebody who is actually not really involved in the day-to-day politics or being involved in the partisan politics, so to say, but dealing with the public administration strictly. So, and for the fact that he had been involved in the governance in the Kano state right from the day of his as a deputy governor, so that has already removed that technocrat um, um, appendage to his name. He's a full-fledged politician. I mean, if you look at him, he's never since 2015 he has been with in APC. So to me, it's just that doesn't diminish his capability. Let me just put it that way. But there's something that you do. That we look at it now. He claimed that the money exchange, the dollar exchange, wasn't meant for corruption and stuff up like that. But it is that doesn't look good. In his own resume, it doesn't look good, and forever and ever that video, that clips will be on the internet. So if tomorrow he comes and he said he want to contest for another any public office, they're going to bring it out and use it to campaign against him. So except yeah, we all know the power of social media. It will be there for a very long time. It will only take Jesus Christ to debunk it because it's out there. So I won't call him a technocrat, but does that mean that he won't have any positive impact that he could make as a minister? Of course, Omobrukulu George, he one way or the other he will perform, but at the same time, one way or the other, the public will not see him as being truthful because of that incident. Till today, we haven't know the truth yet, because he denied it, and the person that was there with him, says that it's for bribery. So I mean bribery. So yeah, but I'm super sure that Tinubu's list is going to contain some notable politicians. But by and large, it's good. At least he had promised that it will involve female and then also involve professionals. So I also believe that it will put the politicians, whoever politician is going to be interested in, it's going to put them in a position that would not necessarily require, much scrutiny, day-to-day media scrutinies and all that. Maybe some, like one man mentioned, maybe as a mayor of Abuja, maybe that would be the best. But someone said that is the most powerful position, which I still don't believe is still a powerful position. You are more or less like a governor. Yes, you preside for that capital, but it's not something that every day they're looking at your activities, or you're dealing with the labor unions, or you are dealing with students and all that. So uh, I don't think this Tinubu is going to put him in charge of finance or make him the head of petroleum resources. That is not going to happen. So, but I'm really anxious. I can't wait to see that list, and they will criticize. But
And they say so. It's only Ganduje that will have a problem with.
no. I'm using him as a poster for the
But at what
politician that
stage
will.
do we get to this stage of now having a trust in our politicians again that we're always asking for technocrats? Is there any place in the world where people will abandon, the politician will be abandoned, and then they bring technocrats to come and be the one in charge of the.
Simba, 1999, when Tinubu became governor in Lagos State, majority of his cabinet members were all newcomers. And what he did was he
But all those technocrats today, they are all politicians. We could now they have
well,
become politicians.
you can't actually say they are active politicians because if there's some notable ones among them that have gone really, far in politics. But if you look at, let me give you an example. Moise Banere, who was a lecturer before then. Moise Banere has gone back to practice. He's a member of APC, but not fully involved. The likes of Dele Alaki, after he finishes his engagement with Tinubu, he went back to practice, right? So he didn't get back into politics and start doing that, except for Shibaja. Even though Shibaja still don't see him as a politician, apart from his flourishes that like to appear like Obama of this world and all that. I still don't see him as a real politician because the politician will politic and will get to the grassroots. So that is how his cabinet was composed there. He had those young chaps managing those portfolios, and he dealt with the politics strictly. Remember, it was still, he hadn't established his own platform then, but of course, he was already having admirers and people that really likes his politics. So the moment he was able to establish his politics, then he started picking. Today, I still don't see Fashola as a politician. I still don't see Ambode as a politician. I still don't see what is his name, current governor, someone who as a politician, because politicians will get involved in day-to-day running or look at politician won't tell you I want to retire, I want to go and rest. Rest where? Who? Where? Have we ever heard Tinubu say I want to go and rest? Well, Fashola came out and said, look, let's leave the stage for other people too. Politicians would never say that. Never, ever, 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 ever. They don't go on vacation. But he came out and he said, look, let other people do it. I'm gonna be 60. So that's to tell you that he wasn't in he's still not a politician. He's just a technocrat, a professional who takes his job seriously and try to do his best. The same way with Ambode. If Ambode was a good politician, he would have been able to find his foot in Lagos. But they took the platform from him, and it was stripped naked, politically. So yeah, if you look at the politician. That's how you know who is politician and who is not politician. But it will be of good it's good for Tinubu to have more technocrat in his cabinet than just party with a bunch of politicians because and let him deal with the interest groups because if you have politician can easily be compromised. I'm not saying technocrats too cannot be compromised, but at least they know that they are only answerable to you. All right. Apart from those who seconded them to your cabinet, they are also answerable to you. But when you have politicians who stood by you during primary and the general election, what are you going to tell them? Because he also represents some power block. So I just hope his best option is to have more of professional in his cabinet than just a bunch of politicians that do not know their left or their right. Where did the one man wrong go? Hello? Nobody hear me?
Yeah,
Can anybody hear me?
we can hear you.
Can you imagine? One man disappear. Unbelievable.
Yeah. But I want to ask you one question, Adewale, before you go. Although we know that Fashola said he's tired,
But excuse me, what about if Tinubu said he really needs him? What is it? Is he going to turn him down or what?
That is the most dangerous thing to do. To drag somebody who is reluctant, who doesn't share that same enthusiasm into something. That is the most dangerous thing to do. I mean, Fashola is not the only best brain that Tinubu could find. There are also
so that means El-Rufai too might not be a minister, might not be in the list also.
I mean, well, to me it's 50-50. Though the man has shown during the primary that he's not even interested in becoming part of the administration. But
if I were Tinubu, I will not appoint both Kwankwanso and Ganduje into that ministerial list. Because
I don't even think that DJ is going to be there. Probably is going to send somebody.
I don't think he should also appoint Kwankwanso too, because Kwankwanso is a politician too.
But it will diminish Kwankwaso's political capital.
Yeah, so he should just appoint somebody. I don't know why. And Ganduje can also just appoint somebody and go for ambassadorial position. That would be okay for him because he's already over 70-something years old. But the way I see this man is that he likes to be in the corridor of power.
Who doesn't like?
Well, it's true.
He's what is it about?
I think if I were Ganduje, what I would just play is that I would play to be like Bisi Akonde, just to be second in command to Bisi Akonde. You know, there are some people, they call them big cabal. It should be a big cabal.
Who? Ganduje told Bisi Akonde?
What I mean is that Bisi Akonde is like right man of Tinubu. He doesn't need anything. He can walk into Aso Rock and sit. He knows everything that's going on in Nigeria. Very quiet man. So if I were him,
and your Shovas.
We work towards that kind of situation. Not totally become Bisi Akonde, but have the opportunity to walk into Aso Rock anytime and advise the president. And I can get my contract, everything like that. I don't need to be. You're already 70-something plus. What else do you want?
Bisi Akonde, is he not 80 years old now?
Yes, it's maybe close to 80. But I bet you anything that
you remember Bisi Akonde was the deputy to Bolage.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Oh yeah.
And what you guys don't know about Tinubu, I will tell you today. Tinubu said he likes people to be around him. He knows what he's doing.
Akande is 84. Akande is 84.
So that is a very good strategy to know what is going on in the street. He knows that politicians can lie to him. Even the so-called technical can also pamper their report or their slide or whatever. But people in the street will tell him.
Is it not the same Bisi Akonde that was pinching him when he was making speech in Abeokuta about Egbe Popamo, Ekowo Pamo? And he said, no,
I don't think it's him. I think it's another tall guy like this.
He was there too.
I know he was there, but sometimes they are trying to. Because politics is a game at full risk. The risk is so heavy, so sometimes they don't know what you are going to say that will backfire. So you can't blame them also for pitching like turn it down a little bit. But it's like Tinubu can see what is going to happen. He is a good strategist, and whatever he said during it works, and he became Nigerian president. But like I said before, he has a lot of people in the street that Tinubu will also listen to. He can call anybody in Nigeria. You will not. Don't be even surprised that you even call him say in Lagos. Tell me what is going on in the street.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is kind of politician that man is, and a lot of people doesn't know. He's well read. He knows what is going on. He knows how to fight the cabal. He knows how to balance the game. So when you see the list, don't expect too many technocrats also. It's going to be a balanced list. But I'm expecting one particular woman to be the gas and petroleum minister.
Oh.
Yeah, as a woman, I probably think, I hope that woman makes that list. I forgot the name of the woman, but she's very fast. That's her specialty. So,
is it some young Yoruba woman, round about in her 40s, thereabouts?
I think it's not really a Yoruba. I think it's from the south.
Well, she's in her 40s, so somewhat.
Yes, something like that.
She has an American lilt in her voice.
Of course,
yeah.
And she's that's her forte. She has been in that industry for a long time, and she has been. Actually, I see Adisa as a El-Rufai candidate. Okay. and that's why she has a special advisor, planning, coordination policy or something like that. So everybody already appoint their whatever they want to appoint. I don't know who is Fashola bringing on the table. But Muiz Banire, you mentioned about Muiz Banire. Muiz Banire have a long battle with the APC during that time. I think he want to go for one of the position at the National Working Committee and all on the board of. He didn't get it, and that is why he fell out with APC. And since that time, I think he was so bitter he does not want to reconcile anymore, and he went back to his practice. He's not a good politician. That yes. So while you criticize APC, criticize Tinubu a lot, now that Tinubu is the president, what is on the table for you? Can you go back? You don't want to go back. The ego is still there. I think they talked to Ambody very well, and he dropped his ego. And come on, you still have so many things to offer.
Ambody has paid the price too. But yeah, I think this guy, you remember this guy that was contesting under APC then, Teen Jack Rich?
Yes.
I think he's going to be appointed a minister.
But he's going to be Minister of State if he gets it. It's not going to be a full. It's just going to be because it's
this guy.
I think this guy is from Rivers, right?
Oh yeah, this guy pumped money.
It's very difficult for him to get something if he's from Rivers and it's only one ministerial stuff from that. But
shortly after the primary, I mean, I think at that primary too, he supported Tinubu. I think he dropped his ambition and supported Tinubu during that. It was one of those people that.
Hold on. Have we heard from Mike? My system dropped. Huh?
Yes, you're sure right. Thank you guys. Thank you very much for everything. I really appreciate it. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Yeah. On Saloni and Idewale. All right, it's gone already. So, Mike, to you.
Otisalo already.
Yeah, I think he was saying his daughter is sick or something.
Yes, I think his daughter is in that age, teething stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
so there is nothing like teething, no.
How do you mean?
Yes, now teaching it doesn't cause any problem for children. It's just a semantic, just a old cultural belief. It's a physiology process. It doesn't cause any problem for children.
Do cause problem.
The people see people used to just let me tell you what used to happen, because children used to grow teeth, their make teeth, because the temporary teeth from age of 6 months upward. And if you look at it, that is the age at which, in a normal setting before, that is the age of weaning, when you switch from breastfeeding to other kind of food for children. And that is the stage at which they used to take things from the ground and put in their mouth. Then the immunity they have from their mothers also, because when a baby is born, that is from the placenta, there are some antibodies that are passed from the mother to baby to strengthen the immunity of the baby. So it starts to wane by age of 5 months to 6 months. So the baby are actually susceptible to infection at that stage. So, and then be coupled with the way they are picking things from the ground and all those things also causes problem for them. So people used to attribute those ones to teething.
Explain the temperature that comes. Some of them get temperature. Some of them do a lot of poo.
Because exactly that is because of they pick dirty things from the ground, they put in their mouth because of the immunity that are waning. They can have, especially in our own setting, they can start having malaria. That is the first time they start having malaria, especially if you are in the tropical region.
That is your point, that what they pick from the floor and all those things. That means you are wrong, because even before, till we always breastfeed my babies till like almost 1+.
What do you mean we? Are you breastfeed? Look at this guy. What are you saying? What do you mean we?
Chest feeding, as the Rabati said. No, don't call it breastfeeding again. Chest feeding.
But anyway, I think there is something called teething, and even if you go to hospital, they are teething and they have medications for teething.
If you look at the medication, then let me tell you, just paracetamol that they just put in the thing. I'm a doctor. I'm telling you, there's nothing in medicine called teething.
This man.
So it's just a culture.
Simba is a doctor. You got to. You can't argue with a doctor now.
So Simba, what can parents
I'm a
do?
pediatrician, so it's not a scientific concept.
All right.
So Simba, what can parents do during
Hold
that
on.
time?
Let's welcome Bar Marcos to the platform, who's joining us for the first time. Bars, good to see you. Bars, unmute. Look at that, he ran away. All right, sorry, back to you.
So I was trying to ask Simba a question. You said it's not teaching, and they develop a lot of. What can parents do to alleviate this particular problem with children at that vulnerable time?
Sorry, respond to that, and then I want to get back to Mike, just because
Mike,
Mike has been
okay.
hanging around for a while. Yeah.
Initially, like me, I have 3 children, and none of my children have such problem when they are growing their teeth. The only thing you can do is one, hygiene is very, very key at that stage of life. Hygiene. So, and once you can do that, because it's that poor hygiene, picking things from the ground that will make them having diarrhea and all those things. Then, if you are living in temperate, as I said, there's nothing really, because the immunity that wins, because they are trying to switch from this antibody, because they are losing the antibodies that the mothers give to them, and they are trying to develop their own. So it's a transition period. So there's really nothing you can do at that stage. If they are predisposed, or if they are exposed to infection, they will have infection at that stage, and they will have fever. So the best thing is to treat it. But for you to, because you have some pharmaceuticals company that are now launching on that misconception, and they say this is a teaching powder, teaching this, teaching that. No, it's actually very wrong.
Don't let us prolong. I wanted to say something, but let's Mike, because Mike is sounding like he wants to sleep as well. So let him comment.
No, say what you gotta say. I mean, if all my allows you, that's fine. I'm not flipping or anything.
If you are claiming that it's hygiene, I don't believe it's hygiene, and I believe different kids react to teething differently. Not like my last daughter, even my first child. Not like they started having temperature or something, but you can tell they are feeling the pain, the way they react, and if you give them a teething soda that they put in their mouth or something cold to just put in their mouth, you will see they will be calm. But some kids come up develop temperature because of the pain they feel. Some of them develop temperature, and some of them in Nigeria, I realized back in the days, some of the babies do a lot of poop when they are teething as well. And it's not because they are picking stuff from the floor. That's why I say, if you have given me a better scientific logic to it, I'll probably have agreed with you. But if because your kids didn't have temperature or poop.
It's not. I'm not saying because of. I've already explained to you what actually made it. It's a transition period. Do you understand?
That's why it's the teething transition period.
It's not the teeth. It's not the teeth that is actually the problem. That's what I'm saying. It's not the teething that is the problem. But whether you agree or not, it's not. It's not something to be debatable. It's not the teething, because the only thing that comes with teething, it's not even painful. It's not painful because you grow your permanent teeth, it doesn't come with pain. What actually happened is that they used to have this itching. By the time the teeth are growing, they have this itching. And it can make them sometimes inconvenient.
All right, hold on. Simba, I recall that you said you studied your medicine at Ilorin, University of Ilorin. Simba.
Yes.
All right, DOG, where did you study your medicine?
Myself. I'm just a chemist.
He's a father. He's a father. He's talking from experience.
So then it is. Then listen to the expert now, Abby.
No, my partner is a doctor.
I think Simba also mentioned transition period. When we talk about transition period, that will be it might be differ from one child to another. But when you are transitioning as a child, it comes with a lot of trouble that you cannot say, because all your limbs are growing, your arms are being lengthened, and so many other stuff. Before you know it, they started crawling. Who knows what everybody that going through transition period, we have one pain or the other.
One thing, baby grow every day. That they are developing every day. But when
But
they get
you cannot compare when they start crawling with when they start walking. It's totally different. You can see before they make their first step. Also, it's not easy. So the transitional period will come with some stuff. Some baby will not have nothing, while some will continue to get sick. Maybe have
same thing
body.
I was saying, but we can't. I'm not believing there is nothing like teaching.
Well, for me, I'm not an expert, so I don't have nothing to say about that. Because if you are not, there's so many misconceptions outside there that ordinary people don't know. Yeah.
All right, Mike, to you.
So, where was the topic?
I think Mike is gone, man.
You guys,
Mike is heavy tonight.
what's the main topic? I mean, I think I can't remember.
There are several hold on. There are several things we discussed, but there was this headline that I saw that I didn't even read it out. It was even in the course of the session that I saw it. But maybe just a brief commentary on this, and then I'll take you to other topics as well. It's back to the Obi space and the petition in court. It says Peter Obi failed to show he scored majority votes. INEC tells court. So and that is the thing that a lot of people because the petition of Peter Obi, at least the narratives we're hearing from the courts, they're still talking about Tinubu's primary school certificate. They're talking about some phantom drug case in America. Now they're talking about some FBI file that is being redacted, and they're talking about any and everything apart from how Peter Obi won the election. And this is what INEC seems to be saying. I've not read it, but just from the headline, Peter Obi failed to show he scored majority votes, INEC tells court. And after everything has been said and done, and that is really what the court has to decide, isn't it? Who won the election? Who did not win it? So what are you there making of that headline, Mike?
You guys said earlier that there are some people that are trying to figure a way to stage protest and trying to use that to burn the country down, things like that. I think Obi is doing Tinubu a favor by keep, with this case, keep pushing. I think those people will be, they'll kind of be halting on that so-called protest they want to do until this whole aftermath of this court case. So I think they're doing Tinubu a favor. So by the time this whole court thing will be over, I think Tinubu would have, picked up with this economic situation. And then by then, I don't think they will have much reason to give Nigerians to get on the streets. Or I wouldn't even say Nigerians. It'll probably be obedience to get on the streets for their country burning down. So I mean, with but we all know the whole court case is a joke. So there's not really much one should be saying anymore. I mean, we said it all. It's just Obi trying to keep his momentum, with his followers. That's what it is, man. Now they're talking about FBI. I mean, come on, man. These guys are ridiculous, man.
Yeah, did you see the FBI headline? It's like you said, it's ridiculous.
I think somebody was saying it doesn't look like FBI. It's probably some doctor bullshit, And I know FBI won't speak directly to anybody. FBI will speak through the Department of State. It'll be something. If there's any kind of thing they want to say about anything, it will be Department of State that will speak, not FBI speaking directly to some foreign people, whoever, or some entity somewhere. So I think that I will agree that thing it's a fake, it's a Photoshop bullshit, man. By people from that area.
Yeah. All right. Let me take you to more serious matters. So now on Wednesday, Godswill Akpabio will probably do one of the most significant roles that he's going to carry out. So they're going to be reading out the ministerial list on the 19th, which is today where I am, maybe tomorrow where you are. But what is your anticipation for that space? Because a lot is riding on that ministerial list. So technocrats versus politicians, people will be looking at that. people will be looking at the gender mix, because Tinubu had all in the course of his campaign talked about female representation in his government. But what people will be looking at the most will be the ethnic mix of the list. So a lot of that. So, but what is your anticipation of that space, and what are you looking to see?
My anticipation, I will expect a lot of technocrats. I won't see that. I don't expect to see a lot of politicians there. I wouldn't expect a lot of politicians. I will be disappointed if the guy. I will expect you guys should expect a lot of new faces, names you never heard before. The same way when they announced Osibanjo, nobody knew who he was. Now, I mean, like what the hell, you know? So you expect a lot of new names, new faces. I'll be disappointed if I don't see that. I will be completely disappointed if I'm seeing same old game where it's just same old politicians, all these guys, you know, same people we know. I mean, I will be really disappointed if that's the case. If I will begin to see him swaying in all these new names, like Saraki's sister, all these people, politicians, sons, relatives. No. I think Tinubu is too. We expect to see a lot of new faces. Now, how quality will these people? I mean, the quality of the people. You know, that's what I mean. I will expect a lot of quality people. I won't expect to see one kind of non-illiterate or one incompetent person to be appointed a minister. I won't expect that. You know, so I will expect a lot of technocrats, less few politicians. As far as women, that would be a good thing. Honestly, that would be a plus for him. If the guy include a lot of women, that would be a plus. I mean, history has shown it. Even study shows that when you include a lot of women in governance, progress tends to happen quick. Example will be Rwanda. The moment Rwanda made a law, Paul Kagame said 50, the governance will be 50% women, 50% men. Rwanda began to take off. So if the guy can do that, including a lot of women in the cabinet, I think we'll see some things, man, some progress. So I'm looking forward to it, but I expect a lot of new faces, and a lot of competent people. Because from historical antecedents, we see that's the way it was. I mean, Tinubu doesn't appoint incompetent people. That's one thing we know about him. So the guy, we see a lot of competent people appointed as ministers. I'm looking forward to it, We want to see the new faces, you know. And we'll go from there.
And the ethnic mix.
The ethnic mix.
You've already said you only want Yoruba people.
No. At least I want Yoruba people. I say if that's all where you can find the competent people, hey, so be it. I don't care. But what I would expect to say is a lot of Lagosians. I would expect that. Even people from other ethnic group that you find will probably be people that are connected to Lagos somehow. Maybe from one state but grew up in Lagos or have some kind of connection with Lagos. But I mean, the Constitution already made it, clear that you got to pick people from all the each states, you know. So it'll be very difficult for him to do that. But as far as where he will get the room to just pick whoever he likes, I think there will be a lot of Lagosians, not necessarily Southwesterners, but a lot of Lagosians, you know, a lot of Yorubas. You know. But to me, I mean, like I said, hey, I will expect us to just focus on competency. I mean, competence. No, listening to people saying, try this. You should focus on delivering. That's what you should focus on. You have to deliver, man. If you don't deliver, man, then it's just that would be a shame.
Mike, can I interject you?
Yeah.
But don't forget that this one he has to follow constitutional requirements, so he doesn't have a choice. He has to pick people from each state. So even this one that you are talking about, a lot of Lagosians, he doesn't have power over that. He has to pick only 2 people from Lagos and pick two from each other state.
Okay, let me give you an example. Someone like Nuri Badu, where would you say it's from?
It's from Adamawa.
What's the state of origin? Exactly, boy. Is he not illegal? Is he more like illegal, not like a Lagosian? What I'm saying is, he would know people that are Lagosians, like real Lagosians, but from other states. And that's what I mean by there's going to be a lot of Lagosians from they're out they're where their state of origin from another state, So that's what I'm saying. So you will see a guy, you will say, okay, this guy from Adamawa, but he grew up in maybe Oshodi or Lagos, somewhere in Lagos, So that's what I'm saying. Or if he's going to appoint a lot of Southeasterners, he's not going to go appoint one guy straight from Enugu now, or straight from Anambra, never left Anambra in his life. Right? It's not going to do that. It's going to be someone like Drake Bokwe.
Yeah, I
You
think
understand?
what Mike is saying is, I think the guy has Igbo in his cabinet when he was governor in Lagos. He can pick people like that.
Yeah, we'll pick them. Exactly. Someone like Drake Bokwe, for example, I think his origin is Anambra or something like that. If he's going to pick a minister for Anambra, I think he will go to Anambra to be looking for somebody. He will pick Bokwe now. He's guy, he picked Drake Bokwe. He won't be going to Anambra to be finding one guy that doesn't know anything. Yeah, don't make it, don't wear you. Didn't go to South to be looking for one didn't like that. You will find an Igbo guy that grew up in Lagos, that's in a mix, that's been part of the industries there in Lagos, captains of industries, those are the people we're picking. If don't be surprised if Elumelu is interested, you'll probably pick him, put him somewhere. If Elumelu is interested, don't be shocked to hear his name. I'm telling you. But the guy will be too busy with other things.
Yeah, reading my mind, Mike. I was just gonna say, even all those visits to Elumelu and all those things.
Yeah.
You might say, okay, do you want ministerial? If
don't
you don't
be shocked. Don't be shocked to see part with Tommy.
We have boys.
I don't see that one coming, please. No.
Yeah? No.
No, I don't think it.
Don't be shocked to hear part with Tommy from Delta.
The party Tommy is possible because even this guy Obi has came out that they are trying to hijack some of his people. He has came out to say something like that.
They should shut up. Those guys are in politics. They can
those guys are not really. They are Dundee United. I don't think Patrick Tommy is even still associating himself with that guys.
No. Patrick Tommy have already moved on from that because they have seen the result. They actually Tinubu won this election fair and square. There is nothing about it. And what the obedient are doing or Obi is doing just to keep himself relevant for some time. And the end game is coming by August 5 after the verdict, and that is over. Okay, so
they are fixed a date. Are they fixed a date for the verdict?
No, they said, but when they want to start this tribunal, they said by August 5, everything will come to an end. So probably maybe before or after that, August 5, then the verdict will be. Because the party
because they have 180 days. There are 180 days. When is it ending? Because they started this thing in May now. They started early May.
But they can give because they have already have the final addresses now. So the next is just to communicate the date of the verdict to the petitioner and the respondent. So by August 5 or before August 10, we are going to have the verdict. No big deal.
I think everything we won't have any. I think this thing will still extend to like December.
No, that is when you take them to the Supreme Court. If they
Supreme Court, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay. After the appeal, what next? What do you think the Supreme Court will do? And you can see Obi said he's going to court to prove non-compliance. Yeah, but when he got to court, he started talking about this. They should disqualify it. They should declare him as president. So they're just like anything that goes. That's what they went there and do. Throw anything they can have.
It's one of his lies now. Do you see anything in the petition that is not talking of non-compliance? Most of the thing is.
So what INEC said they are right because I didn't see, it didn't prove that. Like before the tribunal, they were saying, we won Lagos with over 500,000 votes. We were cheated in Kaduna. We have more vote than that. We are cheated in this. But when we get to the tribunal, nothing like that as such. They didn't prove nothing like that.
Obi is a con artist, man. The guy is just playing along with his fellow con artist followers, So they're just playing games with each other, man.
So at the end of the day, some of those people that they want to use Labour Party to just get relevant, if they throw some small bone at them, they just take it. And some of them have already started taking it already. So that is politician for you. But what I know is that everybody is a politician, whether you are a technocrat or no. It's just the principle behind you that you take this, you leave it. That is the most important thing. Most of these people that have been ruling Nigeria, they are technocrat before and they became politicians. So no matter what, you have a field that you study in the university before people know you. And when you become, some of these guys who came from America to become governors in Nigeria. Some of them perform very well, some of them average, and a lot of them very poor. So what I okay, Mike, you can continue because you have the floor. Sorry.
Yeah. So as far as ministerial positions, there will be a lot. People is going to pick will be people connected to Lagos. Like if he's going to pick a minister from Delta, he may pick someone like Patu Tommy, who's based in Lagos. If he's going to pick someone from Akwa Ibom, or there's a lot of them. You will see a lot of Lagos-based people be in his cabinet.
If Patty told me accept, if he was given that, Obi people will die.
If what?
Obi people will die. They will cause that man to death.
They will insult the guy.
But guys, what can keep these guys quiet? Because I'm just tired of them. We are seeking our mandate. We'll get our mandate. All those things really piss me. Like these guys.
It's a court final.
You know what makes it easier for us to deal with them?
Once the court pronounce their case non-entity, and anybody that raised, they will just use SSS and everything to keep them quiet.
The obedience is just a continuation of the hypobians now. We've been dealing with hypobians for like 7 years. So it's nothing. It's something we are used to. We are used to that cry shit, man. I mean, we are used to it.
After the election, you can see that majority, some of those people that supported Obi, maybe from NSAS movement or some from the churches, they have moved on. Only the people that remain that continue to make noise, you go and check. You can see they're mostly from the south.
My annoyance. My annoyance
Southeast and Edo and
my annoyance now, Mike, is how they factor everything that has to do with. Like now, they said they found a container in Lagos with guns going to the southeast. If you see all the names on the social media, they are all able. Lie, this government, because they don't want to be, they just want to trash southeast. They want to do this. Can't you guys think for a while? Like, can't you just chill and use your brain for a while? Must everything be related to the politics and everything?
I think what they want to do is to plunge that southeast to big crisis.
And it's the ones it's the Igbos in the diaspora that are doing it. Those guys, a lot of them are just heartless, man. The answer kind of
people. They don't mind.
They want to see
sorry, D, can you check your phone for a moment? Sorry, carry on.
Okay.
The lot of the Southeastern African diaspora, they just want to see Nigeria burn. They want to, so Nigeria just gotta be careful, man. The government gotta be careful because, like you said, guns going there, all those things. They don't mind. They don't care. They don't care about it.
I don't think Nigerians should worry too much because at the end of the day, it's their own space that they are going to destroy.
Yeah, it's going to be more their own space. Yeah, that's true.
They will destroy their own space, but unfortunately, that is not good omen for the country as a whole because it's not good. Look at what happened to the Northeast. They are rebuilding now. But if such a thing should happen to them, that would be a big calamity in a small space of 5 states like that, and you are killing your people for what reason?
You see, one thing they don't get. You see, you mentioned Northeast, right? If something like that happened in North, at least in North, they're lucky that a lot of their politicians are connected to the federal government, so they can get favor in rebuilding, right? But Southeast, we burn that place down. You see the northern politicians or the southwest politicians that come and be pumping billions to rebuild your region. They will just leave you alone, man. They will leave that place like that, But lucky Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this ministerial that you are talking about, I think I will prefer. Can you see this way that if Tinubu should pick technocrats, yes, he can afford to pick from the south, even southwest and the southeast, but he should not do away with the politician from the north for the sake of election.
Yeah.
No, he's going to pick from everywhere. No, he's got to pick constitutional.
No, what I'm saying that is, if you want to pick the politician, we can afford to.
You mean like? Oh, I see what you mean. Like we can afford.
I'm saying that, and DJ will probably make that list. Yes, go and write it down. He may probably make that list, and Kwankwanso will not.
But exactly, he can maybe pick. But think about it, though. How many of the northern politicians are really like big names like that? It's just few of them that are really.
And this former Plateau governor, the PPC coordinator, Solomon,
Lalong.
will probably make the list. Yes, some of them, because some technocrats will be presented to him through maybe Arufai and the rest. So Baguda, or that former governor from, is it Kebi or not Kebi? Is it Kebi or Zamfara? I don't know, maybe Kebi. That, yeah, Kebi, I guess it. Yeah, that one might probably make that list. So, like you said, most of the technocrat will probably come from Ogun, maybe in Oyo and Oshun, because he has the liberty to pick a technocrat.
The entire South, too. Even like he's not going to pick one unqualified Southeastern now. Or
I don't want Fayemi to make that list because it's too docile when he handle ministerial.
No, it's not a performance at all. Fayemi is a failure. It's a total failure. The only thing he does is just to talk, speak English, and that's all. Is that guy? I don't know. Even as a minister, he didn't perform. As a governor, he didn't perform.
I was
so what you should do away with him. I bet the guy is still loitering around the Tinubu, still looking for opportunity. I don't know. You should do away with such people.
He need to be compensated with ambassadorial positions. Is that not enough for him? Go and sit down. Okay? So
he should go and rest. He has made enough money. He should go and rest.
Tinubu is going to focus a lot of younger technocrats, man. It's not going to be doing all this. You guys don't be shocked. Maybe picking people, some young Nigerians that have done great things, man, like overseas, and those are the people you gotta be targeting. Because Tinubu, the thing is, whoever has been presented to him, they want to go for the best, and the best will be a lot of those younger ones.
I don't totally subscribe that everybody should come from abroad. Look at it.
No, I'm not saying everybody. I'm just saying best. But it's not going to.
Yeah,
I mean, if you are not from abroad, but if you are better, I think Tinubu focus on who's better. But more likely, someone from abroad is better than.
But there still be some of them will be on political calculation also. So it's not only about even the so-called Gaduji you talk about. You just read the CV now. It's a professor. He's well read and from UI, and he knows the terrain very well too. Because no matter what, this guy has played his politics very well. First, he has given them the deputy Senate president. They also have the House of Rep. He has solidified his base and he moved on to South, giving them the Senate president. That is a very good position they never thought they would have. Southeast have it in the kitty before the election, but they threw it away. So, and look what. So if our team just continue to solidify your base and maintain your base, the 5 regions is enough for you. Because no matter what you do over there in the South, you are not going to get any substantial vote in the next 4 years. So he's a very good politician. If you see all his moves, they are very deft. And at the same time, his ear is on the ground. You know what is going on. And being a Yoruba man, and being a very clever somebody. I'm not really praising him, but I'm saying when people talk, he listens and he quickly change. If he does not change, he just pan to what people really want. And that's exactly what most Nigerians want, a listening president. They don't want a superhuman being, but somebody that can listen and change the course. And when you guys talk about increase in pump price, I think that the Nigerian government should do, they need a lot of advertisement and orientation. Because here, even in Europe, the price already is about €2.0 euro per liter. And throughout on Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, it was around 1.807 per liter. So as the price of crude oil continue to change, it will affect the demand and supply in everywhere in the world. So if you calculate €2 by almost 800, it's supposed to be about 1,700 naira in Nigeria. So still at that price of 617. I know it's not easy, considering that Nigeria economy is in crisis for a long time. But I think they should start to educate Nigeria about the forces of demand and supply. Because a lot of people don't understand it. They just thought that the markets are just increasing by themselves. They don't know that the crude oil, the refined product they buy outside will affect the price not to be stable every time. But as
my fear, because Nigeria, they are already anticipating that it will get to 700. I think that was the reason why maybe they are not caught
Because they
unaware.
don't know. But the point is that the government should regulate very well. When the price of that petrol drop, because I can see it over here.
Exactly, that's what I want to
Yes,
say.
then the
That
price will also go
this
back.
reluctancy,
It will go back
because by the time it's very easy for them to inflate because they have a cheaper fuel in their tank, and then when they said they should increase the price, all of them they will do it willingly. But by the time they ask them to bring the price down,
But at the same time, I also want to know that the stock you just increased now, how much did you buy it? So it's just not that the price just increased today and then immediately you just increase it again in your petrol station. I don't know how the government is going to do it. Nigeria is a peculiar situation. So they are not just going to fold their hands and they should find a way, sit down with the people, the regulatory body, and so many things like that. Because sooner or later, the price of petrol or crude will also fall. I hope we can see a reflection. From 617, it can go back to 5 something. Or even some people, and the price are not the same thing. In Lagos, it's about 548 now. And in Abuja, it's about 617. So Ibadan should also be about 548. So though call not in Maiduguri, maybe it's already 630 naira per liter now. So I don't. So that is the first
I bought in Ilorin yesterday at 595.
So yeah, because it's getting far away from Lagos. The reason why Lagos have that is because they ship back there, and then to take it to their petrol station is very quick, and but it's very close to Ogun and Oyo.
When
And
is
Osun.
Dangote refinery there? It's going to be ready, sir. I sure this starts leaking in.
What they said, I will start pumping petrol to the general market by first week of August. So let's wait to the end of this month and first week of August. Let's see what is going to happen.
Why didn't they wait for him to start pumping before removing
No,
something?
you can't wait. The economy cannot stop. Economic activity cannot stop. We have to.
No. What I'm saying, before removing the subsidy, why couldn't they wait?
Is there any relationship? Is there any relationship between Dangote refinery and removal of subsidy?
I think
I mean,
what Tinubu
the
did
supply
was,
of Abi.
I think what
There's
Tinubu
no
did.
relationship. There's no though
We are
it will
importing the fuel now.
indirectly.
I mean, if we produce it locally, if we cheaper, Abi. I mean, we can
If
make
you
it.
want to compare
No. Let me explain to you, Mike. The only difference you will have is the cost of freight. I mean, the cost of transportation, and it's very, very, very marginal. Maybe between 20 to 30 naira. Because
Cost
let me
of
tell you,
transportation from overseas.
From overseas, exactly. That's the only
That's the
difference.
difference. No, I mean, you're buying it directly from. I mean, come on, Dangote can do something about the price, man. I mean, if it's
How?
he can cut
How
the
do you want
price.
to?
that is the truth, because we are going to be selling crude to Dangote at international market. You cannot reduce the price for him. So and when he receives, then the logistics and that comes along with taking the fuel from abroad to Nigeria, that one will be totally reduced, and it does not need to pay any kind of duty at the port.
Exactly.
So
Shipping.
the difference, like what he said, at most maybe between 20 naira to 40 naira.
No, there'll be way more than that, because think about it. Also, the cost of production. You know, the cost. Okay, let me ask you this: where is the current fuel coming from? I know it's not coming from one poor countries. Why are you coming from these high-income countries? Probably
You mean the
England.
refined petrol?
The refined ones, yes.
I think it's coming from Southeast Asia, from Indonesia,
No, this
and
is
all
gotta be coming from
some
this
are
country.
also from Europe. Some are
Yeah,
from
Europe. Now,
some majority are from Europe, not really from Southeast Asia, because Southeast Asia is too far. The majority are from Europe, I think from Netherlands and some other nearby countries like that.
okay, now think about it. The cost of production, like the labor, what they will pay the workers in those countries, the petroleum workers, the income will be way higher than what Dangote will pay his own workers now. I mean,
no, you cannot say something like that, because when you operate in international markets,
No, I'm saying the cost of production,
Okay, you mean for Nigerian workers working in
Yeah, exactly. So if you factor it in, I mean, Dangote has more reason to supply with a lesser value than those countries, because in those countries, for example, an average engineer will making maybe 150,000. High money. You understand?
To me, I think what we should do is that our logistics should be very good, our train system working very well. If our train system working very well, the refined products can be taken from Lagos to Kaduna in the same day, because the fare is quite cheaper. And if our train is very good all over the country, then we can say drastic reduction in the price of petrol.
But we don't have that now. We don't have that now.
That is the problem, because we are using truck to take it from the.
Actually, it can be pumped. It can be pumped, but the issue is this vandals.
So I don't know
vandals.
how Dangote can pump to their NNPC depot in Ibadan. I don't know whether there's a pipeline they can pump into. I don't
Yes,
know how
now they have the pipeline. They can pump to so many places. They can pump to Ilorin, they can pump to Minna, they can pump to Kaduna. You understand? They can pump to Abuja. But the issue is, how would they monitor the pipeline? Because by the time they start pumping, then those guys will just go there and be vandalizing it, and not even really vandalizing. They will go and be stealing it.
Tompolo and the rest, they were given a big contract in the south to monitor the pipeline. So I think
those are for the crude. This one is for, you can see how many kilometers length of this pipeline do you want to monitor from Lagos to Kaduna?
To me, I think that is why it's either the government give it to private security company, or they recruit more Nigeria into the police or whatever, and they name them specials just to take care of this pipeline something and other criminal.
That is the role of the civil defense, but what can they do?
Civil defense officer.
It's true. So civil, but I think we need more people on security, because we don't have enough. Even if we are not recruiting to the police, can we recruit to the civil defense? Can we recruit more into the immigration and send them to the border? Not all of them sitting there at the passport.
No, let me tell you, Remy. Yes, I agree with you that we don't have enough.
Simba, give me 1 quick second. So gentlemen, as you can see, Thomas is not available, and I have to go to bed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut it down, and then you can carry on in the back room. Before I do that, let me just acknowledge the super chats. Just the traditional names really. Prince Daddy, even though he's traveling, even on a flight, he rattles off a series of super stickers. Thank you, Prince Daddy. Ayo, of course, you already know traditionally he does that, and he does that in this instance as well. So that's Ayo. Alexander Gomez, of course, another traditional name in that space. And Ayo, as you know, he does it in series, so he does a series of them. He just went wild with it, really. So that's Ayo all the way through. So thank you, Ayo, for that. It's that, yes, and still Ayo. So those 3 names. Thank you, gentlemen. So we reconvene tomorrow to carry on, focusing on the ministerial list. So I'm going to take it offline, but the conversation can go on in the after show. So thank you to the listeners.